do stuff tonight. So
Pound Town.
Not Day 2 of the draft starts right now. All right, welcome back to Last Second Sports, where we are giving you our take down to the last second. And tonight is day 2 draft party. And guess what, guys? There's no stipulation. The 49ers have picks unless they decide to trade them all away for some god-awful reason. I've got my guys with me again tonight. Right next to me, I've got Nate from Niner Nate's Nonsense. Nate, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. How do I sound? Do I sound silky smooth?
Oh, you do, isn't it?
Oh, it's a brand new microphone. I think the stand is a little high, but I think it sounds pretty good. I'm going to have to get used to not doing this. So it's going to take me a little while to figure out how to do that. But I did a new microphone just for your show. So you're welcome.
Wow. I feel special. I feel special. And then right below, we've got David. What's up, David?
Hey, man, I'm just geeked. I got my Shanahan hat on. I got my Timberwolves, who are playing tonight. The only show in town on the NBA. Let's go. Let's go.
Extend that series. Get the Warriors some rest, baby. Let's go.
Maybe Karl Anthony Towns can't foul out before halftime. Be awesome. And we'll just see how it rolls.
I like it. It's a dope shirt, too. It's super throwback. Yeah, what are you drinking tonight?
Oh, baby. I'm drinking War Pigs. It's the only good thing out of Indiana. It's one of the better breweries in the country, and this is one of their Doppelbocks. And I didn't mean to throw shade at Indiana. I'm being honest tonight. Okay, so it's a straight honest take.
I don't think you made that any better. I didn't mean to throw shade at Indiana, but I'm just being honest. There we go.
Least favorite state in the country.
Hey, man, mine's Arkansas. I think there's no worse one than Arkansas. There's no state worse than Arkansas. Name one. I can't. It's impossible.
I've never even been to Arkansas. Listen, if you're from Arkansas, confirm or deny that it is the worst state in the United States. But all right, fellas, the draft should be starting any second. Picks should be ready to roll any second. We did start a little bit earlier yesterday. So let's talk about the 49ers, right? We've got, to me, this is my opinion. You guys can rebuttal if you want. I think they go with their first 2 picks of this draft, center, edge, safety. One of those 3 makes the most sense. You guys have any other position you think? Corner, wide receiver? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I don't think it goes in any particular order necessarily.
No.
And I really hope that they do go. I know it sounds a little trite, but BPA. I think that the draft is where you draft good players. So for instance, I don't think, especially if Debo's staying, right? I don't think receiver was at a high need, but for whatever reason, you were in a position to get a guy that was high on your board and you felt he was a guy that helps your team, you draft him. So yeah, I would say other than what you said, safety, interior line, edge, I am looking at corner. If there's a guy there's a couple guys I like. I'm looking at receiver. If there's a guy there that I like. And if for whatever reason, there's an offensive tackle prospect that really they're high on, with McGlinchey with that 5th-year option here, but his last year of his contract, and you really like a guy for whatever reason, I don't think that's off the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And before you go, Nate, if you have anything different to say, I want to warn everybody because this was a little bit of an issue last night. Rich brings up wide receiver. I'm not necessarily against that. We'll talk about that in a second as well. But I want to warn everybody. These 2 get the picks early. So if you're watching the TV at all, and you don't want to know the picks, maybe what I would do is pause us for 2 or 3 minutes, put us on a delay, and then you should be pretty good. But we get the picks early before you're going to see them on TV, most likely. So if you're not prepared for that, just want to give you the heads up. But somebody asked if Marcos or Rad will be joining us. Rad definitely will not. He's at work. Marco may not. He's writing a paper. I doubt it, but maybe, possibly. I mean, we're going to be here for like 4 hours, so who knows who's in
I'll get him in here.
All right, at some point. All right, what about you, Nate? Is there anybody or any position? No idea, huh? Just whatever happens.
I want Christian Watson. Give me Christian Watson. Find a way to make it happen. I don't care what the world says about receivers. Get me Christian Watson. If you get Christian Watson, they could literally trade away all the picks till next year. I don't care. It's all I want. It's all I want.
We are on the clock.
All I want. What?
Tampa's on the clock.
We are not on the clock.
The Niners were on the clock.
No.
Christian Watson.
Not we, but the draft is on the clock.
Universal we.
There we go.
To Seahawks fans literally all day. It's been so fun. I'm having so much fun with this. The decimation of the Seattle Seahawks might be like better than anything I could have ever imagined. It is so fun because like they are just convinced that, oh, it's only going to be a 2-year rebuild. It's like, please name a player on your team that is good, that is not named DK Metcalf or Tyler Lockett. And they can't do it.
The thing is that even if they get a rookie quarterback next year, he's a rookie. So they're minimum 3 years before they're good again. Minimum. That's the absolute minimum here. So I don't know. The Seahawks, whatever. They're terrible.
Oh man, I'm having so much fun. It is a blast that they suck. Like it is maybe my favorite thing that's happened since 2019.
Nate, you became a chat favorite with your Christian Watson love, by the way. Everybody else was with you. They want Christian Watson as well.
Good.
Well, I know.
I'm glad.
Don't let people tone police your favorite picks, man. Like that's one thing I've learned is that everybody, I really like Christian Watson. Like I said, man, if he's high on their board, and like I said, I know that Kyle loves him. Why? I mean, there's no law. And by the way, like I love Juwan Jennings, but that guy ain't stopping you from drafting a wide receiver. I mean, he's really not your wide receiver 3. He's a possession receiver who can get that tough stuff. He's a big slot, but he's not twitchy. He's not going to be the guy that's going to stretch. They're completely different players. You don't let a 7th round draft pick who just started catching some footballs for you stop you from drafting the guy that has legit sub 4.3 speed possible. You just don't do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I don't know if you guys saw, I forget who it was that posted it, but it was somebody reputable, said that the 49ers, if they trade Jimmy, are looking for a 2nd rounder for him.
Look.
What are you laughing about?
I couldn't with a straight face. My kids are making me laugh.
If you want to see me and Nate like just absolutely go, I mean, I'm just saying, can we? I saw that post and I was like, I could put the Lisa Kudrow, like, this is not new information. Like, this is the Niners overvaluing or putting that out there into the ether. It's just, honestly, I'm so happy. It's like a secure, it's like this, like, teddy bear. It's like that, like your favorite stuffed animal, right? Like, it's just something that's just become so familiar. You know, the 49ers overvaluing Jimmy. And if he weren't, I just feel like I wouldn't even be cheering for the same team anymore. Like, and so, man, like, if it happens, man, I'll eat this shirt tonight. I will cut it up. I will cut it up and I will eat it.
Wow.
To make this fair, I will allow you to put a condiment on it. Like, I'm going to hold you to it, but you can put a condiment on it.
I'll take this live to my fridge. Okay. You get the audience gets to pick the condiment that I put on this shirt, and I will eat it if Jimmy goes for a day 2 pick tonight.
Okay.
Hey, who's the quarterback for the Falcons, anyways?
Mariota.
Mariota, right?
Yeah, go Ducks.
Jimmy Garoppolo than Mariota.
Say, who are the Bucs going to pick? They're on the clock. They got 3 minutes left.
Oh, Jabo.
Oh, they need interior defensive line.
Do they go running back? Do they go? Do they get? I don't know. Like, did they
bring Fournette back or no? I know that they lost what's his name to Kansas City. What's the other guy? The quick kid, super
Ronald
fast.
Jones?
Ronald Jones. Yeah, I think he went to Kansas City.
I don't know, man. Is this Breece Hall? You give Brady? I mean, Brady's there for how many more years? Is this the last
year? Probably. This is probably his last year.
You give him a quarterback. You give him a running back who can catch passes. Maybe this is a running back here. Maybe this is.
Nate, if they go quarterback, they just drafted one in round 2 last year.
Logan Hall.
Logan Hall. Houston.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. All right. Sure. It doesn't blow my socks off, but all right.
He's
Whatever you got to do.
He's
on Twitter.
he's a big end who goes inside. I mean, I think he's going to be a solid player. I didn't have him anything particularly special, but he's probably going to be a really sound player that can contribute pretty quickly. So,
yeah, the thing is about him is that they did need an interior. I mean, I just said it. They need an interior defensive line. So they let Sue go. So that makes sense to me. All right. I want to ask you guys a question because, of course, a lot more has come out about the Debo Samuel situation. I know that they're not going to trade him or anything, but a lot of things come out after the fact, right? So came out today. There was actually two different reports on the trades, but I'll go with the one that's got everybody up in arms that says the 49ers absolutely should not have done it. And that was the 10th pick for Debo. And then the Jets would have gotten Debo 61, and they would have sent back a 5th rounder. So I just want to dispel a little bit of a myth here. Everybody says that's an insult. It's a slap in the face. Look at even A.J. Brown. Look at what he went for last night. Well, if you look at the point value chart.
Trading up with the Vikings.
Packers are.
That's a second divisional trade the Vikings have made.
Yeah.
In this draft.
You're right. You're right.
Care?
But they're going to take Christian Watson.
They're going to trade up.
You should care.
Yes. They're going to take up 2. They're going to trade. Are they trading both second-round picks?
Sky Moore here. It's got to be Sky Moore.
Are they trading both second-round picks? Because they might have to get up that high. If they're going all the way from 51.
51 to 34. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll see what it is. We'll see what it is. All right. So Packers, I think Christian Watson. That's just my gut feeling. Keep him in that green and gold.
George Pickens. Might be George Pickens.
Could be Pickens. Yeah, Pickens.
Gave up 53 and 59 to get to 34.
Yep, you said it.
The Vikings are killing it.
Yes, they are.
Right. Lewis, now I live in Minnesota. My buddy Jake is listening to the show right now. My guys, he's a big Vikings fan. I will say this: they killed it with Lewisine. I think that was the best safety. I like him more than Kyle Hamilton. They dropped 20 spots, pick up another pick, and now they've still got 2 second rounders in a deep second round. I actually like this. I think they're going to get the Vikings GM is smart as hell, and this team, I'm telling you, is going to be. They're going to be a playoff team next year in a pretty depleted NFC.
Giants,
Christian
Niner
Watson.
fan. Christian Watson? I told you. I told you. It was Christian Watson.
Yep. And that's where now the Packers, though, also were smart, knowing that they'd pick up those picks, to not address wide receiver in the first round, go defense, and still have 3 premium receivers available at the top. Make the aggressive trade up. I like this move by the Packers. Some people like Watson more than others, less than others, but this is smart.
Yeah, he's the perfect mold for what they are missing. He was the perfect fit. The perfect fit. So to me, I thought that was pretty obvious once they traded up. Just so you know, Giants Niner fan says if you delay us by a minute 30, it'll sync up perfect with your TV. So there you go. There's some advice to you.
Well, sometimes.
All right, back to the Debo Samuel trade value. So, all right. So just so we know, A.J. Brown went for 996 points. That trade. And that's worth the 16th pick in the draft. Okay. Debo Samuel, the offer for him was 1,040 points. That's equivalent to the 15th pick. Tyreek Hill essentially went for the 14th pick, and Devontae Adams essentially went for the 13th pick. So the offer for Debo was right in the wheelhouse. It's what a lot of people thought would probably be, because that's what the going rate was. So I think the 49ers certainly didn't have to make the move. Clearly they didn't make the move, and I can't fault them for that. I just wanted to let everybody know it was not an insult of an offer the way that many like to think that it is. So it was right there with the other offers. That was the Debo Samuel offer from the Jets. Honestly, wouldn't have blown my socks off. I probably wouldn't have taken it either, unless Debo's that disgruntled, which who knows, right? We're getting conflicting things. I wouldn't say conflicting things. We're getting people saying he's still disgruntled. It's not really conflicting. It's just a matter of what we want to believe or not, right? So
just not conflicting, guys. Look, the bottom line is there's a possibility this could be mended. People have said that. I just want to make it really clear. It's not there really aren't any conflicting reports that he's disgruntled. There are no reports out that say he is just happy as hell. Okay. And there are multiple people who have no axe to grind with Debo, who have no axe to grind with the 49ers, who don't know each other, who don't, collaborate or conspire. I saw a space today that said, there's a space out there that said the Debo trade is an NFL conspiracy, that they wanted it for engagement. I love you guys, but come on. Like, he's not happy, and he could get happier at some point, but right now he's not. I can guarantee.
Well, and that's what we got to hope for, right? Because to me, if he doesn't sign an extension this offseason, yeah, they've got him for one more year, but that's worst case scenario.
Are selecting Roger McCreary with the
my favorite quarterback.
You were really quiet because you were talking away from the mic. What was it? Roger McCreary?
Roger McCreary. Sorry. I was looking at my phone. To Titans.
That's a great pick. He was my guy. I just put up my day 2 wish list. I've just had 2 of them go off, in Watson and McCreary. I know the Niners were really high on McCreary out of Auburn. He's just tape on. I mean, if you watch him, it's just like he's a clinic in the SEC. He's a great player.
You guys, I love the chat tonight. You guys are hilarious, by the way. I can't put every comment, although I'm putting some racy ones up. Yeah, you guys are cracking me up. I absolutely love it. You guys are fired up tonight. I love that you've spent the better part of 2 nights with us enjoying the draft. It's fantastic. So I appreciate each and every one of you. Yeah, Josh, you said that it sucks that Watson was taken. Yeah, it does for a lot of people that wanted Christian Watson on this team, right? I personally, I don't see them going receiver with that 61st pick, but you never know with the 49ers, right? They haven't taken, Sunil said it last night, they haven't taken a defensive back in the first 2 rounds for many, many years. So the fact that they need a safety doesn't mean they're necessarily going to take a safety, much like the Packers, who needed a wide receiver, did not take one in round 1 yet again. That trend continues for 20 straight years now. So you just never know what the hell they're going to do.
Yeah, I think the Packers have nailed this, and
the Giants are trading back with the Jets.
I love this.
With the Jets. The Giants are trading back with the Jets.
Wow.
Oh, so the Jets got the 36th pick now?
It says the Giants are trading 35 to the Jets for 38 and 146. So I believe that's a 4th round pick.
38 and 146, yeah.
Yeah, probably a compensatory 4th.
Interesting. It'd be 36 though, because the Titans had 35, I thought. So that must
I got it wrong. Ari Meyer, I've got it wrong. Yeah, it must be.
They're trading up to 36 for 38 and 146.
Right.
Yeah.
Meyer called it pick number 35, but you're right. So the Jets, they addressed edge, they addressed receiver, they addressed corner.
One thing, I just want to say something real quick. There was some dumb stuff on Twitter yesterday where people were like, the Jets are going to be playoff teams for sure. No, they're not. They're not. That was
they are killing the draft, though. They are killing the draft.
It's great when you kill a draft, but the Jets are not going to the playoffs. If you think the Jets are going to the playoffs, I've got a fucking a stadium to sell you in Santa Clara because no, the Bills are in that division. The Broncos, the Chiefs, the freaking Chargers. We still have freaking Lamar MVP Jackson, and even though his team stinks, he's still really good. The Jets are not going to the playoffs.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either.
Well, I mean, and I agree. I think that like you just mentioned, the AFC West is all 4 of those teams.
Yeah, the Raiders are
and everybody talks shit about Derek Carr, but like, look, when Derek Carr is motivated and he's got guys around him, and he's not a slouch. I've probably been hard on Carr in the past, but the bottom line is, like, I had some people were talking about Jimmy is better than Derek Carr. Like, not going there. I mean, really look at the Raiders, the Broncos, the Chiefs, and the Chargers. Like, that is sick. Like, that's just, I mean, it's insane.
The Jets will select Breece Hall.
There it is. Somebody who was it in the chat? Somebody in the chat called it. Where'd they say it? Hold on. There we go.
And
Tony B. Nice job.
That's why I thought the Bucs would go after Breece Hall. Hey, I grew up in Iowa. Iowa State fan, huge growing up. Now I cheer for Iowa State and the Gophers because I'm a Gopher grad. But
So
Brees
they've
Hall-
got him, and they've got who was the kid they drafted last year? The
Michael
speedy
Carter.
kid from North Carolina.
Michael Carter.
Yeah, Michael Carter.
This
That's a
is
good 1-2 punch.
It's an interesting draft. Running backs are cheap. You know, you rotate them in. If you really believe in Michael Carter, I'm not going to nitpick it, I guess, because I love Brees Hall. I think he's far and away the RB1 in this draft. And he's just, he's special. And what he tested was crazy. Everybody knew he had kind of the vision and the patience and the elusiveness, the pass catching ability, but then he ran the 4.41. I mean, it was a 4.38.
He ran really good.
He's a stud. Explosive, 40-inch vertical. It's crazy.
Okay, so far so good. No interior offensive lineman, no edge, and no safety is gone. So let's keep that run going.
I told Mark, I said if the receivers go early, which I think they will, the Pickens, Moore, and Watson, that you push the interior lineman, the safeties, and the edge. Exactly what you just said. And
At least we have Debo. At least we have Debo, guys. At least we have Debo.
Yeah, at least
we do have Debo.
At least he's happy.
And we have Trey Lance, by the way. I want to shout this out. In fact, I'll let you talk about it. I tweeted about it. You talked about it in the group chat. David, what did you like about the maturity from Lance and what you saw today?
I mean, look, I don't think that Lance should have to be.
The Texans are selecting Jalen Petrie.
Okay,
there goes the safety.
He was kind of that safety, but slot corner.
He only played 14 snaps at single or too high this year.
That's what I'm saying. I was not as high on Petrie as other people were, and I looked at him more as really more of a utility kind of Swiss Army knife, positionless guy. Almost really looked at him more of a slot. So I don't think it's a bad player. I just don't know if I didn't see it necessarily. But yeah, Lance, you know what he's trying to do? He's trying to be the guy that says, I'm the quarterback. He's trying to say that he knows he is. And he's going out there and saying he's trying to do what he can to bring Debo back. Debo didn't respond to him. But Trey's the guy. And I like that. I like him kind of flexing a little bit and saying, this is my team. And like you said, man, Debo's training. Marco said that Debo is training with everybody, all the receivers, all the skill position outside of tight end, except for Debo. So it's except for Debo. And I'm not slamming Debo. It's just that's the truth. That's the reality. Why is Debo not training with Trey Lance? And all the other receivers are. It's a leverage move, right? So
yeah. Well, he can't get injured.
But Debo's happy, right? Debo's really happy.
Debo's fine. He's not upset at all.
No.
Do you think
they're gonna pay him? Honestly, you don't have like the kind of situations you had yesterday where multiple people were looking to trade, and you're just like, no, we're not gonna do that. Like, if you were like, there's no way this man's getting his money, like, then they would trade him. But they have a feeling that maybe once Jimmy's gone tonight, I hope, that they can give that money to Debo, and they pay their guys. They do pay their guys. Like, people keep being like, oh, they don't pay any of their players, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, they pay their guys. Kittle got paid. Fred Warner got paid. Yeah, it was a hell of a thing to do, but like, they got paid. And so for people who are like, oh, well, Debo's never going to get the money I want, I think he gets the money he wants. Like last night, and I think that he's using his leverage correctly. I think he's being smart about it. And, I think that he's going to be here next year after last night. Last night just felt like there were so many chances for it to happen, and they didn't.
This is an interesting tidbit. Niner fanatic Peter says that the Texans wanted Brees Hall, so that's why the Jets jumped him. So that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Wow.
Do we think that Trey Lance would have been the number 1 overall pick in this draft? That there would have been a trade?
Oh, God. 100%.
Yes. Yeah, Trey Lance was absolutely the number 1 pick in the draft. Like, have you watched fucking Kenny Pickett?
I'm not, guys. I'm not convinced Trey Lance wouldn't have been the number 1 pick in the draft last year if he actually would have played the entire season.
Yeah.
If they wouldn't have had COVID take out North Dakota State's season, they played 1 game. I'm not. That's not cap. I mean, honestly, I'm not convinced that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
I'm more thinking at this point it's going to be Brisker today. I really do.
Well, I like Brisker, and that's right. And if they want Brisker, they're
If
going
he
to have
falls
they're
there.
going to they're going to have to move up from 61 to get Brisker.
And I think that they will. I think that that's who it's going to be today. Now that it's not Christian Watson.
I think they do make some sort of trade today.
Trade. Giants. The Giants have traded out again of number 38
to Atlanta,
trading 5 spots down to Atlanta to pick up another early 4th round pick.
Wow.
So I mean, look, these teams, this is
they're an adult in the office again.
Yes. Joe Shane is an adult in the office. You don't have Gettleman sitting here.
This is Malik Willis, right?
For the Falcons?
Yeah, this is Malik Willis. It has to be because Seattle's coming up. It's got to be Malik Willis.
Oh, they jumped ahead of 39 and 40.
Good call.
They got ahead of Seattle. This is Malik Willis for sure.
That's a great call because Seattle is going to take Malik Willis.
It's either that or my guy. Who's not my guy? Who's not my guy? He's just my guy.
Your guy, but that's not your guy, Ritter.
Definitely.
Yeah, I agree. I think Malik Willis goes to Seattle. I do. So there we go.
And I hope Desmond Ritter goes to Seattle so I can watch Nick Bosa eat him alive every single game. It's going to be freaking amazing. I'm so excited. So I just hope that it'll be great. Oh, Ebiketie. It's Ebiketie.
Oh,
that's a great pick. I thought the Vikings.
Great pick.
I thought the Vikings, if they stayed at 34 tonight, that should have been their pick in Ebiketie.
So the Seahawks are going to get Malik Willis. Interesting.
Okay, he's fallen. Last night
Seahawks have got to go Malik Willis. They have to. I would think.
I don't know, dude. They're blowing that shit up.
Well,
they're literally blowing it up. I mean, they traded one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the freaking organization.
Well, here's the argument for it. If you have 2 second-round picks, you take Willis, and you see what you have, and it doesn't mean you have to play him. It doesn't mean that you have to. It stops you from being the worst team in the NFL. However, if you're committed to going forward, still losing and sucking with Drew Lock, why not pick up some players that think that can be on the roster when your rookie quarterback next year is on the team? And
honestly, I think we're going to get CJ Stroud next year. I think that's what they're playing.
Well, Bryce Young and CJ Stroud right there.
Yeah. I think that if they're smart, they say, screw it. Let's go Drew Lock. This year, we'll watch him get killed by Nick Bosa. He might die on the field. Who knows? And then next year, they're like, with the number 1 pick in the 2023 draft, the Seattle Seahawks select CJ Stroud, right? Like, that's got to be what the plan is. Because, do they really see anything in Malik Willis where they could, willingly pass up on high-tier players that they could have later down the line, like you just said, David?
Yeah, and I still think the Falcons are a team that's Arthur Smith is too good of a coach to tank. And they do have Marcus Mariota, who I'm not saying is a world beater, but he's also not chopped liver. Like, these are going to be good. But they also played a bad, Tom Brady's back, but the Saints with Jameis, I know Jameis, that division is not what it used to be. So they're probably going to win some games, but the Falcons didn't go quarterback either. So they're positioning themselves to not settle for something that's crap. And this class sucks. This quarterback class sucks. I said last night, I'd be surprised if I thought the max would be 2 quarterbacks going in the first round. And
that Niner guy says Debo merch. I think he's saying it's all sold out. Check it out. Debo's coming back. Trade Jimmy, and it's the best day ever. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny because Grant had a really funny tweet actually yesterday or the day before. He says, "Hey, if you're so confident Debo's coming back, just go get yourself a jersey." And everybody waited until they didn't trade him, and then they went and sold that baby out. But yeah, it should be. I mean, I think that's a big reason why he's back, right? Listen, these owners are in it to make money, and Debo sells. He's a fan favorite. He's a league favorite. Debo sells on top of being a great player, right? But just from the Jed York, he's looking at it going, yeah, that brings in a lot of money. Debo Samuel brings in a lot of money, especially with him and Trey Lance together.
Oh, yes. He's a fan favorite, and and look, guys, Debo's,
and for good reason, to be honest,
he's
for good reason.
He's an absolute stud, and he's a perfect fit with Shanahan. And he there's room for other guys. Like I said, you can still draft receivers and have them be valuable players. And Debo doesn't have to have the usage he did to still maintain his value.
I don't think we want him to have that usage.
I agree.
I'm kind of curious about that.
I think the point is, though, is that if the price point, we'll see what it goes. I still think the 49ers, I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid on this. I still think the 49ers are going to be principled not saying I agree or disagree. I don't see them just absolutely kowtowing and saying, you know what, after all this
Tyler
stuff.
Gordon, Bears.
Who's that?
Cornerback out of Washington.
Oh,
Good
that's
guy.
the second corner. Yeah. Okay. That Niner guy clarifies. He says, sorry, no, he made shirts saying that Debo's back in the Niner jersey.
No. This was okay, buddy. Like that was this was a tweet. This was something that happened. Javi had tweeted this before and then talked about like this shirt kit was in 2021.
Oh, okay. All right.
This shirt was made in 2021.
Gotcha. All right. Good call. Well, thanks for the clarification because I didn't know about it. I didn't hear about it at all. I want to be clear. I don't mute Javi, but I mute a lot of people on Twitter. So sorry. All right. But I appreciated that, Niner guy. There's the clarification for you. But I mean, at the end of the day, he's coming back, right? Like, so we do know that. So that's a good thing.
He has to play on that the $4 million. He has to play on it. He doesn't have a choice. It's part of the new CBA.
Well, yeah, he does. But we don't. Hold on. Let me show him some love real quick, and then we'll talk about that. Okay, so yes, he does have to play on the $4 million because he doesn't get the accrual year if he misses even a day. But I question, again, that's worst case scenario. Like, to me, that's not an option. Option A was to sign Debo to an extension. Option B was to trade Debo. Option C is to play for both of them on this
the Falcons,
$4 million thing.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, I read that wrong. My bad.
Yeah, they got it, Kitty. So no, we do not want that to happen whatsoever.
I want him back at this point. Like, we didn't make the trade.
Yeah, me too.
Just pay him, make him the highest paid wide receiver for now, and then DK will pass him, and then Terry will pass him, like, and then eventually Hollywood Brown will pass him. Like, just make it like you guys just said. He is the face of a franchise at this point. Like, I love George Kittle. I think George Kittle is a phenomenal football player. One of probably the nicest guys in the NFL from what he's shown. But Debo Samuel is the face of the 49ers until Trey Lance takes that over.
I'll say this, though. Well, that's good point, Nate. My question is, like, he's still not happy for a reason. Like, everybody knows how much value Debo has. Like, there's still something else going on here. And I think that's the thing. I think it can get ironed out, but boy, he has doubled down. Like, their camp has doubled down. Like, and everybody's saying they're not false reports. I want to make that clear. And whatever leverage he thought he had, AJ Brown got 57 guaranteed, right? Devontae had, I think, 67.
I don't know if his was that high.
Tyreek Hill had 72.2. I want to say I'm either flipping the others. I think Debo's he's gonna be looking for that 60 to 65 guaranteed. I don't know if that's. I don't know if the Niners are going to do that.
We'll see. Tyson says the Jets were going to send a 10th and a 5th round to the 49ers for Debo in 61. Can we talk about how not good of an offer that was? We actually did talk about it. It's not an offer that you necessarily have to do, but it was in line with what the other receivers got. It was actually more point value than what AJ Brown went for. Basically, Devontae Adams went for the 13th overall pick, Hill for the 14th, Debo for the 5th, was offered for the 15th, and Brown was the 16th. That's the point value. So it was actually in line with all those other players. It just wasn't the offer that a lot of 49er fans thought that he would garner. We'll just put it that way. William Bennett says, I saw a post on Instagram that Debo is going to sit. Is that confirmed? It's not confirmed. And that's what we're trying to figure out. So, some people are saying it's for sure going to happen or whatever. There's contention there, right? That's one thing we do know is there is contention, but they have a couple months to figure it out. I just hope that they figure it out before day one of mandatory camp, which is middle of June-ish, because that's when it gets kind of dicey. So for me, I hope they get it figured out by then.
My thing is I agree with you. I think that. Oh, okay, let's take this another question. Here's what true number one receiver isn't going to want that kind of contract? Well, right,
for sure.
And the question is, do the 49ers, like I've said this, Kyle Shanahan loves Debo. Actually, I know Kyle Shanahan wants Debo back.
Of course he does.
I do know that. The fact, though, remains, though, is do the 49ers want to pay him an outsized contract that they think Debo feels disrespected. We do know this. The question is why. Those are the things that are going out there. And I think it's signs the Niners are probably communicating that they weren't going as far as Debo wanted. And I think Debo thinks he's the most important player in the NFL. Glorified.
Steve, you're a Bears fan. He's just trolling. He's a friend of mine. He's a Bears fan. He also said the Bears were going to pick tight end, book it, because they always do. Which, speaking of, aren't they on the clock right? No, wait.
No, they picked Kyler Gordon.
That's right. Okay.
The Seahawks. We're waiting on the Seahawks. We can laugh at them. I'm so excited. I hope.
Well, the Seahawks took somebody, did they not?
No, they haven't taken one yet.
Not yet, but they got 2 back-to-back picks.
I think it's probably going to be Boye Mafe here.
Okay.
And then maybe they go Willis at the second pick. I don't think they need to take a quarterback here. I just don't think these quarterbacks are any good.
Yeah, I mean that's your. I'll say this, and talking to Lance's quarterback coach, who's also Willis's quarterback coach, he said some interesting things about Willis that, just from a skill set standpoint, he says that he's got more overall talent possibly than Lance, but that Lance is just so far above him mentally that's the separation may not ever. That gap may never be even close to caught up to, is basically what he said. So, and so that's, but Malik Willis is, just you look at it, right? His arm possibly could be stronger. He's probably faster, like athletically, sure. But athletically is not everything, it's just not. So, but I think at this point for Malik Willis, I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's a horrible pick.
No. And that's where I'm saying, like, I see it from both sides. If you're truly tanking and you don't believe in them, just stick with Drew Lock. If you're not, but if you want to, you want to throw darts, and let's say the kid's a stud, it does work it out like a Kaepernick, like a Dak Prescott, and all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, we got lightning in the bottle here. We don't have to draft the Bryce Young or CJ. I don't think that happens with Malik Willis, but this is where you do have to you maybe roll the dice. However, if you are a team that wants to compete down the road and you blow a pick on a guy that you don't believe in, I can see them passing. For sure.
I think they should be drafting players to make their team better right now. Like,
I agree.
Around Drew Lock. I think that although maybe they're okay with, tanking and being the number one pick. They're going to be the number one pick most likely. Like, who's worse? The Lions? Maybe.
Well, I think Carolina has been the team in Vegas that has had the odds-on favorite. I don't know if I quite see that, though. Carolina, Atlanta, Detroit.
This is taking forever.
Balboa Becca says, let's all remember the most important thing today. Trade Jimmy garbage today. I'll say this. If Jimmy gets traded today, it's the same day that Trey Lance was drafted. This would turn into a 49er holiday. This day, the 29th of April, would be a holiday in 49er land. It would be a designated holiday. I don't know what we'll name it yet. Something to do with quarterbacks, I'm sure. But drafting Trey Lance on this day and trading Jimmy Garoppolo on this day a year apart would be an absolute holiday. I'm just going to be clear about that. So think about what the name of it is. You guys are witty in the chat. I'm sure you can come up with something good. But it would be a 49er holiday based on those two QBs. William Bennett says, pay Debo, do like New England, cut Jimmy, get him out of the locker room. They should have done that last year. Don't need the locker room split, even if you got to take the hit. Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
And we'll figure it. I don't think there's a locker room split as much as people think, but yet there are some. Yeah, there were this idea that you keep a guy around that's quasi popular, right? You keep a guy around that's been a leader and a guy that's been on the team. It's just it's. I don't say it's like a huge division, but it's naturally going to have, guys. Not saying picking sides, but you feel for they care about their teammate, right? They kind of have an affinity or an allegiance, so to speak, like to a guy who they've been with, and they played. It's just, yeah, it's time.
It is.
Boya Mafe. I got it right.
There you
Did
go.
get it right. Nice. All right. Now that they go Malik Willis is the question. William, let me show you some love real quick. I appreciate the donation, brother. That one just hits differently after the Will Smith thing, pun intended.
So their new linebacking core in the Seattle Seahawks is Boya Mafe and the guy they drafted last year in the first round, Malcolm.
Malcolm in the middle?
Oh, it's not Malcolm even. I think I'm wrong.
It's not. It's not.
Well, Boya Mafe's edge.
Seattle Seahawks will select. Oh no.
Yeah, he's technically a outside linebacker.
He's a linebacker.
He's an edge.
No,
he's an edge.
He's.
They have an edge. His name is Jamal Adams.
Yeah. Boya Mafe is a guy he'll put his hand in the dirt and he's an edge player.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I'm sorry.
They've got him listed as linebacker.
I saw a linebacker on there. I haven't really watched.
On who? On ESPN?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
ESPN. Yeah, they did.
Jordan Brooks, by the way, is the name of the person I was thinking.
Jordan Brooks. There you go. There you go. Okay, so Ebiketie went. Mafe went. So of the edges left, you got Ajabo, Jackson, and Benito. None of the centers have gone. Petrie went. So we've got Brisker, Cross, Kirby Joseph, Tyson Anderson. Centers, you've still got Cam Jurgens, Donovan West, Luke Fortner, Alec Lindstrom. And you've got, what's his name? Parham,
Parham. I love Parham.
But is he a center? I thought he played both, like guard and tackle.
He's played guard, but he also projects to play center. I think he is a guy. I actually like Parham more than I like Cam Jurgens overall. I think he's a absolute stud in the Shanahan system.
Okay.
And I really think that we were talking about fairway picks, like guys that he was one of my fairway picks along with Lewis Seen, Brees Hall. I mean, these guys he's just an absolute stud.
Well, so if you're projecting to play center, then there's some good centers left.
Well, what I'm saying is he can play guard and center. If you're putting him in a position where you have the most success and you want him to play right away, you've got utility. And the Niners have prized utility. They got a guy like Jalen Moore who's, got reps at tackle, is projected to swing inside. Even guys like Daniel Brunskill, who played swing tackle and did a little center, a little guard. Like ideally, you don't want to just be jack of all trades. You want a spot, right? But I also think that Parham, you can draft him and play guard, and you can draft him and he can play center. That being said, I think it wouldn't be out of the 49ers realm to get a guy like J.C. Treader to start and then bring a guy in.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's.
I just want to say this is kind of funny. Do you guys never heard of a guy? He's a Twitch streamer. His name's Dr. Disrespect.
I have, yeah.
He posted a picture of him in a George Kittle jersey at the NFL draft. So,
Love it.
Famous 49ers fans. Sorry. I
Yeah, no, I think it's Coach Noah Johnson. I think he's a Dr. Disrespect.
Ken Walker is the pick at 41. Ken Walker.
Oh, Kenneth Walker. Okay.
Running back.
Yeah.
They love their running backs up there.
Yeah,
you got to be kidding. Wait a minute. The Seahawks just took a running back.
Yes.
Ken Walker is the pick at 41.
Okay. I'm just gonna do this. What the fuck? Sorry. What are the Seahawks doing? Like, you can draft a running back, and granted, I'm all about Kenneth Walker's a good player. He's a good player, but you're not there yet. Why not draft a premium position closer to the top of the second round that has staying power down the road? I just don't understand this.
Because the last guy that they drafted early at running back was a bust, so they wanted to try it again. There's nothing wrong with that, David.
Yeah, Jesse, let's go. Fuck the Seahawks, baby.
I mean, look, I'm all about, I said, draft good players. And Kenneth Walker is not a bad player. I would not have been. I'm not a guy that prioritizes drafting a running back in the second round unless they're a stud. And I thought Brees Hall was far and away the best. I wouldn't have drafted Kenneth Walker in the second round. I'm not saying he's bad. It's a running back. Eli Mitchell in the 6th. I don't get it.
Apparently,
they're falling apart, man.
Some of my friends in Seattle are tweeting that they don't think that Carson's going to be ready to go at the start of the season, and that's why they took this pick. They need Drew Lock and a running back.
Hashtag tank. Like,
hashtag Seahawks, baby.
Why would you take? Oh my God, my starting running back. Oh,
enjoy this. We have to enjoy this. This is a lot of fun.
I feel bad though.
Seattle Seahawks.
I'm wearing Seahawks colors. It's my Timberwolves, okay? It's not.
I need the Timberwolves to win today. David, we're in the same. I need this series to go on a couple more days so Steph Curry can get some resty rest.
Hey, we're doing this. We're winning in Game 7. Then we're gonna see you.
And then you're gonna get freaking swept. Cool.
Hey,
Twisted Clown.
The Warriors are minus 300 to win the finals. No team is anywhere close to that.
Twisted Clown says the Seattle's getting ready to bring on Jimmy G. I wish. And you know what's so funny? And the Niners wouldn't do this, most likely. But when people say, no way you can trade Jimmy within the division, I'm like, who are you kidding? I would love Jimmy G in the division. He would throw 6 picks a year to Fred frickin' Warner. Like, what are we talking about? And maybe Ward would get 2 or 3 himself because cover 1 Robert. It would be fantastic if Jimmy G was in the division. Please put Jimmy G in the division.
Speaking of quarterbacks, Colts on the clock, right? Do they draft a quarterback here?
Matt Ryan, though. Why would you?
I know, but like, do you draft a guy to develop here and think like you can? Like again, you say maybe you get something, or
I feel like they think Matt Ryan's going to play at least two years. So I don't think so.
That's a redshirt year for a quarterback, though, right? Like so.
I think you go here and you could put him behind Matt Ryan. That'd be smart. I think it'd be cool.
But next year you could draft a quarterback, and that could be their redshirt year also, because I think Matt Ryan plays this year and next year, and I think that they believe that as well.
Fair. And I was just throwing that. I'm not saying they should do
that.
No,
I don't. No, I think it's actually a good thought, and I think this is actually probably pretty likely right here. Colts go wide receiver. I mean, Pickens would. This would be a good spot for it, right? Or even Sky Moore. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see.
Yo, can we just? I'm just gonna pause this real quick. Can we laugh at the fact that Pete Carroll is so stupid that he's like, you know what? I'm gonna draft a running back with my top pick in the second round because all I want to do is run the ball down people's throat. What the fuck are you doing, man? What are you fucking doing?
I'm telling you, you got to put him out the pasture, bro.
Down with the Vikings.
Colts traded down with the Vikings. Oh,
what are the Vikings?
They're not going receiver. I think this. Excuse me. They're not going quarterback. Well, that would be funny if they went receiver and got a third one.
Who?
The Vikings. I'm just saying.
I don't think it's stupid at all. I don't think Thielen will be on the team that much longer. I think.
No, I don't think it's stupid. I meant like I said receiver. I meant quarterback. But yes, no, I don't think it would be stupid either because Thielen, it would be a good replacement. But who did they drafted a safety? They could use an edge right now. Would be a good time for
this. Could be Nakobe Dean, possibly.
Oh, okay. What about Ajabo, Drake Jackson, or Benito? Any of those?
Yeah, I could see that. I'm just thinking that this is a, who do they draft? The edge player could be a Drake Jackson, could be an Ojabo. I could list off 10 players, right?
Yeah,
right. I think it's Nakobe Dean.
If you list off all the good players left, you're going to be right. I like it. That's a good strategy.
I'm going to go with Nakobe Dean or Sky Moore. That's my 2.
I like it. Okay. I'm going to go Ajabo or Jackson. You're muted, Nate, I think, if you were just talking.
I am. Sorry, I was doing this. I was trying to sniffle off camera.
Oh, okay. No. All right. I was like, I thought you were trying to talk. Yeah.
No. I agree with the Ojabo thing. Ojabo would be a really good pick here for me.
Yeah, I think so. They could use somebody, right? Opposite. So I think that'd be good.
I hope the weed gum. Jesus.
Andrew Booth.
It was Andrew Booth. Okay.
And my buddy Brian, my colleague, he was bummed when they traded down because he's like, oh, Booth is never going to be there. So Brian,
so they got
if you're
Booth and
listening,
Steen, right?
they got Booth and Seen. I'm assuming they only had to give up one of those second round picks to move up, so they still have another second round pick. I'm assuming they gave up a second and a third.
Dean and Ojabo are still available, man. Could you imagine Ojabo on the other side of Nick Bosa? My God. My God.
I'd heard Booth that the reason he slid because he had a lot of buzz, but that he had some injury concerns that could be lingering, like some things that have been in his past that have been kind of chronic, and that's why he fell out of the first round.
Tom Bragg says, "You're the man, Jesse. I love and respect you, man, but our team won't go anywhere until we get a real GM." I think he means Super Bowl, right?
They went to the Super Bowl already with the same GM. What are we talking about? I don't like talking bad on your listeners, but come on, man. Like, really? They went to the Super Bowl with this GM after he drafted Solomon Thomas with his first pick, and like, people learn and they get better over time. Like, I know he's made some bonehead moves, but they were in the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship in the last 3 years. Like, people like really talk smack on these guys. But like,
I'm gonna defend Tom right now, and you know what? Here's what I think Tom would say back to that. They have not been a sustained winner. They haven't had back-to-back winning seasons yet. They're not a sustained winner yet. They have not won a Super Bowl. I don't think that they'll win a Super Bowl. While I'm talking. This is me, not me. This is Tom talking. Tom in the chat talking. I don't think they will win a Super Bowl until they get a real GM, and they will not have consistent, sustained success. What do you say to that, Nate?
Oh God.
I
don't know what to say. I'm just like,
Tom, I hope I did you justice, man. I think that's what you would have said. William Bennett says Pete Carroll is high off the weed gum. That's what you saw. That's pretty funny.
It's funny as hell. I was dying laughing.
I was wondering. I heard you say weed
Dean
gum.
is a pass rusher, right? Or is he a linebacker?
Kobe Dean, he's a linebacker.
He's not a pass rusher?
I mean, no, actually,
he's not a hand in the ground type of guy?
No. Nope.
Oh, man.
Yeah, see, Tom says exactly, Jesse. I made a good argument for him. You're welcome, Tom.
I personally think that John Lynch is a baby kisser and a politician. I think he's played a role that's been, kind of smooth things over. But
Wandale Robinson at 40.
Wow.
Wendell Robinson?
Wow.
Robinson.
Wow.
And he went to the Giants. A weapon for Daniel Jones. He weighs, I think, I'm almost positive that Wandale Robinson is about 160 pounds dripping wet. Let's see here. Wandale, no.
Browns next, Deshaun Watson.
5'8", 178. So he's
thick, actually. 178 is thick for 5'8".
Yeah, I mean he's but 5'8". I mean,
God, Ojabo might get to the Niners. I don't know how I feel about that. I might freak out.
I mean, it's just I don't know. That's an interesting pick.
I take it when you get this is the thing when you get a player of that caliber. These guys injuries. People recover from injuries, like they and if you're getting a guy the quality of Ojabo that falls that far, this is like a top 15 pick projected before.
No, I'm saying Wendell Robinson. I mean,
I'm sitting here. I'm starting to geek out about Ojabo.
No, that's fine. No, that's totally fine. Yeah. No. I understand you, but I'm saying the Wendell Robinson pick. I'm still stuck on that because you have 3 receivers there. I mean, I don't.
I can't.
Giants will giant.
It's a gadget player. Well, it's we credited him before. I just think that this guy is not how many snaps is this guy going to get? Is this I don't know. I thought he was around. I thought he was a day 3 player.
Yeah, I agree. William Bennett says, Jesse, I'm telling you, Jimmy to the Giants. I hope so.
Jimmy D-man, baby.
But I will tell you this. Their head coach loves big arm quarterbacks. So I don't know how that fits.
Jimmy G has the biggest arm.
The biggest. He does have the biggest arm. You're right about that. Nobody. I mean, when Jimmy G throws outs, I'm like, whoa, that's a big arm. Actually, it reminds me of that. I think it was a Madden commercial maybe with Michael Vick back in the day. Remember when he like threw it to the receiver and they got like pinned up against the deal? Was that? I think it was Vic. Maybe Vic's was throwing it out of the stadium. Either way, Jimmy Garoppolo has that type of arm. It's dynamic.
Crazy talent. Such a talented football player. Like people just underestimate how good he is.
I guess the Vikings. I'm getting all these tweets from my Vikings fans, but Ari Meyer, I've told it too, is that Andrew Booth's family waited for this to be official because whoever the second round announcer for the Vikings went on for like 3 minutes, like speaking before he like announced the pick. And all my buddies, Vikings fans, like, why God can they just announce it? So,
Armstead's announcing our pick tonight.
Yeah, I know. I don't think he's going to give a 3-minute speech though.
No, I don't think so either. But you never know. I mean, whatever. Jimmy G has a toy cannon. Oh, you guys are so funny. Vic threw it out of the stadium. Yep. And had a receiver launch backwards. Yep, there you go. That's what it was. All right, so it was Vic. That actually was Jimmy G.
Browns on the clock. Plenty of picks.
Wide receiver. They're going to go wide receiver. They're going to go Pickens right now.
Who?
It's a very Brown thing to do.
And they've got Amari Cooper. Jarvis Landry is not coming back. They do need receiver here. Make a lot of sense for Pickens or more right here. I like Pickens as my number 2 guy. Reading a lot that I didn't know about before. It seems like Pickens, for whatever reason, has concerns about his immaturity, but yet he doesn't drop anything. He's never he has a suspension early on in his freshman year for like a game or so. But that there's a lot of guys that said they wouldn't touch him because of their concerns about his maturity. So, it's legit when you see some things where you have discontented players or things that happen and you don't want to invest a lot of capital. And I mean, a second round pick is nothing. I think he's too talented to.
You had him as one of your top 3 wide receivers, did you not?
My number 2.
Oh, there you go.
Who was your one?
Well, that's high praise.
I ended up revising. I was too chicken shit to put Jameson Williams up higher because I was concerned about his injury. And the more I looked at it, I said, no, I'm not doing this. He's the best. I actually think Jameson Williams is a top 2 or 3 player in this draft. I had Jameson Williams. I had George Pickens. I went Garrett Wilson, Sky Moore, and Treylon Burks. I think Sky Moore is a stud. Sky Moore, guys, is 4'1". He has got 10-inch plus hands. He is a yak freak.
Yep.
He is incredibly amount of yards per route run. He's elusive. His releases are insane.
The Browns are trading with the Texans again.
Dang, man, this is wild. So,
I think this is a receiver here.
You think?
Sky Moore,
Yeah.
right? I think it's got to be Sky Moore.
Yeah, I like Sky Moore a lot. I think that I have a crush, a huge crush on Sky Moore. I think he'd be a perfect fit. And I was one of those that I wasn't looking for a Debo replacement, but he actually is a guy. Watch Sky Moore's tape, and you see who he reminds me of. I mean, the dude doesn't like initiate like in the way that he has to have contact, but he does not fear contact. He is tough as nails, and his releases. He's just one of the best hands in the draft. So you get the best hands in the draft, the best releases of the draft, and you're fast and you run through people.
They had to give up a lot because now the Browns aren't even in the second round anymore. So what did they give up?
Deshaun Watson.
Oh, that's good. That was pretty good. I like that. Yep. Yeah, they did. They did give up Deshaun Watson to Cleveland, actually. That's
why it's funny.
Yeah.
John Mechie.
Wow.
That's who it was. Alabama receiver. I like Mechie. He was injured, right? Both those receivers were injured in Alabama.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked on the Sky Moore thing. I'm not gonna lie. If I don't understand it. I'd actually talked to some guys that there are a lot of scouts that were, and not media, scouts that had they kept pushing him up to this guy's a first round player for sure. And I didn't know, I just watched his tape and loved him. And I'm like, okay, whoever gets this guy, hey, I'm just saying. We're getting close.
Well, okay, so if Sky Moore continues to plummet and the 49ers are there somehow, like if somehow he makes it to 61, I don't care what else is on the board. They better go Sky Moore. I do not care.
And I'm not saying just because I like him. Like a player that caliber at 61 is a first round caliber player. Like, that's what I'm saying. You draft the good players.
Yeah,
and he's a high floor and a high ceiling. I don't get it. He's only 5'10", 5. He's 5'11", so he's short. Like
whatever. I'll say this. I think. Do you guys think that the 49ers trade up at all in this draft or in this round? Because I think that they're going to trade round 4 pick and package it with one of the 3rd round picks and move up. That's my gut feeling. I still think they make 3 picks tonight, but I think they're going to move up in the 3rd round with one of those picks.
I think if Ojabo is like there and they know someone's coming up in front of them, I think they go get Ojabo just because I think it's so important to have someone on the opposite of Nick Bosa, man. I really do.
Let me bring up my I'm trying to find I had my wish list that I made tonight, and it's going to be here somewhere. I'll find it. I posted
Brisker is still there. Cross is still there.
Brisker is still there. Cross is still there.
All of the centers are still there. Jabo's still there. Jackson, Benito.
Yeah, my wish list was for edge, Ebiketie. I love BJ Sanders. BJ Sanders, Drake Jackson, D'Angelo Malone at edge. Safety, Brisker and Cross. Parham and Juergens at IOL. Receivers, I had Pickens and Moore, and Danny Gray, actually like a late 3rd round pick. I think he's climbing. And the Niners had 2 visits with him. They like him. That means something.
What about Tyquan Thornton if they don't get Gray? Because another speedster, right?
I watched both. I watched him, Milton, and Gray, and then I came walking away with this Gray is something special. He's a day 3 pick. Or day 2 pick, excuse me. I like those guys. I do. Tight end, Greg Dulcich. A lot of Daniel Jeremiah said he was the best tight end in the draft. He said he had a grade on him that was, could have gone to the top of the 2nd. I could see him being like he'll get there in line. He could be a big slot. He's an offensive weapon. But yeah, those are my guys. The only other guys I had, developmental tackle, well, let's go. And then cornerback McCreary and Emerson out of Mississippi State. So there are players there that are still on my wish list as day 2 picks. Brisker, the fact that Brisker is still on the clock, I had said, hey, why not trade up for him if he gets down to low 50 or 50, 52, late 40s? Do you make a move? Because to me, that's a need, but it's also a guy who would be a quality player.
AJB, no, Benito's still there. He is still there. I love Benito. I don't know. A lot of people are big on Brisker, and I do like Brisker. I'm not trying to poo-poo him, but when I look at it, to me, I didn't look at any of these safeties out of who's left with Brisker, Cross, Kirby Joseph, Tyson Anderson, Cook, whoever. I don't think any one of them, to me, clearly separated from the others. That's just my opinion. I like them all. I would be fine with any one of them, by the way. I just don't think that any one of them separated from the others enough for me to go up 10 picks to go get. That's just my personal opinion on the safeties.
Well, Marco just tweeted the same thing. He said, hey, Niners honestly should trade up and get Sky Moore, George Pickens. And like I said, these are my 2 and 4 ranked in the whole class. This is a good receiver class. I'm going to stand by my rankings. I did last year. Last year, I was a big Bateman fan. I think he's got a lot of stands now. And, well, the Ravens are sticking with him.
Including the Ravens, right?
So I just think that good players, man. Draft good players.
Yeah.
Pretty simple, right? Just draft good players. It's what the best advice I ever received when I'm not good at something, David, is try harder. I think it's just great advice.
But look what the Texans, though, got back. Or, excuse me, the Browns. The Browns traded 44. They got 68, which is the top of the 3rd round. 108, which is bottom of the 3rd, or very early 4th. And 124, which is mid 4th. That's a pretty good haul.
Yeah. Well, they had to, because you literally traded out of the 2nd round completely.
But again, in a deep draft that goes 2nd through 4th,
for sure,
getting more darts to throw. I like that. I don't mind that at all if you can get that kind of haul.
The Ravens are taking David Ojabo.
There it goes. It's a good pick. It's another weapon for Lamar Jackson. I'm sure he'll tweet happily about that.
Yeah, that takes that effectively takes the Ravens out of the Debo Samuel sweepstakes.
Yeah. There's the last hope. No, that's a good pick though. That's a really good pick. I think.
I agree.
I wouldn't be mad. I mean, I wouldn't be mad at that as a Ravens fan. Who'd they get yesterday?
Kyle Hamilton and Devontae. Was it Devontae Wyatt? Am I wrong on that? No.
I thought they only got. Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Let me look it
up. No,
up.
They did take 2, didn't they? Yesterday, didn't they? Their defense. I mean, they're doing a good job of stacking that defense back up because it was getting long in the tooth in some areas.
Yeah. No, Kyle Hamilton, Tyler Linderbaum, the center.
Oh, the center. That's right. They did take Linderbaum.
And then they just drafted Ojabo. So those are, hey, you got what some people think is the best safety in the class, the best center in the class. And if Ojabo would have been healthy, he was right up there in that edge conversation. So
this is actually a really good question. I'll let you answer because you're not as high on Thornton as I am. Tony B says, can Thornton actually be a wide receiver? Or is he more of a special teams guy like a Ted Ginn?
Oh, yeah, he could be a receiver. He's 6'3". I actually thought he was a lot better than I thought he was. He looked like a testing freak, but no, I like him. In fact, though, when I looked at him, Melton, and Gray, I came away with going Gray, Melton, Thornton. And I'm not saying that was my rankings because they're all guys that have speed. They're all guys that can like do things, but like he's long, he's skinny, he's got room on his frame for more. But I was actually surprised. I thought I would just see a guy that, in fact, when I watched him, I didn't think there was much difference between him and Denzel Mims. And Denzel Mims went in the second round. That being said, I wasn't super high on Denzel Mims. So Tyquan Thornton is, I think, a very sound player. I just probably think he goes into the fourth, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And I would love him in the fourth. Like I think the value of him in the fourth is really good because a lot of people, I think, when they look at the measurables, are like, "Oh, this is just a straight line speed guy." That's not it.
But Josh Paschal.
Oh, Kentucky! Wow, that's higher than I thought. Okay, and we say higher than we think, and the thing is that guys like players, right? Or teams like players, they're going to draft them. They can't wait another 30 picks to get the guy they like. So,
But I thought Thornton was actually a pretty fluid route runner as well, which is, not something that you would necessarily expect. Paschal, though, I mean, I feel like there was other edges there. Sorry, Lions.
Well, here's the Bears on the clock now, right? And they need a receiver. This is clear. This is going to be more Pickens. It has to be.
I think they need to protect that man, Justin Fields. That is the worst.
I think it's Washington and then Chicago.
Oh, Washington, Chicago. Yep.
That was the worst pass blocking line in the entire NFL last year. If they don't go tackle here, or if they don't protect him, it'd be insane. I feel terrible for him if he doesn't get some sort of protection. Because he was my favorite. I love that man. I really did want him to be a Niner. And so the fact that watch his career crumble in front of our eyes is kind of sad.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm shocked, honestly, guys. I'm shocked that Pickens and Moore are this far down. I thought for sure they were going in the top 12 picks of this first round.
I did too. I think one of them is going to fall to the 49ers. And if they do, it's like at some point the hate's gone too far. I know receiver's not your biggest need, but you got to take talent. And there's a lot of talent in those two players.
I would say, though, you're looking at teams like, let's see here. Washington drafted Dotson last night. You're looking, so they're probably out, right?
We got 3 teams coming up that could take a receiver after Washington. You got the Bears, you've got the Saints, you got the Chiefs.
Yeah, and you have the and the Eagles got AJ Brown, so that's out.
Yeah, so it's not them.
You've got
Steelers always take receiver. They're not going to do it again.
You've got the Colts. You've got the Patriots. You've got the Cowboys.
Yeah,
who lost Amari
Buffalo. Yeah, they got to go in these.
There are plenty of teams here that could draft receiver.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, all right. Yeah, but if somehow, you never know. Sometimes you think that these teams, you look at Pickens, you look at Moore. What's that, Nate?
I don't think Buffalo would go receiver.
I feel like they would. To me, like they're filling out their.
Yeah.
they're just filling out their roster at this point. They
I
got
think
so much
Kansas
talent.
City will go receiver. I think Kansas City will take Pickens.
I could see that. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think Sky
can
Moore
see
goes to the
Saints.
Bears, and then Pickens goes to the Chiefs. That's where this goes.
How far does Malik Willis fall at this point? Is he? I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't know if there's somebody that's going to draft him in the second round. I think he's fallen. I don't see it.
Oh, you know what? Saints.
Could be.
Richard McDonald says that they took a receiver yesterday. Did they?
They took Olave.
Yeah,
they did take Olave. You're right. They're not going to take a receiver. Good call, Rich. Thank you. Sometimes you forget who's been drafted already and where they went. Good. That was a good call, Rich. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's why the chat's always got your back.
Boy, I tell you though, if you've got a capability right now, I'm looking at some good players here.
Breaking the Commanders might be selecting Phidarian Mathis.
Phidarian Mathis. I 3 months ago, I was watching the tape with Alabama, and I was like, why are people not talking about this guy? He's just one of those guys that just jumps off the tape. You know how Alabama does. They get these guys, they bring them in waves. They don't always get their chance for early on. Quinton Williams had that happen, right? Like you're sitting behind somebody or you're doing, and all of a sudden you're watching this guy like, God, Alabama just cycles through these studs.
Yeah.
And he's not perfect, but my God, I thought this guy is a second round player for sure. So I'm biased because I liked him earlier, but I think that's real. I think he's a very good player, underrated.
All right. Hey, that's good. That's good to hear. See, this is why David's here. He's a draft junkie. Like you were for Niners Goldmine, you were the draft guy, the guru. So glad to have you here. Glad to have you here.
I appreciate that.
Because here's my thing is for me, with my time available, I'm really going after positions of need for the 49ers. And there are other guys that I'll see throughout that process that I start to like and really break down. But I feel like every single guy we name, you know who the hell they are. So that's fantastic. I appreciate you for that.
I'm taking 5 seconds for a beer run. I'll be right back.
Oh, you did. Listen, if that's what's going to make you more knowledgeable, go ahead.
I just want to say that is me right there. That is actually my alter ego. That's Uncle Jim. That's my dad from 1979. And that is the Wampa, a former student. So Uncle Jim in the flesh. That's
awesome. I love it. All right. That's great. You got to get going soon, Nate? Are you going to stick around or what's your deal?
I'll be here for at least another hour.
All right, cool.
So I'll be here for this Niner pick. She's at the nail salon right now, so we are good.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Tell her to take her time.
Yeah, I told her to
Pamper yourself, honey.
I told her to get red and gold. And she said, quote, fuck off. So
does she care about football or no?
She hates sports and video games. Okay. So we get along real well. No, I'm just kidding.
She's the yin to your yang. I love it.
Actually, you know what? Like that's one thing I learned. I'm gonna give people some advice real quick. Date someone who's the opposite of you, because if someone likes all the things you like, it's not fun.
That's true. That's a good point. All right, that's it. As long as you get along, that's good. That's good. My wife could give 2 rips about sports.
Yeah, exactly. That's how mine is. Although she did go to the home opener against Green Bay last year, and when Jimmy Garoppolo was throwing the ball to the ground multiple times, she looked at me and said, "Is this guy for real?"
It's funny. I don't think I've told you this story. Sorry, chat, if you've heard this story before, but I will say this. My 7-year-old son is just getting into football. He's playing flag football now, Nate. Wow. And he started playing Madden, and he wanted to play with the 49ers because Debo Samuel, right? So he plays with the Niners. He plays a few games, and he goes, this Jimmy Garoppolo, he calls him Garoppolo. I love it. This Jimmy Garoppolo is not very good, Daddy. And I go, yeah, I know. I understand, but just keep playing with him. So then, of course, he starts cycling through other teams. He's a Ravens fan now because of Lamar Jackson. Is fun to play with on Madden. So thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate you, man.
Sure. Jimmy, good trash.
Garoppolo.
It was just funny. My girlfriend, who doesn't watch sports, doesn't understand what she's looking at. Just says to me, "Is this guy for real?" And I legit lost it. I was like, because it was just such a disaster fire.
Dusty Gold says Jesse's gang's going to get a little tipsy. Are you looking at that camera? Because I'll tell you what, David looks like it'd take at least 40 of those beers. This man's a grizzly bear.
Oh no, I have a refined palate. I have beer before liquor had ever been sicker, but this is not beer. This is not liquor. This is wine.
I like it.
And
All
this
right.
is a box wine, but it's a high price box wine because I live on Lake Superior and everything is more expensive. So even if it's not as good, if it's more expensive, it's better.
Drinking water. I'm being smart tonight.
The Bears? So the Bears are on the clock. Are they taking one of these stinking receivers or
Yes.
They have to.
They took Kyler Gordon before they addressed corner. I think this is going to be you lose Allen Robinson. You already have a speed guy. Well, I think this is Sky Moore.
Really? Okay. Because Pickens is a big body now.
I get that.
Peter says my wife says the same thing, Nate. So there you go. About Jimmy.
Yeah. She's awful.
My friend Steve, that's a Bear fan, is back on the clock. He says, "Kicker, book it."
Kicker, go kicker, Bears! If they ruin this man's career, by the way, I'm gonna be so sad.
Hey, Matt Araiza, he'll go earlier than people think. If Mitch Wish went fourth, Araiza definitely deserves to go in the third.
He's
Come on now.
Pretty damn good. Yeah, he's pretty damn good.
PFF,
I think everybody mocked him in the 6th round.
Well, and PFF would give you an F.
The Bears are taking Jaquan Brisker.
Well, he's gone. There you go.
Hey, a good pick.
Very good pick.
They're addressing their defense.
They have a lot of holes. So, I mean,
draft good players, man. I like it. Oh, I'm serious. Like, they don't have to sit there and say this is a position of need. You have lots of positions of need, you know?
SF 49ers 89. What pick are we at? We are actually pick 48 just went. Jaquan Brisker just went to the Bears. The Saints are up next. Pick 49.
So we are 13
close.
picks away.
Dude, they might get if Pickens or Sky Moore there, like I won't even be mad if they take them because
go third receiver,
with Trey Lance, like
or
Trey Lance deserves to have one of the most disgusting offenses possible. Like that's what they should be focusing on.
People are going to forget that. The bottom line is now that safety's here, as much as I was a Nick Cross guy, I don't think at this point, look, people are thinking, hey, they're going to go all in on Brisker. If they didn't really make a move to like, I think that interior line is going to be a focus. They did go with Aaron Banks last year in the 2nd round. Hey, this is good box wine, Rick. And like I said, I'm going to I'll bring it out earlier to show you what it is, but it's written in French. And anything that's not in English is better if you can't pronounce. I've always struggled to pronounce French. And I want to say that Wine Enthusiast has already sponsored me on my next article for All 49ers SI. It's called La Vie. And
hello and welcome to the segment where David tries to pronounce French words. Hey, David, what is the word you want to pronounce today?
Jamais Garoppolo.
Omelette du fromage.
Yeah, man, this is getting into boomer territory right now. But the thing is, anyway, I think that drinking wine on draft night. Somebody told me I looked like the Unabomber last night. I had a student tell me today who I really like. She's like, Mr. Lake, you know what your hair looks like? I'm like, what? Ted Bundy. And I was like, what?
You've been labeled this terrible person.
I got called Ted Kaczynski last night. Ted Bundy, the two Teds, not Teddy Roosevelt.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so where
you've got new nicknames. New nicknames in the chat, just so you know.
Niner Ted. Oh God. No, not
Niner Ted. Oh no, that's got a double whammy to it. Oh gosh, just don't stop blowing up my mentions.
Saints. Okay, who are the Saints taking?
Apparently, the heat of Baker Mayfield to Carolina is heating up.
For what? They don't have a 2nd or a 3rd round pick.
The Panthers' pursuit of Baker Mayfield could continue to heat up as the Browns quarterback could end up by Carolina by tonight or this weekend. Kimberly A. Martin.
Hey, I just
has 57.8K followers.
Well, there you go.
And Jimmy Garoppolo is getting cut.
Matt Mayoko gives an updated 49ers draft board. Unofficial, he says. Cam Jurgens, Nick Cross, Nick Bonito, Dylan Parham, Sky Moore, or George Pickens. Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those guys are on my wish list out of 6.
Yeah.
So
When do they pick in the 3rd round? Like, is it pretty early? Or is it a while after?
it'll be 93 and 105. They have two at the end. But that's where I say, you know what? They have 134, they have 172, 187. I don't understand why you have to sit there and wait. If you want to go ahead.
Emiliano wants to clear this up. He says it wasn't Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, because he's the one that said the chat. It was Ted Kaczynski, the dude from Police Academy movies. So he was saying Nate. Yeah, so Nate. That does fit Nate.
It wasn't about me. Okay, so I am not Niner Ted now. I didn't get compared to 2 of the most notorious Teds in the history of the United States. It was Nate. That was the very well-known Tim Kaczynski. Who could forget that? Who wouldn't remember that guy?
What are we talking about?
Eric says Niner Ted would love my mock draft.
Receipt. I got receipts.
Kim, I know. I think a lot of I'm not on Twitter, but I know that 49er fan. See, there's this groupthink on Twitter, and I'm not saying they were wrong on this one, but it was Watson and Brisker were like the 2 guys that 49er fans just absolutely fell in love with in the 2nd round.
Yeah,
and they're not going to get either. So, and honestly, guys, don't be disappointed when the 49ers take some guy that's not in any of our top 15s. I'm just going to throw that out there.
It won't be that. I'm fully prepared for them to go IOL, which interior line, which isn't sexy, but they know we need it. And so obviously, like I think it's going to be Juergens or Parham is who they take there if it's available.
I'm not mad at that.
No,
but if it's an interior offensive lineman that's like nobody's heard of or something, like that won't surprise me either.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see.
Unless there's like a receiver there they just can't say no to, right? Like, I mean, if Sky Moore or Pickens are there.
Last year, Rondale Moore was there. A lot of people liked him, and Aaron Banks to the call. And I talked to a lot of guys who were just draft junkies as well. I was thrown off guard. I went through, I don't know how many mocks. I don't even want to admit I never mocked Aaron Banks. Not a single time, anywhere. So
Cameron says Niner Ted for life. Forever.
I will not let this happen.
Is he hanging out in here? Is he? What's up, Ted? Sorry, I talked smack last night.
Yeah, that was actually pretty funny. Dusty Gold says, Jesse, you grew up in wine country. You should be a wine expert. I don't drink wine at all. I couldn't tell you the first thing about wine, and I did. I did grow up in Oregon.
Taylor is who the Saints just took.
Cornerback out of Tennessee, I believe. Right?
Just as
I don't
Taylor.
know. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Cornerback out of Tennessee. Good job.
Yeah. Like I said, I should not know that. The thing is that the
you're like Rain Man with the draft. I love it.
Yeah, I this is where though in the draft that you're going to start seeing when the Niners went with Jaquiski Tart from out of Samford. Like this is where you're seeing teams say there's a lot of parity here, guys. Alontae Taylor could have gone anywhere from here to 134, right? Like, and people say it's a reach, but if you scout these guys go with their scouting departments. They really do. And if you fall and I have to credit teams for like at least trusting that process. So why have scouts if you're not going to use them? And but this is interesting. I don't know. Pickens I get. Sky Moore falling I don't understand because he's not 5'10". Like I said, tough as nails, and he's fast.
5'10" is just not small to me. You know what I mean?
Look at it. He's not just 5'10", bro. He's a tank.
I know.
And
I know
he's
he is
4'4", legit 4'40" that can run through you with big like Odell Beckham, Jarvis Landry size hands. I know.
I'm not mad at it. I would love to go. Somebody asked if Christian Watson's gone. Yeah, he went to the Packers, actually.
With Aaron Rodgers, the GOAT.
Rick wants to know, how about microbrews, Jesse? Yeah, I definitely do like my beers for sure. What's crazy is I maybe drink twice a month max, and I'll have a beer or two, but I like dark beers. I like porters. I like stouts. So that's where my palate's at.
Yeah, I love my family. We travel out west. My wife and I are both teachers, so one of my best friends lives in Eugene. My wife's best friend lives in Astoria. I got a buddy lives in Portland. I got friends, all over the coast. But like, we spend a lot of time in Oregon when we go visit. And man, Oregon's got some great breweries.
Yeah,
Portland neighborhoods love it.
Brash Cat says Skymore 3-cone and 20-yard shuttle were very poor. Kyle loves him some good times in those drills.
Yeah, Kyle's also said, I good point, Brash Cat. That's a great call. Kyle's also deviated from that from time to time.
Yeah.
And it's like DK Metcalf had a bad 3-cone. A
historically bad 3-cone, if I remember correctly, was it not?
Yeah, and Peter, I want to acknowledge that Pliny the Elder is one of the greatest beers in the world. Yes, and right. I was in an argument with Jose Sanchez about that Pliny the Younger, which is more seasonal, is better. I said you only like it because it's more rare. So Jose and I, who I love, got into it a little bit. Pliny the Elder will not receive any slander. Santa Rosa, Russian River Brewing, that's a classic. It's a great beer.
I love it. Hope you'll be on for another 2 hours. Yeah, well, yeah, we will be. We'll be here. We are here for the long haul. You know what I realized, David? I don't think you and I were the only ones that were here from start to finish yesterday, right?
Yeah. The Chiefs have traded pick number 50 to the Patriots.
Oh, this could be a receiver.
So yeah, this
Mac Jones needs a receiver. I think this could be George Pickens. I think Belichick can handle personalities.
They moved to 54.
What do you mean? They love these person. It's like they seek them out in the draft. Yeah, so Pickens is a perfect fit for him.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Mac Jones needs a weapon, and he is a weapon. Again, I'm not shying away from this. He kept climbing. He's my number 2 guy. Greg Cosell. You guys know Greg Cosell. Greg Cosell said George Pickens was number 1 with a bullet. Like he had Pickens, Jameson, Garrett Wilson. That was his 3. And Cassell's kind of old school, so that he wasn't concerned about his immaturity. I just think this is a little wild to me.
I think things get overblown sometimes in these processes too, because we heard the same thing about Thibodeau. I'm a Duck fan. I never once heard a single peep about him not being a team guy or any of that. Bullshit. Let's not forget that, and this is what pissed me off a little bit. When they talked about him, what did they say? He's not a real football guy. He's not a team rah-rah. This guy, in his final year, he knew he was going pro and he would be a top 10 pick. Had an ankle injury, very severe one. He only sat out a game or two and came back. He had no reason to do that. If he was a me guy, he had no reason to do that. He could have just sat out the rest of the year, taken his top 10 pick and been good. But he didn't. He came back to play. Thibodeau. Yeah.
Similar to Pickens. Pickens gets hurt. What does he do? He fights back to play in the championship game.
Taekwon Thornton.
Wow.
Oh, what?
Whoa. Patriots being Bill being Bill. Hey, Jesse, this is Jesse's guy, Taekwon Thornton.
It is my guy, but what the heck?
We just got done talking about him. I had, like I said, Danny Gray. I had him below Danny Gray and Bo Melton. I liked him, though. I tweeted. I'll bring up my tweets. I do like him. I think this is rich. Over Pickens and more.
Here's the thing. I like Taekwon Thornton a lot, but I did not expect him before middle of round 3. I thought middle of round 3 at best.
He's going to struggle with physicality in certain situations is the thing that I'm concerned with. Now, later down the road, take a flyer. Let's try it. But, boy, this is a speed guy, and he's more than that. He does have more than that. And he is fast.
4.28 he ran is what he ran.
He's extremely fast. But he's also a fluid route runner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jesse says, because Matt can throw 80-yard bombs.
Yeah. Again.
Especially in the cold weather.
I don't see him, though. That's the thing. I didn't see him short and intermediate I saw him lay out. I saw him high effort. I saw a guy that is a more well-rounded player than people thought. I agree. I just think this is, again, I hate saying it. I thought they reached with Strange. And I think they're reaching here. They traded up here, right? They traded up to get this.
Yes, they just traded up a few spots.
Hey, Bill's Bill, right?
I mean, at what point? Let's say this pick doesn't pan out, or either of those picks pan out. At what point does Bill get the overrated check mark?
He never gets the overrated check mark. He has like 6 Super Bowls.
But all with Tom Brady. Like, at what point? Like, Tom Brady left. It
doesn't matter. He went to like 9 of them and won 5 of them. It doesn't matter who the quarterback was. It's still hard to go to that many Super Bowls and win that many Super Bowls. It doesn't matter.
Oh man, I don't. Geez, I'm just.
You think that the Browns?
Here's the thing. Let me be clear.
That man is overrated right now.
Let me clarify. Let me clarify. Not as a coach, right? Not as the man on the field making decisions. I'm talking about is the decision maker for roster building. That's what I'm talking about.
Some of the greatest defenses that ever played.
Early. We're what? 11 picks away from the
11 picks away. There's 10 teams in front of us right now. So if I'm looking at my best, so let's say there's 10 players that could be drafted before the Niners. And I'm looking at a list of Nakobe Dean. I wish these quarterbacks were gone. This is the kind of thing that just irritates me because the quarterbacks going earlier would have pushed some quality players down. And I'm
Falcons
concerned.
are still before the Niners. They might take a quarterback. The Vikings could still take a quarterback.
You've got Willis, you've got Corral, you've got Ritter, you've got Howell. Oh my God, they're all. I'm not gonna toot my own horn, but I said 2 max first round. It was 1. This is crazy. I didn't think they'd fall this far. But you've got guys like Travis Jones, defensive lineman out of UConn. You've got Pickens. You've got the encouraging thing for the Niners, though, their interior lineman that they want probably going to be there too. And so you're going to have your pick. Let's say they were looking at Jurgens and Parham. I would not be opposed to that.
Okay, here's somebody we haven't talked about.
Cam Jurgens to the Eagles.
Oh, there he's gone. That's gone. And
that
now,
hurts.
Honestly, this is the point where you don't overdraft for need.
Okay. Here, I got to ask you about this player because this guy's been brought up as a wide back guy, right? You know, that everybody's looking for the next Debo Samuel, and he was brought up as this. What about Khalil Shakir? And this is what Tony's asking about. I
like Khalil Shakir a lot. He was ranked. I had him 10th in my rankings, but there's a lot of guys that are close in that area. It's like I actually I had him 10th a couple weeks ago. I kind of moved Danny Gray up. Khalil Shakir, what I see, he makes spectacular catches. He has a potential to have great. He makes these amazing catches, but he also drops a lot of balls, which is weird. So sometimes when I look at that, I see that sometimes does translate. Like you got to make some drops, but like Debo drops a lot of balls.
I feel like it's a concentration thing.
Yeah,
right?
but Debo drops a lot of balls, but
he does.
He's one of the most valuable players in the NFL. So when you can go, a guy like Khalil Shakir, I think he's still a guy that goes, again, we just saw Tyquan Thornton go, Alante Taylor go. We saw, I could see Shakir go. I had him as a 3rd-round prospect.
Yeah,
for me.
I did too. And somebody brought up a good point. He has very small hands. Thornton,
8.25. Yes,
he said
concern.
He said even he would be jealous of Pickett. So that's
Hey, look, 9 and a quarter over here. Okay,
those are some mitts.
Even he would be. He said he would be jealous.
Hey, man,
that is hilarious. That is perfect comedy right there. That man Kenny Pickett has.
This Brash Cat coming in. That was good timing on the comedy. I like it. Yeah,
really good.
That was good, Brash Cat.
Tony, I like Khalil Shakir. I still like Sky Moore's my guy. He's like my guy in the draft. Like I said this for months. If he falls there, I'm honestly
picking to the Steelers at 52.
Yep, and here we go. So. And look at the Steelers, man. They have Deontay Johnson. Okay. They have Chase Claypool.
They just lost. That's a perfect fit. That's a perfect fit. They lost Juju. Yeah, so that's a perfect fit.
Claypool, Deontay, and Pickens. That's a great receiving. That's like, and now you've got that. Hey, you got Mike Tomlin. You've got a culture there that is able to kind of, AB went down, but like, I do not have these concerns with Pickens. I think it's overblown. I think some of these scouts are dinosaurs sometimes with this stuff too. And they talk smack and they bring these things down. I'm not worried about this guy. This guy's a baller. He's a
Scotty says, Jesse, I'm glad you moved off that Bill subject. You were not going to win that one. Just saying. Let's bring it back.
Let's bring it back.
I'm over it. Actually,
fuck
but I do like this. I do like this because we were talking about focus drops, and Jason says it again. I feel like that could be a stat. Let's make up our own stats. Let's go full PFF on this channel.
Let's go George
focus
Kittle.
drops. Well, I'll tell you this: we've already made up a couple stats for receivers. Actually, tell me what you think about this one. We have one called for catches. That's a cross between a reception and a catch. So we're gonna call it catches. We have focus drops. We're gonna come up with our whole point system here, and we're gonna make it big like PFF.
Are we David Lombardi? Because that's what he does.
Oh, does he?
Do you remember the stat he made up? There was like a stat about Jimmy Garoppolo that was like it was something to do with yards after the catch when it's thrown beyond a certain amount of the field or some shit. It's fucking wild. And I remember I was texting, maybe it was you, David, and I was messaging you about it, and I was like, this man just made up a new stat. Like, this is legit a brand new stat I've never heard of in my entire life.
Which is what?
It was like EPA or something else different.
Oh.
I don't remember what it was. It was hilarious. That guy is wild.
There we go. Rich coming in to save me. Thank you, Rich.
Oh man, are we seriously going to keep this? Oh my God.
Rich McDonald, I like you, but you're wrong. Guy's the greatest head coach that ever lived.
I'm seeing all these BPA lists, and the guy that I said way back before the combine,
Nick Cross. You've been talking about Nick Cross for 3 months, my guy. If that comes true, that'd be fantastic.
Now, look, I like Nick Cross a lot. I know he's not as refined, but he is not just a track star playing football. If you watch this guy, this is what's crazy about him. He is a track star. He actually was a high school track star. I think he ran track at Maryland a little bit too, but he wasn't a convert to football, and he is yoked. Like, he's not. And he has ball skills. He can blitz package. He plays the run. He has range. These are the type of guys where you scout the prospect and not the production. And his production as a ball hawk is actually not bad at all. I said back in early February that if 61, I would have no problem with Nick Cross at 61. Now, at safety now, he's the only safety. He is the only safety other than Marquise Bell I like from Florida A&M. He's the only guy that I would take in day 2. At this point. So
day 2 altogether. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's talk about this. So hold on a second. So can I tell you
after selecting Alec Pierce?
Yep. People said that Alec Pierce was higher in scouting circles than sometimes he was elsewhere in the media, that he would be a second round player. I firmly believe Desmond Ridder got way overhyped. I think Alec Pierce would have played better. I said I think the Saints would take him because he's a leader. I thought, though, that Desmond Ridder shows time and again that his accuracy was not good. He was not putting Pierce in a position to succeed, and didn't have the big numbers. I'm not as high on Pierce, but I wonder if some of that had to do with Ridder being meh.
Eric Dane says Niner Ted is right about Cross. I took him at 61 in my mock.
Oh man,
he's not letting the Niner Ted thing drop. I'm just letting you know this chat is brutal.
Eric, I don't fish for followers, but if you're gonna call me Niner Ted, you need to follow me 5 times, and then you need to Venmo me, okay, beer money for Niner games, because in Santa Clara there's no bars within a goddamn 2-mile radius, so I gotta buy. Anyway, I'm just saying you need to Venmo me some money for beer if you're gonna call me Niner Ted, and I will lean into it. That's what I was in. I was going to talk to you about Nick Cross. So Nick Cross, yeah. The only thing I didn't like about Cross is I feel like his eyes deceive him a little bit. Yeah. I caught that a couple times where he got caught peeking and then got beat because of it. That's the only thing, and I feel like that can be taught. But everything else, athletically, early on, people were saying he had stiff hips. I didn't see that. I didn't see that at all. I think he was pretty fluid. Let me. I will go back. Ted Wynn wrote a great article. Ted Wynn is the only reason I still subscribe at The Athletic. He's a phenomenal writer. His X's and O's are unmatched, but he's also a really good job of uniting the X's and O's with narrative that is approachable and fun to read. And I think that he had written something about Nick Cross he kind of debunked some of those things. And he felt like he was a guy that was in that mid-round, round 2 to round 4 players, and he wasn't just Nick Cross, but he was one of those safeties that he said, I'd absolutely have zero problem on day 2. And when Wynn said that, I don't drink Kool. I don't need to I try to trust my own eyes, but it's like, okay, maybe I got a little excited about this guy. But now at the end of the second round, he is by far the only safety that I would take in the second or third round at this point with Brisker gone. And so if safety is a need and you're also looking at quality, I mean, this guy, you talk about athlete. This
the
dude
Chiefs
is
are fucking Sky Moore. There he goes.
Chiefs Sky Moore. There we go.
So Drake, it's got to be Drake Jackson or Nick Cross here, right? That's it.
Yep.
It's got to be one of those
Benito.
two.
I'm pounding the table for Benito.
Dylan Parham. Dylan Parham is I love Dylan Parham. He is one of my guys as well. I would be ecstatic with Dylan Parham because I think he's better. He's much better player than Aaron Banks. He's ready to go.
Yeah, I would say Parham, Benito, or Cross. I'm fine with any of those 3. And it's not going to be any of them, I would imagine. But
and there you have, I can't believe the Chiefs. I mocked Sky Moore to the Chiefs in the first round.
Wow.
They Pickens is a first, the Steelers and the Chiefs got 2 first-round caliber receivers near the end of the second, and Hefeweiss. No, wait, it's a little cold where I live in Minnesota, so it's April 29th and it's 40 degrees because.
Rich, Twitter does this to people, by the way. He says, David, I have to be honest. I've grown to like you so much more now that I've seen you on YouTube.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment.
This is what I'm saying. It's really hard. Like on Twitter, so many people don't like me on Twitter. They think, oh, you're a clickbaiter and this. I don't know. They say crazy things, and I'll say something in a 200-word thing and they take it way out of context.
Right.
And then they watch me on YouTube and they're like, well, you don't talk like that at all. And I'm like, yeah, you're taking things in a context that you think is, well, I don't know what you think. I'm giving an opinion. You think it's clickbait because Twitter pays me, I guess. And I don't know. So I get it all the time. I think Twitter just does that, right? It just makes things
well.
Work.
I'm with you. And I tell I tell my students this all the time. One of my best friends came today, my buddy Jake, who's watching. He and I do not have identical views on all of the world and every single thing or do all the. And he's one of my best friends. He lives here. I tell my kids, sometimes you see something on Twitter, an opinion on this, and you pigeonhole somebody to be this. Talk with them, drink a beer with them, have a conversation with them. We're human beings outside of the character limit. And hey, Rich, I appreciate you, brother. I'm glad you said that. I got nothing but respect for you.
Pickens is gone. He just went to the Steelers a couple picks ago, so he's out of here. They want to know what up with Nakobe Dean. Tyson wants to know.
I don't
Trey
know.
McBride to the Arizona Cardinals.
Perfect.
Take it.
I like it. Push some guys down. Look, the bottom line is this. I think what this shows you, if the Niners were really concerned about replacing Debo, they would have made a push to go get a receiver. Let's just put it that way, right? So I do know they like Danny Gray a lot. And I think that this is a sign that they're going to sit there. The thing is, they have 9 picks. They can't use all these picks. They can't. Did Nate just fall down?
Jason says, did Nate just fall down?
The Cardinals. The Cardinals are getting Kyler another weapon. Apparently, it sounds like it's another wide receiver. Or
no.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I literally broke it. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. I literally said Trey McBride. God, I'm dumb. I do this sometimes. I'm just. God.
Nate, did you just fall down? Did you just fall down? The chat wants to know. I didn't catch it. I didn't even see what happened.
No. I had to cough and I was trying to do it off camera.
Brian, we already debunked this one. This was over a year ago. Debo dropped a new shirt. Says Debo Samuel's back. That's old.
Dallas here.
Well, maybe I wish it was new, but it was old.
Falls over, it won't work. He'll float. I don't get that one. I'm confused. Is that a joke?
Eric says no. Nate didn't fall down. He's in a spaceship right now, so if he falls over, he won't fall down. He'll float. There you go.
Am I supposed to get that?
Yeah, well, it looks like it's your background. It looks very spaceship.
Oh no, this is the draft. It's happening behind me. Las Vegas is where the draft is.
I know what it is. I'm just saying because you can't see the screen, it looks like a spaceship.
Well, you took the war room, so that's what I had planned, and then I come in here and you're in the
same
war room.
one?
Like, oh, yeah, it's exactly what I had planned, and I'm like, well, crap. What am I gonna do? He took the war room, and so
we could have been in there together. What do you mean? You need more than one person in the war room. It's a little empty. You see all the open chairs in this thing?
I don't want to hang out with John Lynch. Apparently, Tom says he sucks. I'm still not used to this microphone. This is weird. I hope I sound good on this microphone while I scream. I don't sound like I'm freaking. Oh my God. No, this is the draft. I'm in the draft because Jesse took the war room. I honestly, okay, so I had a picture of the Seahawks draft room. I almost put it on there, but like, hey, I'm here where nothing's going to get fucking done when I came in. But I was like, no, I'm not going to be that guy. Honestly, I really just wanted to make fun of the Seahawks. That's what I really wanted to do. And I didn't do it, and I regret not doing it now.
Hey, let me say this real quick. Jason, you're like the fifth person to say this. Nate has so much energy. I know you guys like him. Here's what I need you guys to know. Nate has a YouTube channel. So he was a podcast guy strictly. Recently started a YouTube channel. Niner Nate's Nonsense. Take 2 seconds. Go give him some love. He absolutely is trying to build that thing. He's just starting from scratch. But if you love his energy, and I know you do, I mean, Nate's one of my favorite. So if that's the case, go subscribe to his YouTube channel. Niner Nate's not. You know what? I'm going to make it easy for you. I'm not even going to give you guys the chance to not do it. I'm going to make this easy for you. I will pull up a link and I will post it for you so that you can go subscribe, because I know how you guys are. 2 or 3 clicks. You don't like to do it. I understand it. 45% of you that watch don't even subscribe to me. So let's just try to make this easy. Niner Nate's Nonsense. Here it is. I'm going to give you a link, guys, because I love you and you're spending your day with me. Thank you. All right, here we go.
Okay, so I just tweeted while you're doing that. I just tweeted because everyone keeps saying I need to stop tweeting about players. I just tweeted, I hope Jimmy is still here next week, because for some reason, every time I tweet about one of these players, they immediately get picked. So here's to hoping that somehow I am jinxing everything, and Jimmy Garoppolo is traded in the next 10 minutes.
All right, there you go. I love it.
I think what's not being talked enough about is the Chiefs just got Sky Moore, who I thought was one of the top 3 or 4 receivers in the draft, and you got him for peanuts. And you have Pat Mahomes. I honestly, man, he's going to eat in that offense, and it's not going to take him very long. He's the highest floor receiver in this draft, and the Chiefs are going to go without a hitch. And he's not Tyreek Hill speed, but he's 4.40 legit. He's a freak.
He's good. He's good. So the link is in the chat. Go subscribe to Nate's channel. I posted the link. Go subscribe, please. All right. Lone Wolf says, I'm late to the party. Big sad that the Packers got Watson. What are the Niners taking at 61? Let us get closer because we want to see what's on the board. We don't want to give you an assessment now, but we've pretty much narrowed it down to center, edge, or safety is what we're thinking. Right now, the best edges left, in my opinion, are Jackson and Benito. For center, you've got Donovan West, Luke Fortner, Alec Lindstrom, Dylan Parham actually would probably be preferred if he can play that position. Safety, we got Nick Cross, which is a favorite of David's, and I like him as well. Kirby Joseph, Tyson Anderson. You got Cook there as well. So there's some players left. We got to see. And I didn't expect the 49ers to trade up. It doesn't look like they're going to. Maybe it's possible. I don't think they trade up here. I think they're going to trade up in round 3, though.
I'm going to bring up another guy that I think is getting slept on. That was really sick and lost a lot of water weight, and couldn't keep any food down before the combine. And still, despite being still sick, tested and had some poorer numbers than he would have had, is Mijay Sanders out of Cincinnati. He's a perfect wide nine.
Edge.
He's a perfect wide 9 style guy. And in Consurik, he is bendy. He is at the Senior Bowl. He was virtually unblockable. He had one of the best. This guy is a guy that the Niners like. I think that if he were the pick at 61, I would actually be like, fuck it, let's do this, because he's one of those guys that I think could be a Dee Ford style, a guy but he's also way better against the run than people give him credit for. So he plays at about 257. He's got plenty of room on his frame to put more weight on. He's 6'5". I mean, he weighed 228 at the combine. At his pro day, he was back up to 250. And so
Cowboys are selecting Sam Williams.
Okay. Sam Williams was a guy that I would have had higher, but his off-field stuff is really bad. And his off-field stuff had some sexual assaults, some different things that charges were dropped, but by all, it looked like it was dicey for a couple of different reasons. And
Good old Dallas.
Well, and honestly, without that, this kid's a freak. He was like a 4.44 at, let me just bring this up here. Sam Williams.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we double check on this shirt thing? This is like the fourth person talk about this Debo
it's
shirt.
because a podcast just tweeted about it.
No, dude,
old.
It's old. It was old 2 days ago when it came out. Now it's getting recycled. The people saw it. It was from 2021.
Okay.
I wish.
It's funny because I never saw the shirt. So like when you guys talked about it, I was like, oh, that's dope.
You wouldn't have seen the shirt because it's on his janky website. I mean, it's like, sorry, but like, it's not on the NFLshop.com. It's like represent.com.
Does he have like wide back on there? Or
yeah, he's done that too.
The Bucs have traded up with the Bills. The Bucs jumped the Falcons and the Vikings so quarterback. Is this Malik Willis? This is Malik Willis, right? It has to be, right?
No, I don't think so because they drafted a quarterback in round 2 last year.
Yeah, he sucks.
So you chill out, first of all right?
We know.
I was a big Trask guy.
We're talking about Kyle Trask, right? We're really going to say Kyle Trask is going to be anything in this league?
I like Kyle Trask. I like Kyle Trask.
I did so much. Come on, man. He sucks.
I promise you. I like Kyle Trask. I really did.
This is probably Drake London, or not Drake London. Drake Jack. What's the DN from Roscoe's school?
Drake Jackson.
Drake Jackson. Maybe Drake Jackson to help that pass rush.
Chill
Trask
out.
is trash. Trask is trash. Woo! I want a hashtag. Trash is trash.
So the Bucs moved up 3 spots to jump.
The Falcons and the Vikings specifically.
Okay. Well, I
just think it could be quarterback, right?
By the way, Sam Williams is 6'4", 261 pounds, and he ran a 4.4 540. He doesn't always show. He put Charles Cross, who was one of my favorite OT prospects. He worked him, but if it was not for off-field issues, Sam Williams would be a first-round player. What happened? Dog water?
He said he's dog water. Jesse, what are you gonna do about that?
I don't care. We haven't seen him play yet, so we'll chill.
Man. No,
well, we're gonna see him once Tom Brady retires again. We almost saw him. There was almost time where we were gonna have to watch him play football. God, what, you think Jimmy Garoppolo is bad? My God.
I like Kyle Trask.
I'll say this: the Cowboys.
I agree with almost everything you say. No, he is trash. That is the worst.
I'm not gonna let you get away with. Oh, Calvin Austin. We haven't talked about Calvin Austin. We talked a lot about receivers.
Did he get drafted?
No, but somebody just brought it up. Jacob.
I think Calvin Austin is a special type of athlete. I worry you talk about size. Bucks take Luke Gadecki, the tackle out of Central Michigan.
Okay, that's a good pick.
They had to replace all those linemen. Remember, a bunch of them left in free agency.
Tristan Wirfs bringing me back to the guy I wanted at 13. So yeah, I mean, I lost track of what we were with the Gadecki announcement.
Calvin Austin.
Calvin Austin. He's a small guy. I mean, that's a small guy. Wandale was like short, and you got some size. Calvin Austin is 170 pounds. Okay,
for sure.
Like I don't care how he dice it in the NFL. Like, there's not many guys that he also has short arms, small hands, slight frame. There's not many 5'8", 170 dudes that have a long history in the NFL.
We are 3 picks away, by the way.
Yes.
What about Justin Ross?
Justin Ross struggles through some injuries. I just don't think he's twitchy enough to be he's not the athlete that you're looking for on the outside. I think in the ACC, you could see him have some success, but I just think it doesn't. I don't know if it translates right away. I think he's just he's a guy.
We got some people saying Drake Jackson, Nick Bonito.
Okay, Cameron,
Bonito's my guy.
Don't be revealing. And Cameron, if you check my TL, bro, at Backcountry Fam, you'll see my Wordle score today. Just go check it out. Just go check it out. What do you think it is? 1 through 5. What do you think my score is?
He said Trask equals today's Wordle.
No, Trask was not today's Wordle. It was very close. Falele. I can't say.
Was today's Wordle actually trash? Is that what it was?
Are we okay? Well, guys, hey, if you listen to this show and you got bummed that we just gave you away Wordle, yes, it was.
Was it really trash? It was trash.
And I got it on the first try. Okay,
that's amazing. You thought of Kyle Trask, didn't you?
I thought of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh,
and it's a wine from the Columbia Valley in Oregon. Okay, Jimmy Garoppolo in Hood River. But
welcome back to our favorite segment of the night. David pronounces French words. What is this hour's word, David? It's now 6 o'clock on the West Coast. What is the word of the 6 o'clock hour?
Man, don't get me started. But hey, I'm all look at this point. Let's start talking about guys that we want to draft.
All right, let's do it.
Because I am my list that I had said before is down to not that many guys. I've got BJ Sanders, Drake Jackson, D'Angelo Malone as edge. I've got Nick Cross, got Dylan Parham, Danny Gray, Greg Dulcich, who I mocked actually once upon a time. I actually like him a lot. Martin Emerson and Let's Go. Those guys are 3rd-round players for me. So really, I'm looking at
Troy Anderson to the Falcons.
He is a Raz #1 overall of the last 25 years. Freak. He plays both sides of the ball, actually, at Montana State. Linebacker. He's played H-back. He's a freak. But I don't know where that translates in the NFL.
I'm with TC 49er here. Parham, Bonito, Cross. Those are
I would go, for me, it's Parham, Cross, Drake Jackson. And actually, I would include BJ Sanders because I believe in BJ Sanders.
I'd like Drake Jackson. I think he might be fun on the other side next
trade. But the thing about Brash Buddy is that you say trade down.
We have so many picks.
You have 9 picks now. I don't mind trading down here if you're trading down a handful, but like, what are you getting? Another, like a 5th? Like at this point, and then, you can package those up, but you already have picks to package up. Like this team does not have that many holes. And
if you could trade down 3 or 4 spots and get another like a 4th rounder, and then package those 4ths with a 3rd to get back up pretty high, I wouldn't be mad at that.
I have no problem with that. I just think at this point, you waited this long, you didn't trade up.
Here we go.
Just
here
take
we
a
go.
player. What do we got?
We got a dirty dog in the background waiting to come on because the 49ers are about to pick. You're such a clout chaser. This guy's such a clout chaser, this guy. My gosh. Are you ready for this? You ready for this clout chaser? Like, the pick's in. Got to get my clout. But
Hey,
Marco.
Hey, how'd that paper go on James Banks?
So I'm about, tell you the truth, I got my title page done, and I have about a paragraph done. So that's pretty, that's pretty elite of a prospect, if you ask me, if you're trying to watch the draft. But I've done another assignment, so it's all that matters.
That's impressive.
Hey, Nick Cross at 61. You guys heard it here first.
That's who it is.
And if Nick Cross is 61, I'm going to be Niner Ted, and I'm going to pull my receipts tonight, and I'm going to go all over the TL and say Nick Cross was my guy. I'm changing my name from Backcountry Fam to @Niner Ted, and I'm going to sit there, and I'm going to run down the streets of Grand Marais, Minnesota, where I live. I'm going to jump into Lake Superior. I am going to do a polar plunge because it's 40 degrees. It's 35 degrees in April, and it's making me not want to live here any longer. What?
You won't.
When you Google,
I'm a man of my word.
Your word.
I'll go. I will change my
Be a man of your word.
I'm going to be a man of my word. And you know what? I'm going to be.
He's a couple beers in. He might do that.
I am not a couple beers in. One beer and
he's one IPA and he's done.
Bro, don't even start. Hey, you think of me. I will drink you under the table when I go to California. I will tell you that right now. I got
Ed Ingram to the Vikings.
I'll teach you how to drink, old man.
Bro.
Ed Ingram to the Vikings. Did you catch that?
Ed Ingram, good. Pick. Yeah, Vikings are killing it. I'm not gonna lie. They've killed it. Booth had injury concerns, so to get him there, has Lewis Seen and Ed Ingram. The Vikings, this guy, the GM knows what he's doing. They've got a bright future.
Dude, how is no QB gone yet? Like, I'm still shocked.
It's hurt, but guess what? It's still pushed guys. The fact that they didn't go, you still have Sky Moore and George Pickens. It's just crazy.
It is crazy.
Well, so who do you guys Who do you guys want the pick to be?
Are we on the clock?
No, there's one pick before us.
I think they trade up.
Who?
No,
Bills are on the clock. The Niners on deck.
Okay.
Parham, Benito, or Cross.
Okay.
I like Parham. I really like Dylan Parham. I think he's one of the better. I think he's a guy that. Sun came over. But Nick Cross, I like Drake Jackson too. I think Drake Jackson's upside is really tantalizing at the end of the second round. People said he has some weaknesses, but I don't think he was utilized correctly at USC. I think he's got all the athletic traits to be successful. And I think Chris Kasturic could maximize him if possible. I would have no problem with that.
Yeah, Jason, I think we're good here. Cross for sure should fall because the Bills are not taking Cross. That would be weird. So Cross should be there. They could go. They literally could take anything they want here. They are such a good team, and they're trying to win a Super Bowl.
I said Nick Cross at 61 in February. I stuck with it. I remember telling Marco. I remember, like I said, I would have.
I don't recall.
Shut up. I have absolutely no problem with this at 61, and I'm gonna stick with it. And if this is the pick, I'm changing my to @9or10.
To @9or10.
But hey, what are you on right now?
I'm just saying, man. Like, hey, Rich fell in love with me tonight because I'm on the. She's like he's a new respect for me. I'm on video. People love me right now. Okay, so I'm going with Le Vieux Feu, and I'm going with Nick Cross from Maryland. And I'm going to go, and my daughter is laughing at me right now because she's thinking, why is my dad on YouTube? Okay. She's 12 years old. Oh, we've lost.
This is my show now. So I showed up and I gave Jesse the boot. I'm about to give both of you guys the boot too if you guys keep talking outrageously right now. So welcome to my show. This is the Marco show.
It's Nick Cross for sure.
No, it sounds like it's Nick Cross, but honestly, like, I wouldn't be shocked if it's Nick Cross. I wouldn't be shocked if the 49ers go Drake Jackson.
I like Drake Jackson. I think that could be good.
I personally think they should go Drake Jackson over Nick Cross, even though I love Nick Cross. I think Drake Jackson is a potential to be a special player if they use him correctly. And I think that he can realize his potential with Kasturic.
And they don't pick again until the end of the third round, huh? I guess they could trade up and go get both of them if they really want to.
They could use 93 and 105, or 93 and 134.
So I'm trying to bring up a comment, but I can't because I'm not the actual host. Can you guys click on Jamal's comment?
No, only the host can.
No. What happened to Jesse?
He'll be back in. He probably just dropped and then it probably fell through. But our boy Jamal, he said myself, Marco, and David were the first three people I heard.
Bills are trading out again. The Bengals are up at 60. The Bengals are.
Bengals aren't going to safety. Bengals already went safety. They already went safety. They're not going to go safety again.
So Drake
Jackson. They could be going interior line here as well.
Could they be going Drake Jackson in front of the 49ers though?
They could be going for Dylan Parham.
That's probably why they jumped the Niners. I mean, Niners want interior offensive line. Niners could possibly go edge. receiver.
I'd love if they went edge early. I'd really love it.
I would love.
I
would
think
love
a
Joe
receiver
Jackson
here.
Look, yeah, and this is my thing, Marco, is that I said Nick Cross is the only safety left in this draft that I would be comfortable taking in the second or third round. I don't see any other guy in safety on day 2 I would take. And if safety is that need, you might as well, you sit here and you say, are you really going to wait? Are you going to wait here? And I don't want them to overdraft. If they don't like Nick Cross, don't draft him. But I think he could fit very well in with Jimmy Ward. I really do.
Nick Cross is a 30 visit that went unannounced.
Whoa, that's right.
That he was there.
That's right.
So
he did.
That is a guy they actually like. So it's one of those guys that they've probably been penciling in there or so. The pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals, and they are taking who? That is interesting.
Cam Taylor-Britt.
Wow, that guy
taking him.
Cam Taylor-Britt was a guy that kept getting buzzed at the end of the second round. I didn't see it myself. I think he had a lot of tools that you always scout the prospect, not the production. We talked about that. But boy, I like Martin Emerson over Cam Taylor-Britt myself out of Mississippi.
Hey guys,
State.
Jesse's back. Stop talking bad about him.
Oh yeah, sorry, dude.
Oh, I heard it all, guys. I hopped in the studio on my phone to listen to you guys. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. mob bossing us, right? Yeah.
I'm like, oh, perfect. My computer wants to crash when we're on the clock. That's a great time, guys. Jeez,
we're literally on the clock. That's the thing.
I know who went.
Gotta be
Cam Taylor-Britt, cornerback out of Nebraska. So you've got guys like, look at the prospects you have though. Nakobe Dean was the first. I mean, they just shouldn't go linebacker, but
too short.
The fact that the quarterbacks didn't go, and you still have Drake Jackson, you still have Nick Cross, I like Mijay Sanders myself. I like. Hey, I mock Rick Dulcich. I like him, but I wouldn't draft him here. I think it's going to be Cross or Jackson. That's going to be or Parham. Cross, Jackson.
Either one. I'm happy with. Either one. That'd be cool.
Cool Jamal. I love you, Jamal. Hey, bro. Yep, you're right. And Jamal, I just want to one up you on here. I was the first one, so hey, get in line.
He put me on. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. David did. He did tell me to watch Nick Cross. He's like, hey, watch Nick Cross, and I turned on the tape that night, and I was blown away. And I was like, this is probably one of the best safety prospects in this draft class for sure. I like them better than Daxton Hill, who in the first round. Yep. So this is a guy who I thought could have definitely been top 40 pick. So that if the Niners could get him at 61, that's a steal in my opinion.
He made an unannounced visit. He was outside of Levi's Stadium. He had an IG story about it.
It wasn't unannounced, David. So what the Niners did this year is, since this draft is so wild, what they decided to do is tell agents and the players, please do not announce that we met together. Like, we don't want the other teams to know who we're meeting with, because if we decide to jump up or like around that pick, so that's something that the 49ers just asked agents and their players to please do not announce that you came on a 30 visit with us.
My guy Jared says, can we all donate $1 so Jesse can re-up his Net Zero subscription? McDonald's Wi-Fi is a real thing.
McDonald's
Wi-Fi.
Here's my take. I think it's Jackson, Parham, or Cross. I still think they should take Drake Jackson because of the upside. But I think
it could be Benito, only because I love Benito.
Honestly, Malik Willis is still on the board, so like they could do that.
You could be like that guy, the Jet Scout, and be like, they should take Malik Willis here. Okay. All right, guy. Sure. I'm glad that you're scouting.
Dude, I'm too anxious for this pick. I'm too anxious, man. I'm too anxious.
The Niners have to have a pick in, but it's got to be in.
As long as they have it in before
they're already making the Bengals. They're making the Bengals selection live on show, so the Niners have to have like 1 minute left on the clock. Drake Jackson.
It's Drake Jackson.
Hey, let's go.
I am pumped.
Let's go. I'm cool with that. Yes.
I am stoked. I said, I love Nick Cross. I just got done saying, take Drake Jackson over Nick Cross because he is by far, this is a first round caliber talent, and he got misused. He is better, heavier. He can play with a hand in the dirt. He is going to be a beast for Kasurik. This is I'm no homer. This is a phenomenal selection. I cannot believe that they didn't have to trade up for this guy. This is insane. And the fact that the quarterbacks are still on the board and allowed him to be there.
Roscoe, I was going to say, Roscoe's is on fire right now.
Bro, we got to get Roscoe's on the show.
All right, let me see if I can get him. Let me see if I can get him.
We got to because last year, Marco and I had him on when Talanoa Hufanga was on the show when we were on the space, and Roscoe's was going nuts. So I want to get him on for that USC energy.
I love it.
Yeah, we should get Roscoe on. That'd be fun.
I am geek, guys. This is
That's
actually all the shit that went down, whatever they do with Debo, this is I honestly,
it's a great pick.
No
it's a great pick.
I'm glad we're on the
show. How do you know what I'm
heard?
tweeting? Literally, I'm typing that as you say that. That's a great pick. Like,
yeah.
Oh, really? It's funny because I'm gonna actually make an edit of your fingers and call them Twitter fingers, but it's gonna be my face on the edge of all the fingers.
Drake Jackson's. Oh, that's Brees.
Real quick, let's just talk about the fact that the 49ers realized the reason they got to the Super Bowl in 2019 was because of the pass rush. And they said, you know what? Let's go get a pass rush that's nasty again and go dominate people. And the fact that they know that is so freaking exciting, man, because now they have the quarterback that can actually win the Super Bowl. I mean, hopefully we have, ideally, right, you don't trade 3 first-round picks to go get a quarterback unless you think that he's going to win you a Super Bowl. Now they can get that nasty pass rush back. If this guy can replace D Ford, man, that's exciting.
No, I hope I am so I don't even it's not even about confirming they made the right pick. And I get you, Nate, you're right. But what the Niners did, they let the board fall. They didn't freak out. They went to 61 and they still made the prudent selection to say, okay, so you're right. They've always prioritized the trenches and edge. Absolutely. But this is one of those situations where they probably considered options and they said, fuck it. We're not going to say just because we have Alex Mack potentially retiring or we're not going to sit here and say a position goes before talent. And this guy is legit a first round talent. This is not just maybe. This is a guy, if would have used correctly in his last, he just turned 20. He's 21 years old.
He has great hands. Great hands, great get off. That's honestly him opposite Nick Bosa is going to be legit.
Bro, it's going to be insane. And
that is fantastic.
This could be, and no cap, guys. This could be one of the. This could look at as this is a top 5 steal of the draft candidate right here. This really is for value and where you're getting him in draft slot.
Now they should trade back into the 3rd round or trade up in the 3rd round and go get Nick Ross, right? Like go get the best safety available.
Well, but hey, this is start.
Who gets cut from all the edge rushes they have? They just signed Kerry Hyder. They just signed Kimoko Toure. They have Samson Ebukam. Samson Ebukam saves $8 million, but he is better than Kerry Hyder. Kerry Hyder is not that good. You also have Jordan Willis. You have a lot of guys on that edge spot, but easily Drake Jackson and Nick Bosa is going to be a fun time.
Yes, this is exciting. Yeah.
Somebody wants to know how he compares to Benito. Here's what I said about Benito. I love Benito. Absolutely love him. I would have been over the moon if he was the pick. But I think Benito at the next level is kind of a tweener and might be better as a 3-4 outside linebacker. So, but in a wide 9, you can make it work, right? Much like they did with I forget his name because he's never played for us, D Ford. So that's the one thing. But no, Jackson is here. This is a good pick. I think this is a very good pick. Armstead is permanently inside, so this should be. I like this pick. Jackson's put on a lot of weight, so.
Oh, no, he put on weight that he had at the beginning of his career when he was more productive at USC, and what they made him do is lose weight and go with as an outside line. That's not who he is. Mm-hmm. He can play wide 9, but he can also he can line up right over the tackle to the outside. He's got power. This guy has all the tools. He was born. He's made in a lab to play football, to play edge. This guy is going to be. I can guarantee you this. He is going to be a guy under Chris Kasurik's watch. Is going to be a guy that's going to be just as productive as any of these guys were selected above him in the 2nd round, if not more so. I really believe that. And I honestly was one of those guys when I mocked a bunch that I had them trading up to get into the middle of the 2nd round to get a guy like him. And I never thought he would fall to 61, not in a million years. I really didn't.
That's speed rush opposite.
Say Marco?
Go ahead.
Oh.
Good. No, you're good. You're good. Go.
That speed rush opposite of Nick Bosa, man. And the thing is, too, it's not just speed rush. He has counter moves. He has a good dip rip. He has a good long stab. Like, he's very lengthy. The only thing I do think that Drake Jackson needs to do better at is in the run game, but I don't think he's gonna have to do much in the run game. Like, you're not gonna have to anchor down as much as you would have to at the USC level, because he's not gonna ask to do that. They're gonna have possibly Arik Armstead his first year, kind of use him like, you remember how Alden Smith was used his rookie year, wasn't asked to do too much besides get to the quarterback. That's literally what they could use Drake Jackson as. He's that long. He has 34-inch arms. He's capable of doing everything you want as a pass rusher. And if you watch his tape, he plays with the motor, but he does take a few plays off. And that's where I think where he needs to learn the game, and being alongside Nick Bosa, you're not going to be able to take a play off, because Nick Bosa is going to compete with you. He's going to push you to that next level. You have Armstead, Warner. You can't take a play off around those dudes. So his level is going to go to another, in my opinion, another step. So I already had him as around 45, pick 45. I thought that's where he would go.
Yep.
Getting him at 61 is a great value pick. I do love what the 49ers front office did. They didn't reach for a guard or a center or a go receiver when they probably could have if they really wanted to, right? They could have went those positions, but instead they went best player available on their board. Could have been Nick Cross, could have been Drake Jackson. Those are the two guys they probably had up there. But you also have to realize, if they have Nick Cross the highest on their board, right, and Drake Jackson's right under, you're going to go position value, and that is a defensive end at Drake Jackson. I love the pick, and I'm glad the 49ers made the smart move and didn't reach.
And I want to say this, chat, because a lot of you said you haven't heard of him, and that's awesome. And I hope Marco and David and Nate and everybody's done a good job of letting you know who he is. But remember, when this night started and I named the top 5 edge rushers left, I had him in there. So this is a guy that we all talked about. If he was there, could be the pick. So I'm not mad at it at all.
And he was on my wish list by far. I like Nate. Like, I've been under the mocks where I said, hey, would they trade way up to get a guy? I like Ebiketie quite a bit. I will say this about both of these guys, Ebiketie and Jackson. I believe that Jackson is more naturally gifted. I believe that Ebiketie has been
Cook
more
to the Bills.
Yeah, James Cook. Wow, Brian Cook from Cincinnati just went to the Chiefs, and then James Cook to the Bills. Wow, James Cook.
Okay.
The Bills wanted a running back. They
did.
They would tackle that.
Real quick. If you want anything you want to know about like the reason that Niner fans are happy, there is Rams fans who are also USC fans that are very mad. So if you need a reason to be happy, Rams fans who are also USC fans are very mad. So be happy about that, because F the Rams, right, baby?
Well, yeah, and I think the big thing is that I'm geeked, and you know me, Marco. Like last year when we were in the space, we were doing the second round last year. Aaron Banks came. I didn't sit there. I'm not going to sit here and be an asshole, but I wasn't like drinking the Kool. I wasn't like, oh, this is the best pick in the history of the world. This really is, to me, a melding of just a phenomenal patience and getting value. Who's James Cook? Yeah, that's Devin Cook's brother, and he's a guy that actually has underestimated athleticism, speed, obviously pass catching chops. I know Marco loved James Cook. I really like Samir White.
I wasn't too high on James Cook as most, though. I had him pretty low in my top 10 ranking list.
Eventually,
like 8 or 9.
Yeah, I remember but still, like, he's a solid back. Again, I'm of that belief system, guys, that I value running backs, but I don't. Like, I don't think second round, you don't draft a running back on the second round unless you really feel like
leave
this
that
guy.
to Pete Carroll.
You can get Ty Chandler in round 4 or 5. Like, I'll take Ty Chandler.
I'm with you. I even like guys like who's not perfect, but has made something, like even guys like Zaquandre White. There's just other players out there. Pierre Strong. Yeah. I don't see this, but this is the thing. When you're a team that's like on the doorstep of the Super Bowl, you're sitting here thinking, how do I finish my offense? Now the Chiefs screwed this up. I personally thought the Chiefs screwed it up with Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I thought that's going to go down as one of the dumbest first round picks. Now that you can say that they have the freedom to fuck around and figure it out. That's the kind of arrogance though, when you're building a team that says, no, you have a draft. You only have a draft every year. Like, you got to get good players. And I just feel like Kyle has shown the league that you don't have to do this. So Drake Jackson and then Brian Cook and a slow safety. I don't know. Like I'm so stoked for the Niners right now. It's making me have more confidence in in that process. I'm not saying like I've ever said the Niners are trash at scout, like anything like that. I'm just saying that this really is impressive to me. I'm very pleased with this pick.
Drake Jackson, just
Marco,
21 years old, 17 days ago.
Yes,
Who
he just
Jackson?
turned
Yeah.
21.
Nick Bonito to the Broncos, also. Sorry.
Okay, so
There we go. Okay.
Look at Trey Lance turned 21 on, I think his birthday's like May 8th or 9th or something like that, right? He turned 21 right after the draft last year. Here's Drake Jackson. And now you could say age doesn't matter. I think Charles Davis made a good point about this the other day, or maybe it was DJ, that, hey, but what age matters is your breakout. Drake Jackson actually had breakout age his freshman year at USC at 18. Okay. There's been some regression, but they made him change his body or go a little bit further outside. He's a hand in the dirt defensive end, but he can stand up. This is a guy who has utility and is like, he's going to play at 270. He's going to play at that weight. He's not going to play at 255.
They had him playing around 250.
Yeah, and it hurt him. It hurt him.
I agree.
I think he did that for that extra explosive step. Like that's something that people talked about. But the thing is, with the Tim, he's so athletic. He's a 4'5", 4'6" guy that you could add that 20 extra pounds or 30 extra pounds, and even if you have a step off, you're not going to be that far off of a legit first step guy. So I'm very happy with if he adds that extra weight back, because the biggest thing I saw with him was the play strength when it came to the run game. And when you add that extra weight, you're going to have that play strength. And that's what he was lacking at USC. And man, oh man, him with Chris Kosaric is going to be so damn
It's going to be beautiful, right? I know. I'm excited. I'm excited about it. Mlex says Trey Lance is young as heck. We can have him signed for 15 years. That's mind-blowing. Well, think about this. Trey Lance, after he plays 3 years in the NFL, will be the same age that Burrow was when he graduated from college. He'll be the same age as Fields and Mac Jones are now, and the same age as Malik Willis is right now. So there you go. Yes, Trey Lance is very young. James Cook about to cook with Josh Allen. Yeah, that's a good fit.
They need a running back so bad. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys watched Bills games last year. The Buffalo Bills are in such a weird position because they literally can't run the ball. And so when you cannot run the ball, it just takes something out of that team. If that team is able to run the ball, they're a Super Bowl contender. Absolutely a Super Bowl contender. But until they show they can run the ball in multiple games, I will not believe they're a Super Bowl contender. And if this pick is the pick that gets them able to run the ball, then watch out, because Buffalo's going to be playing in the Super Bowl most likely.
Dayball was a big reason for that too. Dayball sucks.
But the thing too with James Cook, he's not that good of a running back. He's a better pass catcher than he is a running back. And,
so you
and
think
that's
they
the
just
problem.
don't care about running the ball? Like, it's just weird because that's like the one team that is like a contender that can't run the ball to save their lives.
I mean, they're going to try to run the ball, but he's not that great of a running back. In my opinion, there was a much better running backs on the board than James Cook at the time they took that pick, especially in the second round. Like, to me, in my opinion, that's the reason. They could have got a better running back in the third or fourth round, a guy who could actually run the ball. The thing is, like you're saying, they have to be able to run the ball in order to get to the Super Bowl and actually win a Super Bowl. And if you don't have a legit running back who's running the ball, in my opinion, that it's a very big miss, because James Cook, he wasn't the bow cow at Georgia. He wasn't the guy who they gave the ball to at Georgia. It was Jahmyr White. Jahmyr White was the better running back of the two. And the thing is everyone is hyping up James Cook because his brother Dalvin is tearing it up in the NFL. So everyone's making that comparison, and he had a great run during the college football playoffs, and everyone's like, "Oh, he's going to be just like his brother." His brother was a stud in college. He was nowhere near what his brother was in college. That was a very big reach.
Well, the thing is this, though, is that the Bills were rumored to be high on Breece Hall, and then they selected Kyrie Elam, which is I like Kyrie Elam a lot, but Breece Hall is too high. Kudos to them for not drafting Breece Hall in the 23rd pick. Okay, but that was the next. I mean, did they trade down to get to that point, or they traded down to 63? Only a couple picks. So they didn't really have another running back that was taken above them other than Kenneth Walker, who I'm sure wasn't like a,
The Jags are selecting Luke Fortner at 65.
center.
Center, yeah.
Fortner.
Kentucky.
But Luke Fortner's actually played, I think, also every position
Both
on
guard
the interior line.
spots.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wasn't
he's
as high
played a
on
little bit.
Fortner as some other guys were. I think he's a good player. I don't think that let's put it this way, I feel if the Niners were really thought he was like the lights out center, they would have drafted him.
All right, y'all. I got to get back. I actually have to write this paper. I actually have to try to write this paper. I don't know what I'm writing about. All I know is this dude, James Bank, he helped with multicultural and education. That's my starting point. I don't know what else I'm going to talk about. So I'm going to have to BS the paper as fast as I possibly could to try to get back by pick 93, 105.
Bro, hit me up. Hey, the professor's in house. You let me know what you need. I'm there for you.
I'm going to figure it out right now. Watch. I'm going to bust out a random paper. It's going to be talking about the NFL draft and just turn it in and tell him, Professor, I'm so sorry.
Minnesota should take Malik Willis here, right? That's not a crazy thing.
No. I hear you.
They drafted a quarterback last year too. Remember in round 3? Who'd they take?
Kellen Mond. But who did Minnesota take earlier? So they had Lewis Seen, they have Andrew Booth, and they took did they
go Nakobe Dean here then, right?
Oh man. Wow. They're really gonna get Nakobe Dean. I could also see them, who did they draft? Who was their second?
It was another corner. They've drafted back-to-back corners to start.
Let me see here for a second. Let me see.
And then they drafted a D lineman with that third pick. I'm pretty sure.
Ed Ingram, offensive guard. So they've got Ingram, Booth, and Seen. I could see this being edge. I could see this being linebacker. I could see this just being BPA, even receiver, tight end. Why not Greg Dulcich?
Should take Nakobe Dean.
I think it probably will be, but who knows, right? I would say this: the Vikings are not just because the Vikings are on track now. I know you say take a quarterback. Kirk Cousins just signed. Kirk Cousins is not. People can say what they want about Kirk Cousins, but I believe very strongly he's going to have some of his best success with this new regime and this new coach. That's not a dinosaur in Mike Zimmer. Okay, that's not sitting here screaming at players on the sidelines every time because he's
Brian Asamoah,
linebacker, an athlete out of Oklahoma.
But they pass on Nakobe Dean to get him.
Well, but Nakobe Dean's falling because he's T-Rex arms, short, kind of overachieving. I got a buddy. His name's Christian Williams. He covers the Browns. He and I both agree. Channing Tindall, the linebacker out of Georgia, we both had him ranked higher than Nakobe Dean and Quay Walker that were Georgia linebackers. And Channing Tindall is a guy who can get after the quarterback and is also an incredible athlete, incredible range. I just feel like when you're drafting linebacker, you better be a special athlete. You really got to be a special athlete.
Well, that's why they picked Fred in the 3rd round, right? It was because he was such a freak athlete.
Yep. Well, he was third, but he was still a 3rd round player. He
was.
It's so a guy like him was still falling to the 3rd round, and it's not like scouts were so it's a linebacker. They're not a premium position unless you're a guy in coverage. Linebackers are only valuable if you're a savant in coverage, because you can get guys to stop the run. That's not really the issue. And so the thing about Nakobe Dean is, he's actually decent in coverage.
Ezeudu for the New York Giants. Ezeudu.
Wow, for North Carolina.
Yeah.
He went that high. This is where
what does he even play?
Quarterbacks are getting passed on is wild. The Seahawks are going to get Malik Willis. They have to.
He's a guard.
They have to take him here.
Yeah, but when?
I'm telling you guys, the quarterbacks are in free fall. I'm ecstatic, not because I want to rub it in these kids' faces that are not falling down the draft, but I'm glad the NFL is not sitting here. You see this engagement shit. The NFL loves to puff these guys up for content. And then it comes to the draft and teams really said, you guys suck. And they should. And I'm tired. And I'm glad.
You guys suck.
No, I'm serious. Why? I'm actually being impressed I actually don't think. Now, granted, some of these guys don't pan out, but I think
That's some
overall,
wild people in the chat. By the way, I just want to say that comment is wild.
D- pick.
He hates him.
Michael Miller.
Mike, hey, hold on. Let's tread lightly. I like Mike. He's one of my firecracker callers, right? Like he says what's on his mind. He'll say some wild things sometimes. So I do like this. I love to hear this. So why don't you, because you're my draft guy right now, David. Tell him why this is not a D- pick.
Because he is, when he's at his best, and he came out of high school and he played lights out right away in a major conference as a freshman, a dominant player at his natural weight, which is going to be closer to 270 pounds. He is a freak. He can line right up outside the tackle. He can line up on top of the tackle. He can go in a wide 9 spot. He can do everything. He's a better run defender than he's given credit for. His gifts you can't teach with his bend and his athleticism, his power, his back. This guy has everything it takes. Like Marco had said, sometimes it looked like he'd taken some plays off, or he's a little bit unrefined. That's why you get NFL coaching. Okay, USC has kind of been a shit show for a couple years. All due respect to USC and Chris Roscoe, if you're watching, I'm sorry. The bottom line is that this guy is there was a lot of legitimate buzz that he was going to be a guy that got up all the way into the 20s in the first round. He didn't. And sometimes in a draft with this much parity, guys fall. The good players fall, because we said this. It wasn't top heavy, but from 15 all the way down to, like, honest to God, 90. Are we positive that there's that much? Like, seriously, that's why the Vikings traded down from 12 to 32 in division. You don't do that.
Yep.
You don't do that if you don't believe strongly that the parity is real. And I just saying, like, but Michael, like Jesse, good point, brother. Like, we don't need to sit here and be rude to each other. You know what I mean? We don't have to sit here and like mic drop. I think the D- pick is, all due respect,
Browns are selecting Martin Emerson.
Loved him. Love Emerson. We'll get to that later. The D- thing is, it's sensational. I mean, D-, that's like, I'm a teacher, right? A D-, that's like an F+, right? So like, I mean, that's like basically saying the D- is for the grades that you give kids. Like, well, you're a good kid. You've done nothing. But I know that you have X, Y, and Z going on, but you never turned anything in. But I like your character. Best of luck to your friend. Okay. That's a D-. This is not Drake Jackson. Like, Drake Jackson wouldn't have been a D- at 15. Like, I'm just saying, like, so anyway.
A D- is drafting a running back when you need a quarterback or even best player available because you're one of the worst rosters in the NFL. Ha, Seahawks.
Who's that? Who's that?
That's the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
A D-, a D- is.
Oh, I let you. My brand is making fun of the Seahawks, so I'm just gonna go with it.
There it is. 49. Oh, Marco is actually in the chat now.
I don't know if it's Marco. It could be Rohan. Could be Rohan.
You're right. I think
everyone laughed at the Steelers. They took a quarterback in the first, left my ass off. And then he says, follows it up, and the worst one they could have taken. All right. I like it. That's pretty funny.
Tennessee's next. Okay.
The funny thing is, guys, if the Steelers don't select Kenny Pickett, who else does? And I honestly think what's showing here, if there was really that demand for a quarterback, people didn't think Kenny Pickett was, like, if the Steelers don't take him, is he still available?
I'll say this, a sleeper team to take a quarterback coming up could be the Titans.
You think so?
Right? Mm-hmm. I think so, because you've got a really high-paid quarterback that is very mediocre at best in Tannehill, slightly better than Jimmy, I think. But his contract, I got to imagine, is within 2 years of being up. Maybe. Like, it could be a sleeper pick. I'm just trying to think, because somebody's got to get these quarterbacks. I'm trying to think. Seattle, if Seattle can get Malik Willis in round 3, I think that's actually a bit of a steal in round 3. That's just me personally. I think Malik Willis, he definitely could use a year, but I think the talent is there. In round 3, what's that?
Yeah, behind Drew Lock for a year. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd enjoy watching that. I'm very excited to watch them just suck. I think, and the fact that we would get a whole year of them sucking before this kid potentially has. But what are the things that you might know this better than anyone, David? What are the things that people don't like about Malik Willis? The Titans took Petit Ferrari. Look at the wine you are drinking.
Le Petit. You know what? This deserves. You know what? I'm not a stop. Hold up. I'll be right back. I got to get the box because
It's David tries to pronounce French words. It hasn't even. We haven't
not even 7 o'clock yet.
That's what I'm saying. You're trying to. You know what I mean? Like
it's okay. I'm not going to make it to 8 o'clock. It looks like because my girlfriend just texted me and said she's headed home. So, I mean, it's time. It's good that we're gonna get one more out of him. But like Jesse, I'm kind of curious because obviously I haven't really scouted quarterbacks much, but I just don't think that any of these quarterbacks are any good. But what has been the thing about Malik Willis that people have said is so bad?
That's what I'm saying. Okay, so Malik Willis is not refined passer over the middle. That's clear. Obviously, you're not playing the best competition. He did have an atrocious game this year that, I understand that. But for round 3, I mean, Malik Willis is... Let's see the name on the box, David. Oh, look at him. He's going straight out of the box. Pause. Le Pepe Le Pew.
Nicolas Petit Ferrere.
La vieille femme. It's le vin de la vieille femme. It is a vin rouge. It's a red wine. And it is imported from France. And it's got a rooster on it. And it's good. And the box is also recyclable, it's telling me.
Well, that's good. See, you are a man of the world, really, and recyclables. So that's good.
I mean, look at that. How could you turn this down? And look at that. And what I like about it, most box wines are vertical. This one, baby, you can stack it up like this. Much easier to me. I've actually say it's a good box wine. I'm going to say this. I want to get sponsored by these guys. So who was the guy? What was his name? Petit Frere?
Yeah. He's like that. Yeah, there you go.
That's who it is right there.
And we got 2 French words before the hour because Nate's probably not going to make it. So David, I'm actually going to bring on Mike Miller. He's the one that made the comment. And he wants to.
Is he going to fight me?
No. He's going to be nice. No, he'll be nice. Mike's actually a really good guy. I like Mike a lot. He has outlandish takes and I like it. I listen, here's the thing. I will never kill anybody for a take.
Yes.
Even if it's very different than mine. I will rebuttal and I will think differently, but he's not afraid to be out there. But no, I think he also wanted to talk about who he wanted to pick. So I'm gonna give him a second. What's up, Mike? How are you?
Hey, Mike. What's up,
brother? Good. Okay, when you got Andrew Booth sitting there, still on the board, with a corner much needed.
Andrew who? Who was sitting there?
The Clemson corner.
No, he got taken.
I understand he got taken. You trade a 4th, a 7th, you move up there, and you pop one of the top 4 corners in this year's draft.
You don't need a corner, though. Why would you draft a corner when you don't need one?
Okay.
I don't understand that.
Why? What has kicked our butts in the last championships games we played in? The wide receivers always kick our butt because we can't stop them. We have nobody on this team that can stop bonafide.
That's why they got Charvarius Ward. That was the whole reason of going out and getting Charvarius.
Yes, we got a top 15 to 30 corner. Yes.
He's a very good corner. He's not a
very average corner.
15 to 30. That's pretty good, though. I mean, that's coming.
Yeah, but what is going to stop these superstar wide receivers from kicking our butt?
Okay, so Mike, so I'll say, I would say this though. Hypothetically, you're saying they should have traded up. Well, let's just say they don't trade up. They could have traded up for a lot of good players. It takes 2 to tango in a trade, and
that's why John Lynch is going to be fired next year.
Okay, so let's say let's say they were sitting at 61. Who would have you taken at 61?
The corner from Houston.
A slot corner.
Yes, which is
Marcus Jones.
Yes, Marcus Johnson.
Okay. You take a slot corner in the second round?
Huh?
You take an exclusively slot corner in the second round?
What I'm confused
Yes,
is,
I would.
like,
Who can also punt return, kick return is electrifying. If you ever watch the tape, you're going to find no better slot corner in this draft.
But
I like
why
Marcus
are we talking
Jones.
about corners when pass rush is way more important than coverage? Like, the most important thing on defense is
then why do we take a pass rusher that his best year is 5 sacks?
Because he had one of the worst head coaches in the
Yes, you can look it up. 5 sacks first year, second year 2 sacks, then 5 sacks in his last year.
They played a COVID short year. Remember, though, sacks are.
Well, the middle year was short. He's only played in 6 games that year.
Yeah, and sacks are also
got two sacks. No, sacks. Bottom line is, if you want a corner, get one. I mean, defensive end, get one like Bosa that can drop sacks.
There's a lot of college players that led the league. Yeah, there's a lot of college players that have led their teams in sacks that have gone into the NFL to record virtually nothing. Sacks are oftentimes anomalous. You have to look at pass rush win rate. You have to look at scouting the production. He was put in a position where he had his most success as a younger player, and he was put in a position to go outside, drop weight, and to fit a scheme that was not meant for him. He's going to go in and play under Chris Kasurik, and they're going to get the best out of it. I respect your opinion here, but you got to scout the prospect and not the production, especially at edge. It's not sacks in college football are not a necessarily translatable stat of the NFL, because Kerry Hyder, for instance, let's bring this up about Kerry Hyder. Kerry Hyder had a bunch of sacks with the 49ers. He hasn't had any of them before. He hasn't had any after. Why? He gets hustled
because he's very lazy.
It's because he's not athletically gifted.
Well, he's lazy. Yes.
Lazy.
He's very lazy. Yes.
Kerry Hyder is lazy.
Yes, he is. He got his contract with Seattle, and then got lazy.
Seattle is
it's called working for a contract.
He literally went to one of the worst pass rushes in the NFL. He would have to carry it himself, and he's not.
How would you be clarified as lazy if your sacks were called hustle sacks?
Well, let's put it this way: he was under a contract year. He tried his hardest. He went to another team.
He tried his hardest, but
he got cut.
He tried his hardest, but he's lazy.
Yes, he tried his hardest to get the contract. That's what I'm explaining to you.
Okay.
I don't know how else I can say it.
Well, I do. I think congruent with being lazy.
He was doing a job interview with us to get that huge contract. He got that contract, and now he got cut because he got lazy once he got his money, like a lot of NFL players do.
Would it be that he actually – did you see the 49ers brought him back?
Yeah, I did, because John Lynch is desperate.
John Lynch, you don't suppose Chris Kasurik had anything to do with that? Or D'Amico Ryans?
Yes, they're dime store, dollar store shopping in hopes to hit a home run, yes.
And then they drafted
I'll tell it like it is, straight up.
Yo, you are, Michael. And then they drafted Drake Jackson in the second round and not dime store shop because
on some boards, he's in the 6th round.
And at some boards, he was on the first round.
Jones to the Bears.
Which board was he the first round? Because I've watched ESPN for the last 4 days. I've seen over 500 mock drafts, and ain't nobody on TV ever had him in any of their mock drafts.
That would probably be your first mistake, is watching ESPN.
No, I watch NFL Network. I watch them all.
Okay.
Hey, Mike. None of them had him anywhere near a first, second, third, fourth.
No, Drake Jackson? Oh, come on.
I tell you what, I respect your opinion.
I tell you what, you watch the TV again, watch all the replays of all of it. You show me a mock draft that had him in the top 5 rounds.
I don't watch TV.
Well, that's your problem then.
All right, here we go. Mike, here we go. Here's what we'll do.
That's not my problem. That's not my problem.
We'll find a mock draft. We'll display it on the screen for you. But before you leave, who do you want to pick? Because I think you're about to go to bed, right? You're on the East Coast with me. You got to be up early.
I want to get safety from Maryland.
Hey, that's my guy.
You guys can hold on, Mike, hold on. Mike, hold on. I'm going to mute you for a second, because that right there, you and David just became best friends, because David loves Cross, absolutely loves Nick Cross. So this you guys can agree on. All right, go ahead.
What I would do is I would put a camera in New England's war room right now, drill a hole through the wall, and
skip ahead of them every time they're getting ready to pick, and that's who we should draft. Because Belichick knows secondary.
I love it.
Nobody
I
got
love it.
any secondary picks than him. I mean, he
it.
took a third round.
But you don't take secondary over
offensive guard, and nobody bad enough to pick. Oh, it's Belichick. You can't say a damn word. He's
Seahawks are taking Abe Lucas. They did not take Malik Willis.
And guys, the Jaguars took their third linebacker in the draft. The Jaguars have now selected 3 linebackers in this draft because Trent Baalke is a fucking idiot.
Well, we agree on 2 things then, because he is an idiot.
And Michael, I want to credit you, brother, because Nick Cross, I'm not tooting my own horn, but he was a guy that I have been for since.
Very physical, turnover machine, everything about him, a solid tackler, everything you want in a player.
And a freak athlete, an absolute genuine freak.
Got speed, everything, size, the whole 9 yards.
Pops off the screen. And look, people say that a lot, but I'm sorry. When I look at guys in my history of scouting, of like being an amateur guy of scouting, right? Mm-hmm. I look for guys that pop off the screen. And those guys that popped off the screen in my past, Ryan Shazier popped off the screen. Darnell Savage from Maryland, a safety, went to the Packers in the first round, who I wanted in the second round the year that Debo got drafted, popped off the screen. These are the guys that really like light it up, and there's no mistaking that.
What do you think of the Baylor safety?
I like him, but I don't think he's. I think
5 interceptions in his last year, and he only played safety 2 years.
I know we're with you. So look at me. I'm a Jimmy Ward stan. I love Jimmy Ward. To me, interceptions sometimes are outliers. Ball skills are important, but also erasing your side of the field and making plays in coverage where you eliminate the position where the balls are thrown to those spots, to me, are more important.
But I'll go back and tell you this. Look at Richard Sherman. Richard Sherman, if he didn't have him 20-some interceptions, where would he be? He wouldn't have made it past his first season.
Trayvon Diggs was one of the worst cornerbacks in the NFL in coverage, but he had a lot of interceptions. So I mean, he gave up more touchdowns.
And I would and give up 5 touchdowns. I would do that all day.
You give up more touchdowns. So you give up points.
I'd give up 5 touchdowns to get 10 interceptions. Yes, I would.
But why do you think it's only 5 touchdowns, though?
I don't think it's even that. I think it's only about 2 or 3. Look it up for us.
Stick around. I'll bring it up. I mean, like Trayvon Diggs gave up way more than that.
He gave up a ton. I think he gave up the most passing yards.
Not J.C. Jackson. Yeah, J.C. Jackson. That's who I wanted, and the Niners blew that. Why not get the best corner? $18 million, Mr. Jesse Naylor, which said $23 million.
I didn't. I thought he'd get paid 20. No, 21. Let's be. Hey, listen. If we're gonna call me out, 21 million is what it was, Mike.
Gosh, I said 18 million, and I was closer.
How many?
Nothing to get him.
I know. I feel that.
We paid $3 million more. Send D Ford down the road.
The Bears just selected Velus Jones, the guy that I know Marco was really high on. The Debo kind of the jack of all trades clone, the 25-year-old receiver from Tennessee. He just went 71st overall.
There's been a bunch of picks you missed, man, while you were.
But the Jets destroyed this draft. They killed it. I've never seen a draft as good as the Jets drafted this season.
They are,
and they'll still win. And they'll still win 6 games, and it'll be hilarious because they're
all right, guys.
The Jets are not going to the playoffs. The Jets are not good. Their quarterback is not good.
Hey, listen. Here's the deal.
That's somebody to throw to.
Let me get you your answer before you leave, Mike. You ready for this?
Yes.
He gave up 907 yards, but he had 11 interceptions and only gave up 4 TDs.
4 TDs. There you go. I said 3. I was close. Closer than you.
Price is Right rules you are.
Huh?
I said Price is Right rules you are.
Well, whatever. I didn't go. No, I didn't go over. That's right. I won. Price is Right. All right. We'll see you later. I got to go to bed because I got to dig about $7,000 worth of dailies tomorrow and ship.
All right, bro. Have a good one. Later.
All right.
Told you he'd wake you up. He's like coffee, man. This guy's like Folgers.
Hey, I love it. Hey, Jesse, bring up the mock. Marco wants you to bring up the mock that he sent you.
Okay, hold on.
Don't know what that means.
He must have sent it on Twitter.
Hey, Seahawks got a pick in.
Yeah, they picked another offensive lineman. Okay, can I go? Can you imagine being Russell fucking Wilson right now and being like, yo, I need help. I'm getting sacked. I'm the most sacked quarterback in the league. I'm getting killed. And they're like, Here's another fucking running back. Here's another fucking linebacker. Here's a fucking bad tackle.
Well, no, Abe Lucas isn't a bad tackle.
No. Listen, I'm not done. A bad tackle, like they would draft like a 6th-round tackle and he'd be awful. He wouldn't do anything. Or the guy the guard they drafted who beat women and they had to get rid of him. And then they draft a corner who can't cover, right? And so he goes, I want the fuck out of here. Trade me. And they say, okay, we'll trade you. What the fuck? Desmond Ridder of the Falcons. What do they do? What do they do? They draft 2 tackles in the first 3 rounds with fucking Drew Lock at quarterback.
We've got. Hey, and I just like I with you, man. Like I don't get it, but I also told you I think they're tanking. I think this is.
I just love it, honestly.
They also makes me think that they could be in the market for Mr. Bayfield as well, and so we'll see what happens there. Colts just selected Jelani Woods. Did I miss that pick?
And the Falcons selected Desmond Ridder.
Oh wow! How am I late on these? Why is my
All right, Mike Miller, you ready for this? Pick 44, Cleveland Browns select Drake Jackson, edge, USC. This was an SI mock draft. There you go.
From like the Sports Illustrated, not like not my all 49ers SI, which I would take.
No, like Sports Illustrated.
Hey,
Sports
that's me
Illustrated.
too. But yeah.
Sorry about the F-bombs, Jesse. I forgot you can't swear. When I talk about the Seahawks, I lose my
But you can
mind.
swear. You can swear. It's fine.
I had someone say Nate F-bombs. I'm like, oh shit, am I supposed to swear here?
Yeah.
No, I listen, I'm not a big I try not to swear. Sometimes, I definitely I'll get riled up, especially if somebody calls me out personally. But no, you're fine, dude.
I just think it's hilarious. This man said for 2 years, bro. He said 2, and he's one of the greatest quarterbacks I've ever watched in person in my entire life. Like it's like Steve Young and then Russell Wilson. Like that's how good like he is in my opinion. The stuff he does, I can't believe it because I've just worked so closely with him over the last couple of years. And so like this man for 2 years was like, please, I'm tired of being on the ground. Please. Do not let me spend the whole game on the ground again. And they said, you know what, dude? Fuck off. I'm going to go draft another running back. It's wild. It is wild to me that he leaves. He literally leaves. And they're like, all right, let's build this offensive line to protect Drew Lock. Cool, let's go. Like, you had one of the best quarterbacks I've ever seen, and you couldn't protect him. Seattle is a joke, an absolute joke, bro. Like, I'm the biggest Russell Wilson stan as a Niner fan in the world just because the guy is money. And they didn't do anything for him. And the minute he leaves, it's all offensive line.
It's pretty funny. Listen, I agree. Somebody wants to know if you're in the Millennium Falcon. See, the spaceship thing has come up twice now.
It's the draft. Jesse took my idea. I was going to put myself in the war room, and Jesse already had it when I was in the waiting room. It's the draft. I mean,
you guys want to know what actually happened? You guys actually want to know what happened? Here's the thing. So I invited Nate on, and he's like, hey, what should I use for my green screen? And I was like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to think of the same thing. He goes, I think I'm going to go war room. And I big timed him. I'm like, it's my show. That's a great idea. I'm going war room. You choose something else. And now he's in the Millennium Falcon. So there
can I make something? Can I just say that the Falcons taking Desmond Ridder somewhat counts as my guy going before Malik Willis?
It counts. It definitely, yes. And it's actually, what is it? The second quarterback? You said he'd be the first.
He's the second quarterback. So I was very close. He was only a round and a half later. And I'm just saying that, Malik Willis is not, he's cheeks, guys. He's as cheeks as people thought.
Hey,
I hope he goes to the Seahawks.
Tom Brady went. No, I'm just kidding. I'm totally joking.
Malik Willis cheeks, baby.
It's kind of interesting though that they took Desmond Ridder. The Falcons took Ridder with Mariota being there because I really feel like Mariota is the perfect person to be a bridge / backup. And I hoped that he would be the 49ers backup because he dealt with the pressure of being a high pick and worked through that, failed at it, and worked through it. So,
I think this is the Falcons' way of. Go. Sorry,
Broncos traded pick number 75 to the Texans.
Yep. I think though the Falcons taking Ritter is Arthur Smith acknowledging that he believes in himself, and Mariota is probably better than they probably don't see themselves as necessarily being the worst team in the NFL. I do think there's a dearth of talent a little bit, but I also think that, look, if Mariota is starting anyway, you bring Ritter in, he still comes into camp. You see what you have. And if he, for whatever reason, outplays Mariota's not making that much money anyway. So and then you see what happens. And if things really fall apart, like really go south, yeah, like Pete, I agree with you, brother. Ritter very possibly could be out Mariota. And I don't think Ritter is that. I personally don't think Ritter is that great. I think he's very limited. I think he's a plus athlete, but I think that there's a lot left to be desired there. I would not have had him on my board, actually. That's how I feel about, even though I said go to the Saints, because I think guys like leaders. They like Jimmy Garoppolo. And I was just like,
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah. So I still think that they're going to give him a chance to play. And if it doesn't pan out, it's no skin off their nose. People in the third round, you get a guy that might have gone in the first or second. You see what you have. You're a shitty team.
Christian Harris is the pick to the Texans.
Alabama linebacker. Yep.
Wow. Jamaican Boy says Nate is definitely better than yesterday. I think Nate was still a little, he's had COVID and stuff, but Nate is always hilarious. He's always on volume 20.
Yeah, I can't help it. It's like, it's funny because the guy who taught me how to do radio, who was like the guy I worked for, was like loud like that all the time. And I just kind of got into it and I can't stop now. So all I do is scream. And it's sometimes annoying. I don't know if people actually like it or not, but I'm not going to change for anybody.
I'll say this. It was very handy when we were on Twitter Spaces. We were getting ready to play the Rams. And what was your tagline when we were playing those Rams? Same old
sorry ass Rams. But I forgot that we had same old sorry ass Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, I absolutely love it, man. Yeah, your energy, because I'm so even keel. Your energy is like perfect for me. I love it.
I'm not even gonna lie. No offense to the guy who was on. When he was talking, I was like, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to be an asshole. And I was just like sitting here making faces. And I'm just like, I can't even, because I don't want to go off on someone and be rude to one of your like diehard listeners. But I was losing my freaking mind when that guy was on. Losing it.
Yeah, listen, he'll do that. He'll do that to people. But again, this is what I like. When people are firm in whatever they believe and they will not give an inch just because they're on a show or whatever.
Travis Jones.
You got to respect it. Travis Jones.
He's a really good player that is a very solid third round pick. I thought he would go in the second possibly. So he really played well in Senior Bowl. I thought he was one of the most impressive players there.
Sky Malate says, I'm going to the Mars. Fuck yeah, let's go. I'm the first man on Mars. I'll be loud enough for the whole damn planet, man.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yo,
yeah, Travis Jones, we just saw it.
The Niners are just going to sit here and Nick Ross is going to follow him. And then be like, cool.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, guys, I don't know why they Go ahead, Mark. I'm sorry, I interrupted, man.
No, you're good. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, like, I agree, like, that I'm all about trading up. You could also package some of those other picks for whatever, but like the bottom line is the Vikings did this last year. I think they drafted like 11 or 12 guys. And sometimes, even though you don't have holes, there's no law that says you can't draft players that are like, they have like 3 6th-round picks or something like that, and a 7th-round pick.
Yeah.
There's no, what are you going to do? How able are you going to be able to move those? What do you do? Say, maybe they could also, if they get down there, they could say, hey, let's give up this 6th for next year's 6th, or this year's 6th for next year's 5th, or whatever. You know, the bottom line is, why not? Like the Vikings didn't necessarily work, but You draft guys, and if they don't all make your team or you put them on your practice squad, who cares? Like, that's the value of like volume drafting, is that you'd have as many chances at it. So look at Eli Mitchell. Look at guys like Hufanga. Look at Jalen Moore. Look at Lenore. And not all of them were studs, but they all contributed in some way.
For sure.
Right? Like, and none of those guys are locks to stay on the team, other than Eli Mitchell and Jalen Moore, I think, and Hufanga. And Lenore. Lenore isn't a lock, I don't think. But
I don't think so. No, he's not a lock.
Honestly, what I'm hoping to see here is like a string of quarterbacks to go, because because there's no Carolina pick, there's no New York Giants pick. Both of those guys, the New York Giants pick here, in a little bit. But if the New York Giants and Carolina both don't have another quarterback, I mean, Baker Mayfield and Garoppolo are it, right? So if Seattle goes out and gets Baker, we get a nice little New York Giants versus the Carolina Panthers to go get Jimmy fucking Handsome. That's kind of.
What? I don't think I really don't. I don't think anybody's trading for Jimmy. I don't see the Giants doing it either. To be real,
no, I want them.
They got Danny Dimes, who they hate.
The problem is they won't cut him because they want the third round comp pick. So that's why I just think that something should happen.
No, they're not going to cut him.
They're not going to cut him because they believe that the third round comp pick is enough for them. And it just sucks that he's
you're talking about Jimmy? No. They got to cut Jimmy. That $25 million.
I don't think they will. That's the thing.
That $25 million is so important for next year, because that $25 million turns into 50 next year, right? If you're under the cap.
Yeah, because it rolls.
You get to roll over and turn it over. So $50 million is what they're passing up. Like, that is way more important. And by the way, if they spend big in free agency, which probably not, but if they spend big enough, they don't even get that third round comp.
Right.
The Vikings are selecting Ryan. Oh my God, Runneman. Selecting
Bernard Raymond.
Yeah.
Tackle, who a lot of guys. Ryman was a guy that I saw a lot of scouting services that they had him as anywhere from low first to mid second. I'm gonna tell you this Vikings team, that's a team I'm watching over the next several years to really be a team to have to compete against. And by the way, they didn't do such a shitty job of competing against us actually in Santa Clara last year, in December. Late November. This is a team that is plenty of. Oh my God, Marco is sending me salacious texts. Marco, if you're watching, bro, I got your text message. I see you, and the price to edit that paper has gone up. Okay, but I'm gonna head out.
I might come back in a little bit. I gotta head out for a bit. It was
that's good.
Absolute pleasure. I hope I had fun.
Yeah, thanks, brother. If you can come back, you definitely do.
Yeah, I'll come back.
Come back.
All right, later.
All
right, bye.
All right, so anyway, let me get a good overlay over here. Jiminy Christmas.
So where are we at right now in the draft? Let's take a look at this here. So we are at. Oh, look at that. Oh,
it's fancy now. Look at it. Now it's fancy.
Is that Jimmy Ward's old 25?
No, it's Elijah Mitchell.
Oh, that's Elijah Mitchell. Okay. Oh, okay. And then we've got.
We could also do this. You want to get real fancy? Watch this. Watch what happens to that picture in the background. You ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Boom. See it switch to Bosa. Watch this. Hold on. Here it goes. Boom. Debo, who's also a 49er still, guys. He's a 49er. I don't know if you know. Debo's here. Just throwing it out there.
Subscribe.
There we go.
I like the I like the stadium. I like the fireworks.
Oh, the stadium, the background of the stadium.
Was that yours too?
Yeah, that was just a background though. Okay. That wasn't like this.
I like this. I like Elijah and Trey. These are my guys. This is the thing though. This is why volume drafting. Okay, here's an anecdote. Sort of toot my horn, but like first week of training camp, went to training camp, covered all the first 4 practices. My first article out, I said Elijah Mitchell is the most explosive running back in training camp, including Mostert. He's outplayed Sermon, and don't be surprised if he leapfrogs him as the RB1 as the rookie class. And it happened. And this is the thing. Kyle Shanahan has shown is that he will be he is going to be a guy that is not play. He's a meritocratic guy. Like, he's not going to be a guy that sits there and plays politics and draft positioning. Trey Sermon, they traded up into the 3rd round. He was healthy scratched all throughout the season. Okay. So when you get these picks at the end of the second, the Niners have shown that they thrive in day 3. There's not any necessity to sit there and, like, what do you do? Like, I'm going to package 2-6 to move up to the low 5th. Like, what are the odds of that low 5th? Like, it's better odds that you're going to get maybe one of those 2-6, get more chances to get players. And so at 93, I'm all about packaging up at this point to get a guy that you want, but I'm also, the way the draft has fallen with the depth, just sit there at 93 and 105 and get some good players.
Yeah, no, I'm not against it at all. Again, first of all, you have a practice squad.
Yeah,
right? That's one. You have a practice squad, and you can never, like, having people or players compete for positions on a team is never a bad thing at all. Never, ever, ever a bad thing. So no, I'm totally with it. I'm totally with it. I'm gonna bring on another caller. This, you're gonna like Eric. He's very, very opposite of Mike. Him and he actually wants to come on to counter Mike.
All right.
So, and I don't think Mike's watching anymore, but either way, very, very positive Eric is. So he wants to bring on his 2 cents. So give me a second here. Let me change this up again. Go like this. All right, let's add you in, Eric. What's up, bud?
What's up, Jesse?
How you doing, man?
Good. So I love Mike, but I think he can be a little overly negative sometimes. I am really not upset with this pick at all. I mean, I think that this is a team where it is built around the defensive line. If you look back at 2019, they had a dominant defensive line, and they destroyed the rest of the league. They were up 10 points on the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. It took a miraculous comeback from Patrick Mahomes, who's pretty much, everyone agrees, he's one of the best quarterbacks, if not the best quarterback in the game right now. It took a miraculous 4th quarter comeback from him in order to win that game. It also took maybe, a couple of, the lack of 3rd down conversions from Jimmy Garoppolo to give him the ball twice. But regardless, I mean, you look back at, that defensive line they had in 2019, they were just running over every other team in the league. So I think that's what they're going for with it. I think they're trying to recreate. I think they're trying to recreate that defensive line from 2019, and that if you have a dominant pass rush, that can make up for a lot of deficiencies in the rest of your defense, because your cornerbacks, your safeties don't need to cover for 5 or 6 seconds. They need to cover for 2 or 3 seconds. You know what I mean? Your linebackers don't need to worry about, like, blitzing. I mean, how often did they blitz in 2019? Barely ever. I'm pretty sure they blitzed one of the least amount of times in the league. That allows you to drop your linebackers into coverage. Linebackers, by the way, Fred Warner, Azeez Al-Shire, Dre Greenlaw, very good in coverage. So you drop those guys back in coverage. Now you're taking the tight ends and the running backs out of the passing game. Your safeties can play deep. You're taking away the deep passes from the other team. So I like it. I think it's a great pick.
I'm with you. I love the pick. Again, and this is what's different about 2019. You look at last year's team, they actually put up, I think it was pretty much the same amount of sacks and actually more pressures than the 2019 team, last year's team did. And the reason for that is because of depth, right? If you can just cycle through, you don't get tired. Now, it was unfortunate because I felt like the NFC Championship game, I was like, the reason the 49ers are going to be able to win this time around is because they have that depth. They're not going to wear down like they did against Kansas City. And you still actually did see them wear down a little bit. But getting this depth, if he's as talented as we think he is, to go opposite of Bosa, plus now you have the depth, they really have the best of both worlds. Because last year they had, as far as pass rushers go, they had the depth. The talent level wasn't quite what it was in 2019, but you're able to offset that with depth. Now you've got both, right? Yeah. If he's as good as we think he is, now you've got both. That's huge.
Yeah, absolutely. And then now correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure there's also Amenahu can play inside as well, right?
Yeah.
So Now that depth is going to extend inside as well by having an extra edge rusher. Now Amenahu can add depth on the inside.
And brother,
and you rotate those guys throughout the game. The offense, they're not rotating their offensive linemen. So by the time you get to the second half, they've been getting the snot kicked out of them all game. They're starting to get worn down, and your defensive linemen are fresh because, like you said, I agree. It's absolutely the best of both worlds.
And brother, I'm glad you mentioned Amenahu because he was really low key. He was one of the most. I thought he was one of the most underrated in-season signings of any team in the NFL. He really came in, and he's gonna eat lunch when he kind of rolls it inside. Like I think that's actually where he thrives. And this idea that I love him as a guy that's getting overlooked. And I'm so glad. I honestly would have forgotten to mention him tonight, and I'm glad that you brought that up. I honestly think this is a lights out pick. Like I said, I was Nick Cross was my guy, and I still said, draft Drake Jackson over him because he's a better player.
Well, that's the thing. I thought going into it, I was looking at it like there's needs and there's luxuries, right? So I thought that the biggest needs were safety and center, based on the fact that they haven't brought back either Alex Mack or Jaquiski Tartt at this point. But I also considered. I mean, when I did my mock draft with Jesse, my first pick was Christian Watson. I don't think the wide receiver is a need up there with center or safety, but I thought wide receiver and edge rusher were like luxury picks, but also areas where those are high impact positions. And if you can add high skill players at those positions, that they can really have an impact, even in their first season.
Real quick update here. So I don't know who the Chargers took. But I know that the Browns took Alex Wright out of UAB. And Tyson is saying the Broncos took Greg Dulcich, 80th pick.
Great pick.
So I don't know who the Chargers took.
Well, let me look it up here. Let's see here. We've got
Alex here we go. Here it is. JT Woods.
Wow. That's a safety who was really a guy that I thought would be a for sure day 3 pick.
Has Nick Cross been taken yet?
No. And so Alex Wright was a defensive end that he's not a plus athlete. He's a little bit slow, but he wins. And yes, he played against lower competition, but there's a couple of guys I trust a lot that really loved him. But to me, again, when you're going edge, you draft the prospect, not the production. And I get very leery. I get very leery about guys. Yes, you won in college, but you won in college against lower competition and you're not an athlete. That doesn't necessarily translate in the NFL. And so he's not. And so Alex Wright, I think, is a projection for the Browns. Greg Dulcich, though, for the Broncos, that's a phenomenal selection. They said they put Noah Fant. Noah Fant is in Seattle. They don't really have. Greg Dulcich is going to step in right away with Russell Wilson, with Jerry Jeudy, with Cortland Sutton, with Hamler. Dulcich is going to be a player, and he's going to be a factor right away. This is a phenomenal 3rd round pick to get an offensive weapon that translates into your offense from day one. Denver knows what they're doing, and this AFC West is going to be a nightmare. And by the way, the Niners have to play all of them this year.
I know.
Yeah,
you're right about that.
And they got to play Denver on the road.
Also, just to touch on what you were saying about how you got to draft based off projection, not necessarily college production.
Right.
I mean, if you think about it, the 49ers took Trey Lance last year over Mac Jones. Now, if it were just going off college production, I mean, Mac Jones played in a higher division of football. He played in the hardest conference in college football, and he had an incredible season. So if you're only looking at college production, it's a no-brainer. You take Mac Jones over Trey Lance. I mean, who is Trey Lance anyway? But that's the thing. You have to project the way that these players are going to develop, what kind of traits they possess. And, you got to look at what's going to happen when you get them in your system with NFL level of coaching. I mean, we got one of the best defensive line coaches in the game, Chris Kaserik. You draft a player with raw physical ability. You put him in that system where he's getting that kind of coaching. And, oh, by the way, you're putting him opposite of Nick Bosa. I mean, I forget who said, someone earlier was criticizing Kerry Hyder's production in Seattle. Well, there's a big difference when you're playing opposite Nick Bosa and you're getting single block the entire game versus when you're in Seattle and the defense can actually, or the offensive line can actually shift protection in your direction. So,
yes. No, you're right. It's a big difference. Okay, let me ask you this, Eric, before you go. Who do you want to come with pick 93 in an ideal world?
Ideal world, Dylan Parmer's still on the board, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. That's if he falls to 93, that's number one. Because even if Alex Mack comes back, I don't think he's going to play more than 1 year. I think there's a possibility that they might have some kind of like a wink and a nod handshake deal in place with Jaquiski Tartt. They said, listen, just hold on, wait until Jimmy Garoppolo is healthy. We can free up $25 million in cap space. We can bring you back. Now, he might not be your best player. He might not be your favorite player, but he could fill in another 2 to 3 years.
So here's the thing. Cordell Flott, slot corner out of LSU, just went to the Giants at 81. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, 11 picks before us. Yeah, so 12. So there's 11 players that are yet to be drafted before the Niners at 93. So if we're looking at best available right now, and I'm not going off ESPN's, I'm going off my own, but I'm looking at a list. Okay.
Right.
Nakobe Dean, I'm not a linebacker guy here.
So the thing too, though, before you go real quick, the thing too, we also have to realize we have 93 and then 102.
105. 105.
So right after they pick real quick after. So even if, for example, if they think Farham's going to drop and Nick Cross won't, they could go Nick Cross and then try to get that guard spinner guy.
And then even if Farham's not available at 105, there's going to be other good offensive.
Yeah,
and this is 105. It might be, now that I think about it, it might be Nick Cross at 93, just because I think that the gap between Nick Cross and the next best safety, now that Brisker's gone, I think that gap might be a little bit bigger. So you might be better off going across at 93. And then even if Parham is gone at 105, there's still going to be some good options to fill out the offensive line.
I just think that I'm hoping that you've got Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Sam Howell. These are not great quarterbacks, but these are all quarterbacks capable, absolutely worthy of a third round pick, in my estimation. And I am hoping that, I think the odds are, at least at this point, that one or more of those goes in the next 11 picks. I think the teams are trading. I'd be shocked if at least one of them doesn't go. I'm hoping that it pushes some guys down. But if not, like, there's some decent players here. Now, the fact that the Niners already went edge takes that out. The bottom line is, though, Kirby Joseph, safety out of Illinois.
Tyson Anderson.
I love Tyson Anderson because Tyson Anderson out of Toledo is a guy that is you talk about a positionless player. Here's a guy that you can really move around. You can play him at linebacker. You can play him at box 8. You can play him at the line of scrimmage. He's got great range. He's a great athlete. I like Tyson Anderson a lot. Another guy I like a lot more than others, who is a traditional linebacker. Bell. Well, I love Marquise Bell. I don't see him. I doubt he's day 2, but he's not going to go in the third round. I'll say that. I'll put that out there. But
that's something the Niners could think about too. Like, for example, tomorrow, like early fourth round, they can
134.
Get that Marquise Bell, for example. You know what I mean?
Yep. And so
keep your eyes on the road, bro.
So here's some players that I also though look at. I know Marco isn't like this guy. If you're looking at, I like drafting athletes at this point in the draft that have, and I liked, of all the Georgia linebackers, I liked Channing Tindall over. I know, Mark, I wouldn't want to draft him in the third round. I'm just saying, I like Channing Tindall over Quay Walker. I liked him over Nakobe Dean. I'm saying, like, I'm not ever mad at teams for taking a chance on guys with freak ability that match with production and show a nose for the ball and also show like toughness. Like, I'm just saying, like, Tindall is a freak. And so I'm all about athletic profile that also show skills that you can work with. And so at this point in the draft, there's so many guys here. Even my guy from Iowa State, Ayuma Uwazurike, he's listed as an edge, but really what he is that he rolls inside as a pass rushing, basically 3-tech who is going to be somebody that can like really disrupt, play the run. I'm not opposed to keep going on and seeing. Like, I'm not saying that I don't put the Niners short on anything what they do here. I think it's going to be Parham or Cross.
I think with having 3 6th-round picks, I mean, first of all, I personally think the 49ers have the best linebacker core in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
So I just don't see that as a need to the point where you would want to go with it with this early. Now, like I said, they got 3 picks in the 6th round. Yep. So at that point, if you want to invest one of those picks in a linebacker, develop them. We still have Greenlaw and Al-Shaair for this season. They're both going to want to get paid. You're probably not going to be able to keep them both, but that gives you a year to basically redshirt the 6th rounder to let them develop. And nobody saw Al-Shaair coming. No one really knew who he was. And then when he played last year, he was awesome. So I just think at this point it's a little bit early. And just given the fact that even if Alex Mack does come back, I don't see him playing much more than one season. I think one of these next 2 picks, it would be prudent to invest that in a center. If Alex Mack comes back for a year, then great. You got a year that you can groom your center. And especially because Trey Lance is so young, I'd like to see them take a center so that way they could really develop that relationship. I mean, I keep thinking about
Nakobe Dean just got picked. Nakobe Dean just got picked, by the way.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, see, I think that makes a lot more sense for a team like the Eagles. I think that, they could certainly use that position more than the 49ers could.
But there were rumors that they were going to trade Greenlaw or shopping Greenlaw early in the offseason. So that maybe that's a possibility as well. I don't know.
I think it's going to, but what are you really going to get back from at this point, though? I mean, last year,
a future pick.
For all intents and purposes, he kind of lost his position to Al-Shaair, or at the very least.
So, Eric, though, that's the point, though. Like, if you take a guy who got drafted in the 5th round, you get production out of him. You find out he's being replaced, and you trade him for a future 5th. That's you just basically said, "Hey, we don't have to pay you now. We don't want you now. We got to pick back." It's basically like it's replacement. I mean, it's
I understand that. I would, personally, in my opinion, I would want to keep the 3 of them for this season, even if you lose one of them to free agency next year. Because now, correct me if I'm wrong. This is a little bit of my same thought process with Debo Samuel. If you lose a bunch of free agents and you don't bring any back, then you get compensatory picks, correct?
Yeah, but my whole thing is, if I look at, I think that let me just look at Dre Greenlaw's contract. Now, it might not be a lot, but I think if they were to move him, now it might not seem like a lot, but his contract is, let me get it. It's coming up right now at over the cap. If I can actually get it, good God. Spot track, I guess I'll settle.
I think Greenlaw's still on his rookie deal, so it probably wouldn't be.
He is, but
wouldn't be that much.
So he would have his cap hit is 2.6. Okay. If they cut him, they would actually save $2 million. Okay.
Right.
And so, but that could be significant in situations where they're trying to give like I'm just saying, if you don't see your plans and you want to draft a guy who's young, who could get better production and they had a fraction of the cost and save that, let's say you end up saving $1 million, 1.5. These are the kind of roster moves that I see. I'm not saying it's in the 3rd round, right?
No, I understand.
But
it's frustrating that we would even need to consider the cap because I think we all know that there's, $25 million in cap space available with one easy move. So I understand your logic, and it's not like faulty logic, but the only when I hear things like that, it drives me a little crazy because I'm like, why do we don't need to save $2 million? We can, you know what I mean? Like that's one of my criticisms of this current regime is you just held on to Jimmy way too long.
Well, he's got to be gone, but then you got to pay Debo if you're paying Debo. You're going to pay Nick. You're going to pay, it's like these things. And I know the cap's going up with Amazon and Apple coming in. I get that. But at the same time, if the guy's not in your plans, it is something you need to consider, especially having recently given out those big contracts to Trent Williams, George Kittle, Fred Warner. You can't pay every player on your roster top of the market money. I mean, there is a salary cap. So you're right. It is something to consider. So you're saying either 93 or 105, you would go linebacker and then try to. No, I was just throwing it out there as like things I might not predict. Like,
right.
if I'm just looking at guys that they say, hey, we draft 93, 105, 134. I've seen them, surprise me before, right? They took Aaron Banks. I didn't think that was happening. I didn't think they were trading up for Trey Sermon. I'm just, if they like a guy and their scouts like him, they see that this guy could have a future as a real contributor long term or in the next 3 years. They'll draft their guy, and it'll surprise the shit out of people. Drake Jackson actually didn't.
I understand.
Real quick, guys. Real quick. Steelers are selecting DeMarvin Leal, 84th pick, and D'Angelo Malone went 82nd. I don't know if we announced that.
That's good because I love D'Angelo Malone, but we already went edge. So the more edge guys can go, let's go.
These are all not
so Eric
for the 49ers.
So Eric, before we get you off, I know you already said this, but we'll bring it back one more time. Cameron just joined the stream. He wants to know who the Niners are taking next. You want to give your two guys that you think they should go with?
Yeah. That's a tough.
Parham, right?
I'm torn. Well, let me put it this way. I want to see Parham or Cross.
Hey, my guy.
Because the only reason I think Parham might fill a bigger and more immediate need, especially if Alex Mack doesn't come back. But the only reason I might take Cross first is assuming that since we're only picking another 12 picks later, maybe it might make more sense to take Cross at 93. Even if Parham's gone, there'll still be other options at 105 for that center position. I
think Marcus Jones just went to the Pats.
And that's fine.
Oh,
I like Marcus Jones.
I like Marcus Jones, but I'm not. It happens.
No, I don't think. And that was one of the biggest reasons I wanted to come on, because it seemed like Mike was really dead set on them getting a cornerback this year. And I just think that I don't think that's ever since they signed Charvarius Ward. I don't think that's really that big a position of need. If you want to add depth, that's fine. But I mean, and it's not just Ward. I mean, Emmanuel Mosley, maybe this is just me, but I think he's one of the best corners in the game, especially now he's going to be a number 2 corner. I mean, I think he's maybe not one of the best corners in the game. Okay, I might have gone a little too deep in the optimism well on that one. But I think he's an excellent number 2 corner. Ambry Thomas showed at the end of the year that he's developing nicely. He's got good athleticism. We still don't know what we're going to get out of Diamador Lenore. He might be able to step in, but at that point, he's your 4th corner. So, again, like I said, they got 3 6th-round picks. If you want to go, at positions like that later on in the draft, that's fine.
Well, okay, hold on. The Titans, I think the Titans just traded up to get this next pick, whoever it is. But also there's the cat out of Pittsburgh who can be a nickel corner.
Damari Mathis.
There you go.
Yeah.
I like him a lot, actually.
So that he could be had probably, I don't know, 134 or whatever they have.
The Titans taken a wide receiver yet?
No, but they also were talking.
They took one yesterday, though.
They did.
Oh, Treylon Burks. Yeah.
Treylon Burks.
Okay, because I was thinking maybe might be a replacement for AJ. But
hey, again, low key. I know this sounds a little wild, but aging quarterback, big contract coming up to an end.
Titans select Malik Willis.
Malik
Willis.
No,
I was just
you're
going to say Malik Willis.
I think Ryan Tannehill. You gotta be fair and say whatever you think of him, he has hit his ceiling. He's not gonna. I don't see Ryan Tannehill taking any major leaps.
No, and he's older and he's getting paid a lot. And I said this last round. Remember last round? I was like, hey, sleeper guy to get Malik Willis would be the Titans. So that doesn't surprise me at all. Hey, Eric, your audio's a little, so I'm gonna let you go. All right, brother.
All right. Well, thanks for taking my call.
Hey, Eric, pleasure to meet you, brother.
Yeah, you too. It was nice meeting you there, Niner Ted.
Oh man,
I'm just kidding, Dave. I'm messing with you, man. I'm just joking.
He was the one that was calling you 9 or 10 in the chat. It's so funny.
I can't help it.
All right, Eric, have a good one, brother.
You don't look like Ted Kaczynski. I'll admit that. So
I really appreciate that.
Have a good night, guys. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
You too, man. Later. Eric, man, he's funny. He called in one time and said, he's like, they're doing these new these space things where they're sending people to space. He's like, we should pay Jimmy Garoppolo. We should start a GoFundMe to send him to space next year. I thought that was one of the funniest things. When he said that, man, I thought that was it right there. Send Jimmy Garoppolo to space next year. That's perfect. That was a good idea by you. I will say this. It doesn't sound like David's is high on Marcus Jones. I like Marcus Jones, especially at 93 if they could have gotten him. I was mocking him all the time at 93. I love the athlete. I know he had the double shoulder surgery, but he is a phenomenal athlete. And the 49ers, in my opinion, do still need a nickel corner. That being said, we just talked about another one, Damari Mathis. I think possibly, I thought you'd get Marcus Jones at 93. Yes, I was wrong. Patriots, by the way, great at drafting corner. I feel really good about what I said about Marcus Jones and what I thought about him.
Well, I don't dislike Marcus Jones.
No. I'm not saying you are.
I actually mocked him a couple times. I just don't think that I'm not heartbroken because I don't think the Niners would have opted for him over.
I don't think so either. But Damari Mathis, I would be fine with. Like if they can get him at, because they go 105 and then I think 134, right?
Yeah.
So 134, if they could get Mathis there, I would absolutely be head over heels with that.
Put it this way, I'm really stoked that the Niners actually have stayed. They did stay pat because they've shown that you've got players that we were all absolutely like. I think all of us would have said if any of those players were picked at 61, none of us would have said it was a bad pick if it might have been Parham or Cross there either. And so the fact that you're going to go a full round later, because that's what it is, right? It's 32 picks later at 93.
Yep.
And you're going to be sitting there. I mean, this is smart. And so the fact that they didn't have to give it up. And now the quarterback, so Malik Willis went now. You've got Sam Howell. You've got Matt Corral. Is it possible that one of those guys goes before them? And I think what pick are we at right now, Jesse?
So 87 Cardinals.
So 6 more picks before us. Okay. So, and yes, I just said us. I know I don't work for the 49ers.
Hey, you know what? Listen, as a fan, I think it's okay to say us as a fan. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Yeah, I love it. Looks like the Panthers are making progress on a trade for Baker Mayfield. There is another team in on them as well. Browns will eat some of his salary. Marco just said, hey, Seahawks, you better hurry in and swoop. So
who's the other team in on
Seahawks,
Baker?
it's the Seahawks and Panthers.
Oh,
so the Panthers are making progress, but the Seahawks probably trying to maybe look at that. So,
well, the Seahawks aren't going to get Jimmy. So if the Panthers get Baker, it's over. Like, what are we doing?
We are looking at cutting him. And I'll put it this way. If the 49ers end up cutting Jimmy Garoppolo, after I said they should have done it
last year.
And I got told, oh, don't talk about this. Oh, this is hot take status. Oh,
I said the same thing last year.
You don't just give somebody away. Like we're trying to give them away. They can't. So save the money. People say, oh, rolling money over, that's not that big of a deal. They already budgeted for it. It sounded, my God. I don't
Cam Thomas just went at 87.
Perfect. Honestly,
so
I'm going to tell you something right now. Oh, Cameron Thomas. I was going to say, I don't even know who the hell Cam Thomas is. San Diego State. Okay, yeah. So, perfect.
So, by the way, I agree with you. As soon as the Patriots cut Cam Newton, that was exactly what I said. I said, this is what a smart organization does. They get rid of the problem before it becomes one. Get rid of Jimmy right now. Cut him. Roll that money over. Now, if they had rolled that money over, they would have just under $50 million right now that they could spend and do whatever they want with. They could front load Debo's contract with $30 million this year and make him dirt cheap going forward if they wanted to.
Jesse, the thing that there just needs to be said, it's not even shade at this point. It's nobody wants Jimmy. Nobody.
No.
People say, well, if this shoulder, people, oh, it's the shoulder. No, this is a simple shoulder. This is like an arthroscope. This is nothing, right? This is just nobody wants Jimmy Garoppolo. He doesn't have value.
No.
You can't even give him away. I would honestly just like donate him to charity at this point, but nobody would pick him up off the curb with a free sign taped to him like cardboard. And I know that sounds like completely crass. That's where we're at, guys. There are only so many starting quarterback positions in the league. There is nobody left.
I'm trying to send the link out to someone to call in. But not your average sports kid. It should be in the chat now for you, bud, if you want to call in. But no, you're right. Listen, it's so funny to me because so many people were just Jimmy this, Jimmy that, Jimmy whatever. And there was a good chunk of us that, in either the content world or the writing world, whatever, that were big on Jimmy not being on this team last year, that he was not a good player. In fact, I've said this since 2019. I got nervous every time this guy dropped back. That was in 2019. So for me, once Jimmy was even on this team last year after they traded all of that to go up and get this kid, it was absolutely freaking ridiculous. And now we know he's not worth anything. Cowboys just selected Tolbert.
Yes.
Idiot pick.
Yes, this is okay. So now we know we only have 4 more picks before. So let's go. I'm just going to update.
I'm going to bring on Not Your Average Sports Kid as well.
Yeah.
What's up, bud? How are you?
What's up? How are you?
Doing good, man. What are you thinking? How'd you feel about that first pick that they made? Greg Jackson?
Depends on what you want. If you want talent or if you want need. I personally prefer need, but I felt like DN should have been like the third thing we addressed. Because when I did the mock draft with you, I had a DN taken in that range, but we also traded Debo, so we had 2 picks before.
Yeah, that's fact.
I felt like DN should have been addressed like later. I felt like we really needed to address the O-line and then the corners and the DBs first, which I hope we can address with Nick Cross, preferably, or Tariq Woolen, if they are not gone. And
what about Zion McCollum? Another big body, fast corner. I feel like the Niners could fall in love with him.
Yeah, he's good too. But like somebody was saying, I like Marcus Jones a lot. So I was not happy when they took him down or when he got drafted.
Bills. By the way, Tyson coming in clutch right now because we're talking about everything. But
I appreciate it, Tyson.
Seriously, coming in. Thank you so much, Tyson. You're the all-star right now of the chat. Appreciate you.
100%.
There we go. So we've got 3 more picks, and then San Francisco's on the clock.
Yep.
Looking at this thing, we got the Raiders, we got the Bucks, and we got the Packers. Do we see any of them going safety or interior offensive line?
I mean, possibly.
Maybe Tampa Bay.
I could see the Raiders in this situation, but the bottom line is this. You've got, if I'm looking at safety and you really think that's a need, you have to look at yourself. Like I personally, so I like Marquise Bell a lot. Now he's gone up and down different people's boards. I'm sticking with my board. I love Nick Cross. I actually think Marquise Bell was at Maryland. He became ineligible. He went down the JUCO route, bounced back, went to Florida A&M. He's long. He is very similar style player, a very similar athlete. And I wouldn't draft him this high, but I would take him in the 4th round. You've got Tyson Anderson, you've got Nick Cross, you've got Kirby Joseph. I think though, at this point though, if you're looking at premium players, a sleeper here, I'm just going to say a sleeper in the 3rd round is going to be Danny Gray, the receiver out of Southern Methodist. Because I know the Niners made 2 visits with him. He is not just speed. He's a dynamic player that did not have he would have had a much better depth of target if his quarterback could actually throw the ball downfield. Who does that remind me of? And now you have a quarterback who can do it. I'm just saying that Danny Gray checks a lot of boxes for the 49ers. And I would not be surprised at all to see him be a guy that fell in there in that 93 to 105.
I like I like Gray a lot. And Tyquan Thornton went in the second round.
Yes,
so
exactly.
If Gray is still there and you can get him at the very end of or near the tail end of the third, I'm all for that. I'm all for that. I want to ask Rohan. Rohan, you can call in too if you want, brother. So let me know if you want the link. We got Marco's back. All right. So not your average sports kid. You're saying you want to go with Cross probably. What if Cross isn't there? What would be your next guy or next position? You don't even have to name a guy, but next position.
To be honest, I do not like the O-line right now. This is like maybe for our next pick, the last pick of the night, but right now I'm not really a big fan of it. I'll probably go corner and Tariq Woolen.
Okay.
I like him a lot. But I will say is with the other pick, I don't know I haven't been listening to that much, but I don't know what y'all thought about the other pick with the edge. But I felt like since we didn't go for need or we kind of went for a little bit of how do I want to say like best available? Yeah, best available. I feel like we should have gone Dean. Like I know he was injured, but I feel like if we're gonna go best available, we might as well go for the best player on the board, which was Dean.
That's the best player on the board, though. You got to look at maybe what ESPN has. That's not necessarily what the best player on the board for the 49ers is. And so, like, I think I also want to push back. I love what you're saying, brother. And I know you're how old are you, man?
Dude, that's a kid, David. Be 14. Nice, man.
I am being nice to him. I'm saying I support. Hey, Marco.
David, bro, don't, bro.
Marco,
that's not your average sports fan, bro.
I'm not. I'm giving him love, bro.
Right.
Even Christmas.
He'll cook you right now, bro. I can tell in his voice. He'll cook you.
Yeah, you know what? I'm a high school teacher. You just try to cook me, brother. Hey, I got nothing but love for you, kid. What's your? How old are you, man?
I'm 14.
I love it. Were you ninth grade?
No, I'm going in ninth grade next year.
Eighth grade, brother. I love your knowledge. Hey, so my thing is though, what I was going to ask you, bro, is that I actually think that it is a good mix of need. I think that, you got Nick Bosa, but outside, like Eric Armstead is a different style of player. Drake Jackson, Eric Armstead are very different players. And I think that they have had a need to kind of come in after D Ford's been kind of AWOL due to no fault of his own, just had his injury concerns. I actually think that it's not a luxury. I think it's something they really could use.
Raiders just took Parham.
Ooh.
Damn, that's
what I say. Raiders would be the pick.
Yeah, we're not taking O-line then.
Hey, Nick Cross is gonna fall. Think about it. Tampa doesn't need a safety. They just drafted a young safety, and they have another safety.
What about Green Bay?
Green Bay has Darnell Savage.
That's true. That's true.
So, like realistically, like Green Bay needs another receiver. Green Bay could take receiver. Tampa Bay. They could go safety because they did lose that safety in free agency.
Yeah. Hey, guys, listen. If the Niners really were going to prioritize, everybody thought the Niners were going to prioritize interior line to the point where they'd like make drastic moves. They easily could have traded up if they were that concerned. They didn't.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't. They went with Drake Jackson 93 61 because he was the best player on their board. And brother, I totally. What's your name, man? You mind?
Walker.
Walker, nice to meet you, bro. You are very knowledgeable, and I want to tell you that I wasn't trying to slide in. Like
no, you're fine. I will say about that pick. I do my main reason I do like that is because our edges, he can sit behind our edges for a year, and our problem is we have all of our edges only have 1 year left on their contract. Especially Bosa, he's setting up for extension, so we're gonna have to sign some of these guys back, and I like that we can have a guy coming in on a rookie contract.
They're one away. They're one away. Hey, real quick. I've got someone in the backstage. Marquez, nothing against you, brother. But I only put the link out there for people that I know. Not to say that you would do anything, but when I bring people on camera, it's got to be people I know, and I'm not familiar with you, so I'm going to kick you out. But you're more than welcome to call in on the Wednesday call-in shows, the open mic. That's where it's just audio. So other than that, man, I apologize, but can't risk it. Unfortunately, I already lost one channel that way. So we got two Marcos. Because what's better than one Marco? A frozen Marco. This is like a frozen drink Marco, and I don't know. Anyways,
Don't know. But I was going to say right before I froze out, Walker's a little too young to remember when the Niners took Aldon Smith, right? So Aldon Smith, they kind of did the same thing. They had him his first years more so of getting after the quarterback and not necessarily a full-time starter. And he was still wrecking havoc on teams in the league. And after that, he took over completely. So that's something they could do with Drake Jackson. That'd be a smart decision. So that's something that I would love to see them do.
And by the way, I just want to make by the way, Rachaad White, I actually was a big Rachaad White fan. I think that I liked him a lot more than other people did. He's a much better player than Kalen Ballage was out of Arizona State. And
people are asking why I'm shutting the caller down. If you guys haven't been following me for a long time, I had a channel, almost 3,000 subs, got completely taken down because somebody called in and showed a porn picture, got me completely taken off of YouTube within minutes of it happening. So I just, unfortunately, I can't risk it. I do a call-in show where your face isn't shown. No problem doing that, and bringing new people on and getting to know the community that way, but not when your face can be shown. I can't risk that, unfortunately. It's nothing against him.
Packers select Sean Ryan.
Yep, Sean Ryan. So there we go. All right, so the Niners are on the clock.
Nick Cross is there. Who else is there on the board? They have a receiver, Calvin Austin still there.
Calvin Austin's still there. Yeah, Danny Gray's still there.
Danny Gray, who made a lot of Khalil Shakir, Bo Melton,
Kirby Joseph.
Oh, Shakir, yeah.
Kirby Joseph. I know that they, I don't think there's an offensive tackle here that they would take at this spot, and I'm just gonna the interior line.
Quick question, because you guys, I'm on my phone, so I can't really look at anything right now. Is two offensive tackles I like, Kennard and Filio from Minnesota.
Kennard is still on the board.
Kennard and Falele.
So those are two guys I do know the 49ers had interest in.
Yes.
I do know they like those two guys, and if you really wanted to, you can move one of those guys inside. They both have the ability to play
Kennard
inside
would play
for
guard.
a year. Yeah, he could play guard for a year, and he could bounce out, a year or two, and he could bounce out whenever.
Did Cross do any visits with us?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he did. Cross had a visit with us.
Okay.
I want to say another guy. I'm going to keep saying about this. I really believe I'll wait. I'm not going to mention this guy right now because I don't.
Do you have the pick pulled up, David? Like you have your guy that will pull the picks because I want to know who it is right away.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I can't look. I'm on my phone, or else I would. Every time I try to look at something, it gives me the boot.
All right, here it is coming up, y'all. 49ers are going to make a pick.
Yeah, and I just think that one of these things that I think this is where Nick Cross. I think this is the place to go to take him. You figure out everything else later. You take your safety. If you need a safety, take a safety. And I think he's going to be the guy that's on your board. I don't think this is the way you fuck around here.
I think we would have been over the moon if we would have known that Cross was possible at 93. You know what I mean?
I remember saying I didn't think I could mock him at this point. And the fact
past 80 something, I thought you said like 85. You didn't think or something.
No, and I actually thought 61 was a little high Matt Miyoko updated unofficial board of Nick Cross and Khalil Shakir. That's his guys. Well, Khalil Shakir is number 10 receiver on my board. And so again, I think if any of those two guys went 93, 105, I'd actually be pretty.
Khalil Shakir is kind of like a Debo Samuel in a way.
No,
not gonna lie.
Yeah, I like Khalil Shakir a lot.
That is, and if they do that, that's something like that could be like a safety net in a way.
Yep.
A guy you get later in the third round who could still be a
we have the
legit
pick?
receiver.
Not yet.
And then even you could even if they take Shakir 91 or 92, 93, whatever the pick is, and then hopefully Cross falls to 105.
Or you could package 105 and 134 and move right back up if you want or something. You know what I mean?
Exactly. You know what I mean?
Or not even 134, 172 or something and move right back up and get your guy. Like, I just feel like, I don't know. Yeah. But they do need interior offensive linemen. If Mac's not coming back unless they plan on signing Treader.
But the thing too, though, is they don't really need interior offensive line. They need a center, right? That's all.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, a center.
David
yes.
Morris could play right guard. Daniel Brunskill could play right guard. But Daniel Brunskill could also slide in at center. So, like, if realistically, I don't like the idea, but realistically, he would probably be a better center than a better guard because he's not one-on-one. He's more so helping in this kind of offense. So that'd be a better idea than having him be one-on-one with Aaron Donald.
If they draft Nick Cross and Drake Jackson, Nick Cross in this draft, I'm going to be.
Oh,
it's going to be
an A+ draft.
Oh, I will say I mocked this 100,000 times. These two guys.
We still got nothing, huh?
Is Cross better than Hufanga? Yes.
Yes. We still got nothing on that pick. Come on.
Is Cross better than Tart? Yes.
I'm with you. I'm not drinking that Kool-Aid. Oh my God.
What?
No way.
Who'd they take?
They took a running back.
No, we didn't.
Jerome Ford.
Ty Davis Price?
Who is this guy?
From LSU?
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna flip.
Bruh.
I'm gonna flip.
No, we did not.
I'm gonna flip because I'm gonna say this. I'll give credit at 61. I'm not even mad about. I'm not gonna sit here and flip because Nick Cross. I'm not gonna do the whole thing about Nick Cross being my guy. I'm gonna say this makes me.
Imagine taking 2 running backs in the 3rd round back to back, and one of them getting a play for you, and the next one you're taking is a nobody that no one really knows about from LSU.
Who was maybe a guy that I don't think I even saw. Ty Davis Price. Ty Davis Price is a 7th round prospect.
No,
okay?
A lot of people actually. There was actually a lot of analysts and stuff who said that he was a guy who teams are very high on. They had him the 4th round.
Dude,
right now,
no.
Right now, he's the 10th best running back according to ESPN.
I don't care. I honestly doesn't matter. We don't need this pick. And what does this tell you? This to me tells you that Trey Sermon is out.
No, I don't necessarily think Trey Sermon's out.
What does it say?
Think about it, David. Look, hey, the Niners just lost Raheem Mostert. They just Jeff Wilson was injured all season. JaMychal Hasty's trash. So think about it. Kyle Shanahan's running backs are always banged up in this offense. So I understand the pick in terms of having to get a running back, but that's too early. It's way too early to get a running back, but I understand getting a running back in this draft. It's an early pick. I don't like it, but I understand the idea. And you could have got a running back in the 5th or 6th round.
It's the worst.
And made more sense.
Record this, and I don't care if Ty Davis Price, where the fuck is that? I don't care. Welcome to the Niners, brother. But you get a couple touchdowns. I'm sorry. This is stupid. I'm sorry. I'm done.
Jesse, don't break your camera.
Honestly, no. I want to say this. This is not me overreacting. I'm actually calm right now. I'm saying this is the kind of shit that gets me tired, and Kyle needs to take a back seat once in a while.
Don't disrespect Kyle like that.
You know I love Kyle as a coach. Stop it, Kyle. Stop. I'm sorry, man. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. This is bullshit. You don't draft a running back in the 3rd round here.
Hey, he better be legit.
2 years in a row, you've drafted a running back in the 3rd round.
Legit. I don't care if he's legit.
No, but if he's legit, because let's say Price turns into an Alvin Kamara guy or something like that. I'm not saying that he will. I'm not saying he will, but actually, I might have to. I haven't watched him. I'm gonna go watch his tape. I can't.
From the little I know about him, I think he's a big body guy. 4'4", 4'5" guy.
I don't give a fuck.
He ran 4.48.
So what? Honest to God, my guys, Trey Sermon and Eli Mitchell had the two of the top 3 10-yard splits at running back last year. Okay. So you have guys in house. There are other guys in the draft. You have guys like Zamir White and Ty Chandler and all these other guys that you could get later. Why draft a running back?
Panthers just took their quarterback. Panthers just took their quarterback. So guess who's going to go to Seattle? Baker Mayfield.
Hold up.
But then where's Jimmy go? Nowhere.
Why are we done talking about that? The Niners are at 105. You sit there. You have 12 picks later. You're not telling me that Ty Davis White isn't there at 105?
No, he wouldn't be. Why? Let me tell you why.
Oh God.
You still have a team you still have Washington that needs to pick. They don't really have a running back.
Oh, they're going Ty Davis White, huh?
On the board though.
Ty Davis Price. You don't even know his name. That's
I don't know.
Let me hold on. No. Let me be clear about this.
Hold up.
We've been praising all night. We've been praising David for knowing every single player that we've talked about. You don't even know who this guy is.
Because David didn't watch running backs really.
I
Realistically,
did
how
watch
many running
running.
backs did you watch?
There's Isaiah Spiller still on the board. He's
But Isaiah
4
Spiller,
starts
but
in
the
I
thing
think.
though is Isaiah Spiller.
Oh, Marco,
You
know what? Marco, you know I love you. Go drag up your running back rankings that you just posted about 3 or 4 days
and
ago.
he's not there. I'll be honest. He's not there.
Find me Ty Davis. Price is right.
There.
Price is right. Bob Barker. Find me
He's
Bob
not there.
Barker. Find me Drew Carey. Okay. Find me. Whose line is it anyway? Regis Philbin. Are you? Who's a million? What?
There's been a lot of.
Alex Trebek. Rest in peace.
There's been a lot of top analysts that actually said he was going to go a lot higher and he was going to go in the 3rd round. Like if we look at it, they actually did say that. No, I'm not backing up the pick. Like I'm saying, like a lot of guys actually said that for fans who like actually want to know who this dude is.
Yeah,
a lot of people said he was going to go pretty high, and like who was it? Chris Sims might have had him in like his top 5, right? That's saying, and I'm not saying that Chris Sims is always right because Chris Sims doesn't really know what he's talking about most of the time. But Chris Sims had exactly. See, Chris Sims had Ty Davis, and that's probably from Kyle, right? So that's letting people know, hey, this guy is a lot better than we think. Do I think the 49ers could have had him a lot later? Hell yeah. I think we could have had him in like the 5th round, 6th round.
That's the thing.
But geez, you had Nick Cross on the board. You had a lot of other better players. You had Shakur on the board.
Hold on, Jesse. What I just get done telling you guys, though, what I just get done when I said I wouldn't draft a linebacker, what I just get done tell you, the Niners will draft people that we're always surprised by. And Kyle gets this thing. What do the Niners do? They draft their guys. They think they get in this head. They forget that they're like, oh shit, I got to get, it's like, no, you don't. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to. He would have been there at 134.
But, David. Okay. So all right, let's actually look at this from the perspective, right? Of the 49ers perspective.
Hold on. Let me address this. Just 2 seconds. Let me address this.
Go ahead.
Eric says, I'm willing to wait and see. I never heard of Elijah Mitchell. We did hear of Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah.
Like we knew who Elijah Mitchell was.
He was one of the best zone running backs.
The fact that we have no idea who this guy really is. Now, I know we weren't looking heavy, but see, we were looking at running backs because we thought we could get one later. The whole thing is they have legit 4 positions of need minimum above running back. You're telling me this guy was that good to go past a Nick Cross or a Tyson Anderson or even a Kirby Joseph in a position of need that you have? You could go nickel corner. You could go center. You could whatever. That was anyways, go ahead, Marco.
So would you rather? So the thing is, though, is I get why you guys think that, and to be honest, I don't think it's the greatest pick in the world. I think it's a my opinion, a reach. But when you're evaluating players from a front office perspective, and you have a guy graded higher than the other guys, go that guy and don't go need, because when you start drafting need, and that's when you're like, damn, I could have had that guy, right? And so the 49ers are the 49ers. I'm going to ask you guys all a question, including you, Walker. Will the 49ers run the ball more than they did last year with Trey Lance? Probably about the same.
Well, yes, right? Of course. But so is Sermon a bust then? Do they think Sermon's a bust?
And I don't know if they do, but if he is, good thing to move on it now than try to have him play in your system, right? So
I'm sorry though. How do you trust it after you just traded up 2 4th-round picks for Trey Sermon, and then you trust the same regime to sit here and draft another guy in the 3rd round?
The reason why I trust it is because I heard a lot of talk from guys like, and it's cool. Like I know you guys don't like Todd McShay or a lot of guys like that. Like
fine.
Those guys, right? Those guys were actually saying, and Charles Davis said it. Jones Drew, that he said it. And that's why I've actually heard his name. I knew right away. I was like, oh, what's that dude's name from LSU? I don't know his name because it's a long name. But I knew right away he was from LSU. I knew what running back we're going to talking about. Those guys actually had him a lot higher than I had him. I'll be honest. I didn't watch his film because LSU was bad. I didn't want to watch LSU. It was a very shitty offense. It was a very shitty team. I watched their defense a lot. Their offense was atrocious. I watched a little bit of Ed Ingram. I knew I could tell you what he does. But, man, for the 49ers to take him, they must be very high on him. And this might be Bobby Turner and the new coach Anthony Lynn's pick, giving Anthony Lynn a running back that fits his kind of style of running game, because we're going to be running a little bit more power scheme rather than the wide outside zone. We're going to be running a lot more inside zone and a little more power than we have in the recent years. So this is going to be something very interesting, and I would like to see after tonight or after I'm going to be on a little mini weekend vacation this weekend. But after I do all that, I'm gonna show some clips of him. I'm gonna go on the film and break them down because this is a very intriguing pick. I don't like it. I don't like the pick. I understand the logic behind it because you need to run the ball as much as you can with a young quarterback like Trey Lance, but I don't like the pick at all.
This is my thing. I always want to say this. Kyle Shanahan is a smart fucking coach. And Eric, all due respect, I know you might not have heard Elijah Mitchell, and I totally respect that. He was drafted in the 6th round. He was also hold up. Elijah Mitchell, good goddamn and well, Marco, that you liked Elijah Mitchell. Elijah Mitchell was good and is just as good. Elijah Mitchell was graded just as well in your world to go in the 3rd round just as much as Ty Davis Price. Okay. There's no way he wasn't. He was a perfect Kyle Shanahan running back. We talked about that pre-draft process. My problem with this is this. There are other players out there that might not have been a need. Like I just got done talking about linebacker or even a guy like Uwazurike at 3-tech, like places where you feel like you have depth, but they're premium positions that are guys that have more production on the field that are not as replaceable. I just feel like this guy could be a good running back. And again, we've seen Kyle bring in Sisters of the Poor and have production. I don't like this. I'm tired of it. And the overvalued running back this high, even though I don't understand it, and I'll stop talking about it.
All right. Before you rebuttal, Walker, what as a pure fan, what's your feeling about it?
Dude, I think it sucks. I mean, there's a point. There he is right there, Nick Cross, gone. But my bad. But
what are we doing? What? Oh, okay. Go ahead, Walker. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm mad at myself. But I think there's a point. There comes a point where screw whatever you want, like say talent. At the end of the day, you need a need. Like we need a corner. We need a DB. Like that is for sure a need. We have to address that. But I don't want to address that in the 5th round when we have taken a running back and an edge. And I swear, if we take we're gonna take a
punter.
Yeah, we're gonna take a punter. We're
baby.
Baker Mayfield Jr. here. This is who we're gonna take. He's like, oh. The only thing I would like about taking Baker Mayfield Jr. is that could be the icing on the cake for bye-bye Jimmy. But other than that, there's no reason. I hate the pick. I think it's horrible.
So how many running backs has he drafted early? Kyle Shanahan, since he's been at the 49ers. You guys remember who's and who else?
And
Sermon, right?
Sermon. That's it. And
that's it.
But they had the
late.
You got your UDFAs, obviously, right?
No, I understand. No, what I'm saying is what we have seen from this regime is that they can get players late or undrafted that can be very productive.
Yes.
But when they've loved a running back that they've had to have, they've screwed it up once for sure in Williams, and now you've got Sermon, who I thought would be great with Trey Lance, and that was a perfect pairing. And you've just taken another running back, which tells me I don't think that you like Sermon that much.
I'm sorry.
And maybe I'm wrong about that. But if that's the case, you've fallen in love with running backs twice and traded up twice and blown it twice already, and now you're going to do a 3rd time, and we should trust that?
No, I'm not letting this off the hook. I don't care if Ty Davis Price comes in and has some level of production, because I know that level of production can come elsewhere. We've seen it, guys. We've seen it from Matt Breida. We've seen it from Jeff Wilson. We've seen it. Hey, look, you can even talk about everybody talks about Raheem Mostert. Raheem Mostert was a UDFA that bounced around the league for a long time. Okay. The bottom line is that this is, you can get, I'm sorry, I'm not giving this up. I don't care if he comes out and oh, look at this guy, he got a couple touchdowns. This is not the way that you draft in the 3rd round. It's not. And then you went with Trey Sermon. Yes, it does say that pick was a failure. I'm sorry. I have no trust in this process. And you're right. This is a blind spot for them. And I'm seeing a lot of guys bootlick right now in the TL. They're saying, well, I told you that Eli Mitchell, like, he's a good running back, but he can't do it on his own. He's not quite as good as, like, nobody's saying Eli Mitchell is like all pro. We're just saying
you've had
like,
Wilson be productive, and you drafted another running back in the 3rd round that you should expect to do something. So if you
people are falling in line on the TL right now because that's how they know it's access journal. It's like, we're gonna like doll this up to like look at this, like how this possibly could be good. I'm not falling prey to this. I'm not gonna do it.
Even if he's a good player, it's not.
He could be a good player. He's a running back. He's a running back.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm telling you what, if Ty Chandler or one of these late guys drops and they pop next year with another team, then I don't care how good this guy ends up being, unless he's the next Terrell Davis or something crazy like that. I don't care. I don't care. So he better be like elite for me to care. Otherwise, horrible pick.
It's a bad pick. Honestly, like, there's no other way to explain it. It is a bad pick. But when I'm looking at, like, I get exactly why everyone's pissed and why you should.
Well, and I let me say this, Marco. I appreciate you bringing something different, right? Because I know you agree with us, but you're also trying to level set and let us know why or walk through Shanahan's thinking. And I think people are confusing that in the chat with that's your thoughts. Your thoughts are, yes, it's a bad pick. But why would Shanahan do this? Right, but why would Shanahan do this? And I think you're bringing that to the table, and I appreciate that in this moment because nobody else is doing that. So go ahead.
Yeah, so like you have to have a run game for a young quarterback like Trey Lance. I don't care how great Trey Lance is going to be, how great he is right now. We all believe he's going to be very damn good in the NFL, right? But you can't have a young quarterback with no run game. For example, if Elijah Mitchell goes down and you really don't believe in
Kirby Joseph,
homeboy they drafted last year, Dan, I cannot think his name right now. We were just talking about.
Yeah.
Oh man, other running backs.
Sermon.
Yeah. So if they don't have trust in Sermon to be a guy who can at least carry the load if Elijah Mitchell goes down, then you have to get yourself running back, right? And I think that's exactly what the 49ers did. You need to be able to run the ball. And look what happened last year when they ran the ball, right? We were constantly saying the 49ers used Debo out of necessity, right? We're saying they used Debo out of necessity. And that's something for, like, and then, for example, Alabama took Brian Robinson. Brian Robinson, I guarantee, like I said earlier, this guy was probably a player that the Commanders really like. This running back right now, I'm watching film right now. As soon as they drafted him, I went and grabbed my laptop and I turned on the film. He has great vision. That's the first thing I noticed. Great vision. First thing I absolutely noticed. So I'm gonna keep watching, and I'm not trying to talk myself into a pick at all. I think it's a bad pick, but we have to remember that with a young quarterback and the way the 49ers play the game, it's smash mouth football. I'm gonna run the ball all over you and play great defense. Those are their first two picks, telling teams, you know what, we're staying with our smash mouth football. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna smack your quarterback around. We're gonna run the ball down your throat. And as this running, he's a 6'1" running back, 215, 220. This running back is going to get better as the game goes on, as the defense starts to wear down. I don't think this running back has much carries under his belt, so he has fresh legs, and that's things that a lot of teams don't realize. Is players like this, when you come into the NFL and you have fresh legs, you tend to do better, especially when you're in stacked rooms like LSU at running back. LSU puts out very good running backs every year. I'm going to, before I say anything, I'm going to actually watch this player. I did not have him in my top 10. I do know a lot of top guys had him in their top 10, their top 5, top 10. I didn't watch him, so that's why I didn't have him in my top 10. I'm not going to act like I watched him. I did not watch him at all.
Josh is saying he fumbles a lot. That sounds like a Kyle Shanahan guy, right? Who pulls players after one fumble and won't give them a single shot to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. I think it's a horrible pick. Again, even if he ends up being a good player, I'm not trying to dog the player, but when Cross just went 3 picks later, that's a major position of need. We all talked about Cross, how he would be a great fit for this team. Obviously, the league thought this was a safe spot for him to go because 3 picks later, a very good organization in the Colts took him. So it wouldn't have been, it would have been a great pick for them to go with a guy like Cross. Kirby Joseph went 2 picks after that, or excuse me, they went back to back, Cross then Kirby Joseph. Either one of those could have been picked up by the 49ers at a position of need. Running back is probably 4th on the list of position of need. To me, it's a horrible pick. No way around it. It is what it is. So,
Jesse,
go ahead, Walker.
I remember me and you last year. You were doing a show and I was in the chat. Me and you were both talking about all the corners we wanted in the 3rd round, and then we traded up for Servin, and me and you just watched all of them go away.
Right after. Boom, 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 boom.
Right
boom,
after, and we were both just sitting there like, oh my gosh, you got to be kidding me.
All I got to say is Ted Wynn. I mentioned him before. He's the one guy at The Athletic I love. He used to write for the Raiders. Now he's the NFL writer. 2 guys. He says, hey, 2 of my favorite safeties, Nick Cross and Kirby Joseph off the board. That's all I got to say, guys. Like I'm not a Kool-Aid drinker. I don't sit here and go for clout. Like it does. Like I like it. I respect his opinion a lot.
Marco, you want to answer this question about Tart coming back?
No, they're going to end up. The Niners are still going to draft a safety, and even if they don't, George Odom is a capable starter. The 49ers are bringing back Tarvarius Moore, who right away as soon as he got injured, they turned his contract into a guaranteed contract this year. They also have Talanoa Hufanga. The 49ers are not bringing back a guy like Tart. I'm sorry, I understand a lot of people like Tart. If Tart was going to come back, he would have already came back already. The thing is with Tart is if he had value in the NFL, this is the stage where I believe Jaquiski Tart starts getting what they call it, and a lot of players call it. They start getting pushed off the league, right? When you're not that great as everyone thinks. The 49ers fan base thinks he's the best safety that they've seen in the last 10 years, right? So when you're not that great, you start getting pushed out the league. And if he was that good, a team would have already signed him last year. Everyone said last year was his best year he's had in a very long time. It wasn't. So we're looking at this, and no one's picked him up. I understand the safety class was slow because this is a deep safety class, but I still think that I understand the Niners didn't take Cross. A safety that I'm very, very high on, and I've been very high on since the beginning of the draft process for me watching all these prospects, is Marquise Bell. That is a guy they should 100% go after early in the 4th round. They should trade up and go get Marquise Bell. Why? Marquise Bell is a much, much better Jaquiski Tart. He could play along the line. He could play that free safety role. He is a similar size to that Cam Chancellor role. He will lay the boom on you, but he is much better in coverage than Cam Chancellor ever was. So I think Marquise Bell. Go ahead.
All right. No, keep going, bro.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I was just saying that was when I was looking at both the Marquise Bell and Cross. This is back in February. This is February 5th. I said I'd be ecstatic. I said Cross and Bell are 2 of my favorite safeties in the draft. I doubt they last this long, and that was back when I was mocking them in the 5th and 6th round. That was back when that's where people were kind of looking at their rankings. And I said, there's no way. I watched both those guys. I didn't at the time know that Bell actually had come from Maryland, went to JUCO, went to FAMU. So at that time, I said, we're looking at me. I was looking at Nijai and McCreary. And I said, Cross and Bell are 2 of my favorite safeties. They're not going to last that long. Marquise is the only other safety right now to me that I'd feel that I am really all in on. Other than that, I'm not. Tyson Anderson, what happened?
I'm telling you, I'm watching film on, and he is a hard ass running back to bring down.
That's fine.
There was one play, and it was very nice. Like it was sick. It was a sick play.
And Marco, this is not what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's not going to be a good running back. I'm saying that there's like 10 other running backs.
Shocking. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, there's 11 to 12 other running backs in this draft that I feel very confidently that Kyle Shanahan could get very good production out of. And that's the issue. I'm not saying that Ty Davis Price is going to be a bad player. I'm saying that of any position, you got to stop doing this. When you just saw that you were comfortable going 3-6 last year, your 6 goes to the first week of training camp and clearly shows who he is, outplays him from go, right? And you are that, and then the very next year you say
IJ Sanders just went.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just saw that.
Well,
we didn't need it. I'll say this. I'm going to bring on. We got another Niner fan in the back waiting. I want to bring him on for his reaction, but I'll say this: the Rams pick at 104 right before us. Wouldn't it be funny if their first pick at 104 goes ahead and makes us look silly and we've already had 2 picks. Like, come on, man. The Jackson pick was fantastic. Now you've completely gone the opposite way. It's a horrible pick. It's an absolute horrible pick. Let me bring in Mike real quick, see what his thoughts are. What's up, Mr. Mosley? How are you, bud? You're on mute. You're on mute. You were waiting too long. I made you wait. I can't hear you. I'm going to kick you. Come back in. Come back in.
Hey, I'm hearing this tweet that says, hey, people are saying like, oh, did they draft this running back to make sure they don't have to use Debo as a running back? No.
Stop. No. If you can't use Debo the way he's meant to be used, let me clear this up for everybody.
Yes.
Debo Samuel, if you cannot use him the way he's meant to be used, you do not pay that man $25+ million. You use him to the best of his ability, period. That does not mean that you run him into the ground. I don't want that to happen. You cannot use him at the rate you used him at last year. But those end arounds like they did in 2019, you have to use him that way. You have to, especially when it comes playoff time, because that's what makes him special. If you take away the weapon part of Debo Samuel and turn him into a wide receiver, he's probably a top 10, 12 guy as far as his overall receiver, right? Yes, he can put up numbers in this offense, but with Trey Lance and an actual really, really good route runner on the opposite side, Kittle also being there, this guy was probably be around 1,400 yards every year. And I love that. I'm not trying to say Debo Samuel is a bad wide receiver, but Debo Samuel, everybody wants to talk when we get in chats. Debo Samuel is an ex wide receiver and people poo-poo it. And every time the rebuttal is what? But he's a top 3 weapon in the NFL. Well, if you can't use the weapon aspect, what is the point of paying Debo Samuel the way that Debo Samuel is meant to be paid? By the way, Debo Samuel, I don't think cares about being used that way. I think once Debo Samuel gets paid, he'll be perfectly fine with it. This pick is absolutely not to cover up for that. That's BS. I do not care what anybody says.
This pick is to help your young quarterback out. That's what it is. 100% that's what it is.
And it's also what Kyle wants. Like he has. You've said that's what he's shown he wants, and also about Debo is he doesn't say he doesn't want to do that. Like he can. I guarantee you, he'll be perfectly fine with running the jet sweeps and running other plays like that. But he just doesn't.
Give me the money.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be paid. I mean, one, he doesn't want to be paid as a running back because say you view him more as a running back, that could automatically say, or people are saying, hey, that could turn his value down because of a running back. That's probably another reason why he says he doesn't want to play it, because he could people could start saying they will pay him running back money. And also, he can do the ends arounds. And one of the things he's best at, in my opinion, the best thing he's at is screen passes. At screen passes, he is amazing at screen passes, where he's got, say, one blocker and he's got to beat one guy. I think he's really good at that. But as I said, end arounds. And I just don't think he wants to be run straight up the middle with the D-line and the linebackers smacking him every play.
Yeah.
What's up, Mike? How do you feel about this thing?
Yeah, I'm disgusted with that pick. That pick should have been 2 to 3 or maybe 4 picks down. There's so many really, really fantastic running backs in this draft that picking a running back at 3rd, that's just brain dead.
Agreed.
I understand where Kyle's coming from because he uses running backs like they're going out of style. We have 4 of them down every year. But dude, you have grave concerns. If our center is gone, what are we going to do? We don't have anybody who is really a good center. We need somebody. There is somebody out there that is still good. There's good cornerbacks still out there. There's good safety still out there. What the
Let me address this comment.
Yeah.
Who did I attack in the chat? Who did I call out in the chat? No, I didn't call out anybody in the chat. He brought up something, people's opinion on Twitter, and I'm fired up. I'm not calling. If anybody has that opinion and it's opposite, I'm willing to listen to it. I didn't call out anybody in the chat. I apologize if that's what you think, but no, that's not it at all. I'm just letting you know how I feel about the situation. No,
Yeah,
didn't
bro.
do that.
Bro. By the way, like honestly, if I subscribe to a channel, just all due respect, Jesse's a really good guy. Like honestly, like just because somebody disagrees with you doesn't mean you're getting attacked. And like subscribers, just because I subscribe to something doesn't mean I need to have like be catered to either. Like you can have like a disagreement. My goodness, like seriously. We're all this. We don't all agree on this whole show, like on every single thing. Like I just think. And what's your name again, man? That you just joined on,
Mike Mosley.
Yeah, Mike. I agree with you. Like I think the point is that I don't want to beat this dead horse, but I see a lot of cap on the TL right now about how people are trying to rationalize. Like, look, we know he could, no doubt. Look,
yeah,
put this way,
they need one, but not in this round. No,
look, I'm convinced. There are more than 10. I'm convinced there's 20 running backs in this class that Kyle Shanahan can make use of. Okay. I'm not saying all of them be optimal, and I wouldn't draft all of them. And I trust Kyle in his evaluation of running backs to an extent. At the same time, I don't use the Joe Williams thing 2017. I get it, right? Mulligan. Okay. And the guy had some off the field stuff, motivation, whatever it was, family things. You never know, right? Whatever. 4th round pick. Who cares? Okay. My big thing is this: Trey Sermon. You traded 2 picks to move up to get him in the 3rd round. A guy who had pedigree, who was from a big school, who played big time competition and big time games, and now you're drafting a guy in the 3rd round while there are other players on the board who met need and value and quality. That you just I don't. You're not going to be able. I'm not usually one of those guys who's intransigent, but you're not going to be able to convince me tonight. It ain't going to happen. I don't care what tape I see about this guy. There's a lot of good players. I'm not going to be convinced. It's just.
I don't know who's making these picks, but if it's Kyle, you're stupid, dude. And if it's Lynch, he needs to be fired.
It's Kyle.
He needs to be fired because both of them need to be changed because Garoppolo should have never even played at all last year. Garoppolo should have been gone out of this team already. And now we're stuck with him until, who knows, maybe next year. Let's hope some other quarterback, not really, but let's hope for our cases that some other quarterback gets a broken leg or something, because that's the only way we can get rid of this guy.
No, let's not do that.
I'm not going to wish injury. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, though, Mike. Listen, I want to say this. I'm catching up on the chat. It looks like Texas Niner vehemently disagrees with me. That's fine. By the way, Texas Niner has been a big supporter of mine. I love Texas Niner. We disagree on a lot, on a pretty regular basis. And I know how Texas Niner is. He's cool, like doing the back and forth. Like we've done this before. So if he disagrees, that's totally fine, right? Like there's no hard feelings about this. This is a frustration with the 49ers, not anybody in the chat or anything like that. So I just want to clear that up. But I want to get to this super chat real quick before we're on the clock here in a second. So, or we are on the clock, maybe.
So true.
This regime is piss poor awareness on the board. Picking a running back there is a bad pick. Picking that running back is a fireable offense.
Yep. I have to agree.
Rams just drafted Logan Bruss, a linebacker. So the Niners are on the clock.
Not a fireable offense.
Which they needed. No, it's not I agree. It's not a fire, but it's a bad pick. I don't know how else to say it. It's a bad pick.
We got Danny Gray. Danny Gray, I think.
We got Danny Gray?
Yeah, Danny Gray.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. See? Here we go.
Finally.
Here we go. So, listen, this is okay. So you're seeing the range of emotions here, right? You saw the happiness with the USC pick. You see the frustration with the running back. Danny Gray is a great pick there. I promise you, he's different than what the 49ers have at the wide receiver position. Danny Gray, that is a fantastic pick.
But this is where it's okay. Like, this is why I love this squad, because none of us are homers. It's okay to say in the moment, we can have opinions, and we can also say, like, I'm not eviscerating the Niners for saying Ty Davis Price is a bad player, right? And I'm not even going to be the guy that's talking about reaching. It's the nuance of it, right? So it's cool that you go to a pick 12 picks later and you're like, hey, I like this pick, and here's why. It doesn't mean we're right? But I think that all of us can say, hey, you win. Like, it's put it this way. Danny Gray was a guy they met 2 times. I was late to the game on him because a couple different reasons. But the more I looked at him, I remember looking at Tyquan Thornton, looking at Bo Melton and Danny Gray. And at first I was Melton, at first I was Thornton, and then I said, no, this Danny Gray guy is different.
Oh, someone's so. Go ahead. I'll let you finish. My bad.
No, I just think Danny Gray is one of the few guys I met with twice. He's got real speed. He would have been a game breaker at SMU if the quarterback was worth anything. Reggie Robertson was the guy that everybody thought was going to be this riser in the draft coming into this year. And Danny Gray came in and said, brother, take a back seat. And he was a playmaker, and he put that quarterback on his back. And this guy defied odds to be able to do those things. I'm telling you, this guy, his yards per route run, his elusiveness, his yak, this guy is I told you, this guy was a 3rd-round player, and I had him in the 5th and 6th in mocking, and I said, there's no way this guy's going to the 5th or 6th. This is going to be a 3rd.
There's no way. There's no way. Hey, Walker, Mike, real quick before I let you guys go, any last thoughts? How do you feel overall about the 3 picks? So remember, they got Drake Jackson, edge. They went with a running back from who knows what and who freaking cares. And then they got Danny Gray. So what are your guys' thoughts? Walker, I'll let you go. I'll let you go first, then I'll get you out of here, kiddo.
To be honest, so I said earlier I wasn't mad about the pick, but I wasn't happy about the first pick. Like I was about middle of the road on it. Like I felt like we should have gone need, but I'm not mad about it at all. I mean, I'll say I like it. I'm on the more side. And then, should I even say anything about that? Like second pick, that second pick was horrible.
No.
Like that could.
Well, okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Give it an overall grade so far. A, B, C, D. The whole thing. All 3 picks, not just the one.
C+ would be a B- if we had traded Jimmy.
All right, that's fair. All right, brother. You have a good night, okay?
All right, you too. Peace.
All right, later. All right, Mike. What about you? How do you feel on the 3 picks overall?
I think the first pick is probably a B.
Okay.
Picking a running back is an absolute F. F-. If there was an E, I would give him that. It was the worst possible pick you could pick there, no matter what running back it was. And the last pick, it's a B. I wouldn't say it's an A, but at least we got something that we need and not something that we desire. And that was just, that pick was just ridiculous, that running back.
I feel it.
So
Mike, thank you so much for coming on, brother.
F.
Yeah. All right.
Wait.
He said he hates the pick. He said that pick overrides the other 2 to him.
Yeah, totally. You really needed something different there. At best, a D.
Okay. All right. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you for always supporting, Mike. Good talking to you.
You know it, Jesse. You have a great one.
All right, brother. All right. Golly. All right. Okay, let's talk about Danny Gray for a minute, right? So again, I talked a little bit about Danny Gray. Marco, you wanted to say something. What did you want to say, actually?
I was going to say, if you look how Walker left, I think my talking about the running back position kind of changed his stance a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, at first he was very like, no, it's a bad pick. And then he's like, hey, I'm not too mad about it. Because it makes sense. Like, if Niners need a running back, whatever, not the best running back on the board, whatever, or not best player on the board. But it makes sense. Danny Gray. So I retweeted Benjamin Solak. He said, kind of reminds me of Debo Samuel on the 49ers taking Danny Gray. And I'm going to have something to say about that. So Debo Samuel, let me have something to say. Like, I think what he's trying to say is the yards after the catch is similar. Because they get yacked. They get yacked. But Danny Gray does it in a different style. He does it by outrunning you and doesn't get touched. Debo does it by running you over and inviting contact. Danny Gray is a big play waiting to happen, in Kyle Shanahan's offense. And with Trey Lance having that big arm, you could take it over the top with Danny Gray. You could throw a crossing route, and he could take it the 85 yards like a Debo Samuel can. I really, really like Danny Gray. He has a limited route tree. He does have a limited route tree. His get off from the line isn't the greatest, but when you have that speed in the NFL, so yeah, we've been saying that we want a blazer in the 49ers offense for some time, right? The 49ers just got a dude who runs a 4.33. His stop time is very, very good. He's not just a straight speed guy. He could start and stop like that. I really like this pick, especially for a young guy like Trey Lance. And you know what it does too? If Debo Samuel decides to go, hey, Niners, and this is where I get ahead of myself, right? I don't think Debo's leaving. I really don't. After everything, like it's gonna have to be a big package next offseason if he gets moved. But if Debo decides to tell the 49ers, hey, I'm not re-signing with you guys. I don't know why you guys didn't trade me on draft day. 49ers at least have a legit receiver who could at least step in and be a very good contributor. I think Danny Gray is going to be a hell of a contributor with Trey Lance.
I love it.
I look, that's the thing. Vince Solak, I actually respect the hell out of that guy. That guy is like, he's so comprehensive in his process, right? I think Marco nailed it. I think I want to give Ben benefit of the doubt and say Marco explained it better. Also, Ben just said, this reminds me of this. It's a pretty vague tweet, but no, they are not identical players, right? They could be playmakers in Shanahan's offense and get yak, but like Danny Gray, like I got a chance to watch Danny Gray a lot more the last couple of weeks. I never watched Danny Gray and was like, hey, there's Debo Samuel. It's like you see their own guy, right? But as Marco said, they can feel, look, Kyle loves yak, but they can get it done in different ways. Ayuk gets it done in different ways or similar ways. I honestly believe that Danny Gray is one of the most undervalued receivers in this draft. And the reason I started looking at him more is because I saw the Niners that gave him two visits. And one thing I've noticed with the Niners is when they visit, obviously they can't draft all the guys that have visits, right? But I think last year, of their 8 picks, 4 of them had visits. Well, that's half your guys, right? So like, that visits are going to mean something. 50% of the guys that you draft are your visits. So I'm looking to look at this guy, and I couldn't stop. I was like, no, he's not. He's better than Bo Melton. Yeah, he is better than Tyquan Thornton. He's better than Khalil Shakir. I had Khalil Shakir as my 10th. I moved Danny Gray up after that. I was like, this guy is, and I credit that process. So when you asked Walker and you asked Mike, look, Ty Davis Price, I'm not going to belabor that anymore. I am intrigued by this, though, that they went. I love Drake Jackson. I thought that everybody thought, if you went back, look at all the guys on TL, everybody told me that it was going to be interior line and safety. That's what everybody told me were the 2 primary needs.
And we got neither.
Then that's okay, because I said go BPA. And if the Niners went, I guess when I say BPA, I forget that Kyle... For Kyle, that means running back too. So I can't knock him for going BPA. Look, Drake Jackson, Danny Gray, exactly where they drafted him. I think that's absolutely perfect. Not gonna lie.
Okay, well let me ask you guys this then, because we all had this feeling that Mac was going to retire. Does this tell us that Mac is not retiring? I mean, they haven't gone center at all in the first 3. You don't think that indicates at all that he's sticking around?
No, because there's still guys like Donovan West on the board that the 49ers can jump up and trade to get him in the 4th round, right? Like there's guys that are capable of being solid guys at the center position. I think they could also sign a J.C. Treader, and this could be something they've already talked to J.C. Treader about. I mean, there's been rumors that they've been looking at interior offensive line that are free agents, so they could definitely do something like that. I think with the way the 49ers are going about business, I think they're doing it right. Right, they're doing it right because we look at who they just drafted. Everyone keeps saying Trey Lance, like the future's bright. Well, last year during draft day, David knows exactly what I was saying. Protect Trey Lance and get Trey Lance a running game. The same thing for Trey Lance this year. The running game last year wasn't what it's supposed to be. The 49ers run game was not what it needs to be for a Kyle Shanahan's offense. It was not. Do I like the pick? Absolutely not. I understand Kyle and John's thought process of going into that pick. It makes sense. Now, getting a legit receiver with legit speed like Danny Gray in the end of the third round is a very smart pick for a young guy like Trey Lance, because now what this tells me is Kyle Shanahan is going to run the ball down your throat, but he's also going to have this young guy let that shit fly. He's going to, as Eric Crocker would say, he's going to air that hoe out, right? So that's something that the 49ers need in this offense to expand their entire offense. And what that does is that makes your entire team better. Expanding the offense makes your defense better. It makes your entire team better. And I think the 49ers actually had a fairly solid draft. I would give the Drake Jackson pick an A. I think that's a hell of a pick, especially where they got him at 61. Yep. The running back pick, I would give it a C. I think a C is a very solid grade. And Danny Gray, I give it a B, almost a B plus.
I'll go. I'm gonna go.
What's your overall grade, Marco? Just real quick. Overall of the three.
Overall grade. I give it a B.
Okay. All right.
Well, I'm gonna go A. I'm not. I know this sounds hyperbolic. Because again, I'm putting this like. Again, I think it needs to be said that we can that the replaceability of a guy like this kid, the Ty Davis Price. I'm not saying he can't be good. There are other players that can do this, and that's why I'm giving this benefit of the doubt. Is where I'm giving this a D minus. I don't like the. I'm not going to get behind it, and I'm not trying to dig my heels in and be intransigent and be an asshole. I'm giving an A to Drake Jackson. I'm giving a D minus to this pick. I don't believe it. I think it's a pattern. I think Kyle, as much as I love him, bless his soul, he is stubborn. And this organization can be stubborn in certain ways. And that doesn't mean it impedes their opportunity to win completely. But I also think that at some point you need to, if this was just up to Adam Peters, if this was just up to the scouting department, I find it very hard to believe that running back would be the 93. And I feel at some point, we know we trust Kyle as a genius, but at some point, I think also we need to stop kowtowing to like every single time the mad scientist wants to get his guy at running back. And that's all. I'm not saying this guy is falling. Danny Gray, I'll give that a B plus. I like that pick a lot. I think he's good. I'm not saying like it's going to be a home run. So I think it's a very good pick. So overall, despite that low grade, I think that I'm still giving this draft at this point. I'm just going to go with B right now. I'm going to go with a B.
That's fair. All right. I think we all agree that the overall grade's a B. Overall, I'm very happy with the draft, right? Real quick, Joshua says the Rams said F those picks. The 49ers said F the O-line. Egardo says the only thing that can make this better for Jesse is Jimmy being gone. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Not during this draft anyways. They got to wait till this guy gets healthy. You're right, though. That listen, that's a quick way to get into my heart, right? I pretty much agree with everything that you guys said. I think overall this is a B. I think first pick A plus even. Hell of a player. Easily could have gone in the mid 40s at a position that no, it's not a like for sure position of need, but when you really look at it, they need somebody to bookend that opposite end of the line of Bosa, and I feel like they may have found that. So I love that pick. Absolutely love that pick. When we get to, I'm not even going to talk about the next pick. I have nothing nice to say. And then when we go with Danny Gray, I mocked Danny Gray a million times to the 49ers. I love that pick. I absolutely love it. I think it was the right spot to get it. That's about where he should have gone. He's a speedster. It was between him and Tyquan Thornton to me. Either one I could have gone with, but Tyquan Thornton went a round and a half earlier. So if they were that close, in my opinion, and we could get this guy who's an absolute burner in that spot, I'm totally fine with it. I love it. So overall, I give it a B. Easily could have been an A plus for the whole draft, but I don't know what the hell they were doing there. But I will say this, we've been going for 4 hours and 40 minutes now. I appreciate each and every one of you for tapping in. If you have not done so already, Please like, subscribe, hit that bell notification so you never miss an episode. Thank you all so much for sticking with us. We're still at 150 strong. David, thank you so much for joining me the last couple of days. Marco, thank you so much for joining me the last couple of days. Marco, why don't you plug the YouTube channel real quick before we get out of here?
The 49ers Red Zone podcast on YouTube. You can see us on any audio platform. That's where you can find me and my boy Rohan. Thank you so much for having us on. I appreciate you. Appreciate the audience. Everyone was lovely to give us feedback on what they thought. They let us know when they thought we were wrong, which I love.
Yeah, it was awesome. This was an awesome 2 nights. Last year's draft was great. I think outside of Trey Lance going through, which was pretty awesome, I would say that this draft outdid it as far as the channel goes. So thank you all for making that happen. Appreciate y'all. Have a blessed night. We'll be back at it probably Tuesday.